Chapter 1 Four Treasures from Heaven. Ling Feng was walking aimlessly on the central commercial street alone. My family is very poor. Both my parents have passed away, and I survive on a little living expenses sent by my uncle in the countryside in odd jobs. When I was in school, this money was enough to live on, but now that I have graduated, I need to rent an apartment and find a job. Everyone needs money. How can I survive? Suddenly, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing in front of him, with a face like crystal, calves and body as white as snow, and 5 baby carriages beside her. If you look closely, you will definitely find that these 4 babies are more adorable than the other, and no one would dislike them. But Ling Feng knew, what reason did he have to make others like him? Would he follow him and live on the streets? As a result, he saw the woman pushing a stroller towards him, but Ling Feng felt that the person she was looking for just happened to be behind him, and then shook his head dejectedly. At this time, a voice was heard, Ling Feng. Don't you want the 5 of us anymore, you irresponsible man? Ling Feng suddenly got a chill and said, although you are beautiful, you can't frame someone. I just graduated. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the people around, and they talked about Ling Feng. The woman said, 1 year ago, at the Emperor Hotel. This sentence reminded Ling Feng, who was about to turn around and walk back, of something. That night, he went to a bar with a few good friends in the dormitory and ended up getting drunk. He stumbled into a room and couldn't remember what happened after he entered. But something must have happened because he saw a bright red on the bedsheet. But he didn't care and didn't expect that he would get it right at the first try. But God was blind and he actually got it right at the first try. It's not that he doesn't want to raise a child, it's just that he really doesn't have the money to raise a child now. At this moment, ding, congratulations on awakening the Super Daddy system, the novice gift package has been sent, do you want to open it? A panel suddenly appeared in Ling Feng's mind. Ling Feng, who has been reading system novels for many years, naturally knew what it was. He thought, is this overwhelming wealth finally coming to me? He immediately chose, open. Ding, congratulations on getting 100 million cash, which has been transferred to the host's account through formal channels. 100 million yuan has arrived in Alipay account. Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Feng finally understood that great wealth was really coming to him, and he was extremely excited. But Ling Feng quickly came to his senses, because he still had to deal with this mess. Just when Yi Chenxi thought Ling Feng really didn't want the 5 of them, Ling Feng spoke up, since they are my children, I can't just ignore them, so you guys come with me first. Ding, system task released, push the baby carriage with Yi Chenxi, reward, and event a nanny carriage. When Ling Feng heard the system's voice, he chose to accept it directly. He was originally going to help Yi Chenxi push the stroller, and now there was a system reward. It was really effortless. As he spoke, Ling Feng stepped forward and snatched 4 baby carriages from Yi Chenxi. Ding, system task released, hold Yi Chenxi's hand and move forward together, reward, a Jingxiu Huafu villa. When I heard this voice, I suddenly realized that my wife was still there. How could I have forgotten her? Thinking of this, he took Yi Chenxi's hand and pulled him forward. Fortunately, the strollers for the 4 babies were connected together, otherwise he would not be able to do these 2 things at the same time. At the same time, I was also proud of my powerful abilities. Being able to hit 4 at once, is this something that an ordinary person can do? I'm probably the only one who can do it. Ding, the Aventa nanny car has parked in the underground parking lot of the central commercial street. The key to the Jingxiu Huafu Villa King has been placed in the handlock box of the Aventa nanny car. The security system has entered the information of the host and his family. Then, Ling Feng touched his pocket and found a car key, which was the key to the Aventa nanny car. No words along the way. Arriving at the underground garage, Ling Feng first put the 4 babies and the stroller into the car. The car issued by the system had the back seats converted into a small bed, which was just right for the babies. Then he wanted to carry his wife to the passenger seat, but unfortunately, Yi Chenxi had already gotten in the car and shouted to the outside, hurry up and get in and drive. Ling Feng replied excitedly, okay, my dear wife. This immediately made Yi Chenxi's face in the car blush. Ling Feng had taken the driving test when he graduated from high school, and he had worked part-time as a designated driver before, so his driving skills were very proficient. He drove all the way to the villa area without waking the baby, and Yi Chenxi also fell asleep, and her sleeping posture was also very beautiful. After verifying his identity with the security guard, Ling Feng drove to his own garage, parked the car, and turned his head slightly, but was still captivated by her beautiful sleeping posture and could not take his eyes away. But Yi Chenxi seemed to sense that the time had come. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Ling Feng. Just like that, the couple met each other's eyes. When Yi Chenxi saw Ling Feng staring at him, he quickly looked away, unbuckled his seatbelt, and hurriedly ran out of the car. When Ling Feng saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he smiled, and got out of the car humming a little tune. He opened the back door again and gently put the 4 babies into the stroller. Ding, mission completed, holding a baby for the first time, rewarded with 70% of the shares of Shanghai Tianyun Group, which has reached absolute control. A special person will hand over to the host later. Ling Feng was delighted. This was his first company. Moreover, he had absolute control over Tianyun Group. Tianyun Group was one of the top 20 companies in the entire Dragon Country. It was also one of the top 100 companies in the world. With such a group, he would definitely have no worries about food and clothing. After passing the iris verification and then verifying the face, palm print and fingerprint, he entered the house. Yi Chenxi also followed behind Ling Feng. Seeing that so many verifications were required to enter here, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of security. When Ling Feng saw the luxurious decorations in the villa, he couldn't help but feel admiration. It turned out that poverty limited his imagination. I might have to work hard all my life to buy a floor tile in this villa. But now I have the system, and I can get it just by holding my wife's hand. I can't help but praise the system again. Because it is fully furnished, you don't need to buy anything, just some clothes. Yi Chenxi looked at everything in the villa and couldn't help feeling a little unreal. A day ago, she was a woman who was kicked out of her home because of getting pregnant before marriage, and a day later, she moved into this villa. She was filled with emotion and couldn't help but become curious about Ling Feng's identity. She looked at Ling Feng and thought to herself, could he be the young master of some family? Chapter 2 Tianyun Group. Ling Feng first turned on the customized air conditioner, and then carried the 4 babies to their bedroom. Looking at the row of babies on the bed, Ling Feng was filled with thoughts. An hour ago, he was still a homeless prodigal son. But an hour later, he had become the father of 4 children, the owner of a villa, and the actual controlling shareholder of a supergroup, and this was simply because he awakened the system. Ling Feng still feels that this is a dream, but the pleasure brought by all this is real. Ling Feng feels that it is really hard to understand, so he stops thinking about it. Ling Feng carefully observed these 4 babies, who looked like porcelain, and discovered that they were actually 2 boys and 2 girls, and they were actually twins, a boy and a girl. While Ling Feng was observing the 4 babies, Yi Chenxi walked in quietly. Looking at this scene, tears welled up in her eyes. A year ago, she found out she was pregnant. Her father and grandfather kicked her out of the house, and she began to wander around with her 2 children using her savings. She could sleep wherever she could and eat whatever she could. Although she could save money, the baby was very expensive. Diapers and milk powder had almost exhausted her savings. In fact, if her father hadn't stopped her card because of this incident, she wouldn't be short of money. Even the money she spent this year was what she had secretly saved before, otherwise she and her children would have starved to death long ago. Thinking of this, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and 2 lines of tears fell down her face. At this time, Ling Feng felt Yi Chenxi's arrival, turned around, saw Yi Chenxi's tears, and couldn't help but walked over and gently wiped away Yi Chenxi's tears with his palm. Hugging her, Ling Feng whispered in Yi Chenxi's ear, "Wife, this time, I won't let anyone bully you again." Hearing this, Yi Chenxi cried even harder. Ling Feng said again, "Don't cry. It won't look good if you keep crying. You'll become like a little cat." Just like that, Yi Chenxi cried for another half an hour, and actually fell asleep while crying. Ling Feng gently carried Yi Chenxi to the big bed in the master bedroom and covered her with a quilt. And said, "Have a good rest." Ling Feng sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Yi Chenxi lovingly, because there were always people who would cause trouble for Yi Chenxi at night, so Yi Chenxi held Ling Feng's big hand tightly, as if looking for a sense of security. Seeing Yi Chenxi like this, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He couldn't imagine how much this woman had given for the children, and it was all because of him, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Just then, ding dong, the doorbell rang. Yi Chenxi suddenly woke up and said, "What happened?" Ling Feng said, "I'll go out and take a look." "It's okay. You go to sleep first." As he said that, he tucked the corner of the quilt for Yi Chenxi. Yi Chenxi said, "Then come back quickly after you finish dealing with it. I'm going to sleep first." Seeing Yi Chenxi closed her eyes, Ling Feng walked out of the room and closed the door. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, I saw through the cat eye system that there was a well-trained security guard, and there was another row of security guards in the distance, all protecting the safety of the owners. Ling Feng opened the door, and the security guard immediately said respectfully, "There is a person outside who wants to see you." He said he is the vice chairman of Tianyun Group. He is accompanied by the CEO of Tianyun Group. "We came to ask you if you can let these two people pass." Ling Feng said calmly, "Let them in." The security guard picked up the intercom and said, "Let those two people pass." After saying this, the security guard left with the other security guards. Ling Feng thought it was indeed the security of Jingxiu Huafu. They even dared to stop the vice chairman and CEO of Tianyun Group. The power behind them must be very terrifying. Ling Feng returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. After waiting for a while, the two men came and Ling Feng got up and opened the door. When the two people outside saw Ling Feng, they couldn't help but be stunned. They originally thought that their new chairman was a middle-aged man with a big belly, but they didn't expect him to be so young. Then they all bowed and said, "Hello, chairman." Ling Feng replied, "Come in." The two hurriedly followed him in. When they arrived at the living room, Ling Feng motioned for them to sit down. Yang Tianhua, vice chairman of Tianyun Group, and CEO Wan Tianshua introduced themselves respectively and began to report on the group's various data and development direction. Finally, after completing the docking formalities and signing the documents, Ling Feng said, "I will not be involved in the internal affairs of the group. It is what it was before, and it is what it is now. I have only one request, that kickbacks are not allowed within the company. If I discover it, I will solve it with my own solution." "I understand," they both said together. "Okay, let's go." The two men stood up and bowed again, "Goodbye, chairman." After the two left, Ling Feng suddenly heard a loud cry and hurried upstairs to check. It turned out that the babies had woken up. They were kicking their legs and shaking their arms. They were so cute, but their crying was also extremely loud. Yi Chenxi, who was in the next room, was also woken up and hurried over to check. Ling Feng asked, "Chenxi, what should we do in this situation?" "Let me do it, you take a rest," Yi Chenxi said. "No, I have to study too, otherwise you will have to do it all the time. Usually, you only need to make a pot of milk powder," Yi Chenxi explained. After hearing this, Ling Feng hurried to make the milk powder, while Yi Chenxi was still coaxing the four babies, but it was useless, they still kept crying. Yi Chenxi put a pacifier in each of their mouths. Finally, the crying stopped, as if the world was quiet, and Yi Chenxi also looked relieved. Ling Feng had no idea how to make milk powder. Yi Chenxi seemed to have foreseen this and walked over quickly to teach Ling Feng how to make milk powder. Ling Feng rushed 3 times before he finally finished, but those 4 clowns were making so much noise that the roof was about to fall off, and their cries echoed through the sky. Ling Feng poured the milk powder into the milk jugs. They each held 2 bottles and gently held the bottles to prevent them from falling over. However, this action was not comfortable. After holding them for 5 minutes, Ling Feng felt pain all over, but he persisted to the end. After drinking milk, Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi burped them again. Finally, the 4 children fell asleep again. Ling Feng was almost exhausted, but Yi Chenxi was used to it and didn't think it was a big deal. Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi and couldn't help but feel heartbroken again. He thought, "I must compensate her well and not let her feel wronged." Just when Ling Feng was resting well, a voice appeared in his mind. "Ding, completed the task, first time to make milk powder, reward plus Bugatti Flying Fire Meteor pure handmade customization. Ding, completed the task, first time to coax the child to sleep, reward Patek Philippe Master ringing bell. Chapter 3 This time, I will protect you. Ding, mission completed, burp the baby, reward, 70% of Fengshui Group shares. Ling Feng was stunned when he heard this. He actually completed 3 tasks at once, and the rewards were extremely generous. Not to mention other things, the Patek Philippe Master level necklace is worth as much as 200 million yuan, not to mention the shares of Fengshui Group. Fengshui Group is one of the top 10 groups in Kyoto and top 20 in the world. Yet, he got such a behemoth just by burping his child. Ling Feng couldn't help but admire the generosity of the system. With such a system, what could Ling Feng not get? After sighing, Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi again and asked, "Chenxi, where is your home?" Yi Chenxi replied, "My family is not in Shanghai, but in Kyoto, the Yi family in Kyoto." Yi family? Ling Feng asked in shock. Yes. Is it the family whose head is Yi Tianxin? Yi Tianxin is my father. Ling Feng thought, I actually slept with the eldest daughter of the Yi family while sleeping. You know, even the Tianyun group and the Fengshui group can only be on an equal footing in front of the Yi family, and even need to show some respect to the Yi family. Because the Yi family has connections everywhere in Kyoto, no one can act rashly in front of them. No matter how much money you make, you dare not go against the Yi family, because the Yi family has huge connections in the upper echelons. If you offend the Yi family, then forget about doing anything in Kyoto, as they can easily confiscate and deal with you. And he actually slept with the princess of such a family and made her give birth to his child. The Yi family was very merciful by not cutting him into pieces. Ling Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and worried about his life. But when I think about it, I have a system, so sooner or later everything will be mine. So he said firmly, "It's okay, no matter how powerful your family is, I will let you return to your roots." Yi Chenxi couldn't help but be stunned. She was shocked that this man was not afraid of the Yi family, and was also shocked that this man would actually help her trace her roots. At the same time, he was inspired by the man's words and couldn't help but develop firm confidence in Ling Feng. He believed that Ling Feng would definitely help him trace his roots. Thinking of this, Yi Chenxi had completely accepted Ling Feng in his heart. At this time, Ling Feng suddenly stepped forward, hugged Yi Chenxi, and whispered in Yi Chenxi's ear, "This time, I will protect you." At this moment, Yi Chenxi said, "Let me take you to meet the babies first." Having said that, she pulled him towards the baby's bedroom. Seeing the 4 babies lying on the bed, Ling Feng's eyes showed a hint of tenderness. The second one from left to right is the eldest, a boy named Ji Fan. The third one is the second, a girl named Ji Wanqing. The first one is the third, also a girl named Ji Lushuang. And the fourth one is the fourth, a boy named Ji Feng. "Remember everything?" Yi Chenxi asked Ling Feng. Ling Feng replied, "I remember it, and I will never forget it." At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly cried out. Ling Feng picked him up and felt that he seemed to have pooped. So he quickly put Yi Fan in Yi Chenxi's hands and took out the diaper quickly. Yi Chenxi untied Yi Fan's diaper and threw it into the trash can. Ling Feng brought out a diaper and some children's wet wipes and gently wiped off the stuff stuck to Yi Fan's butt. Ling Feng asked Yi Chenxi to teach him how to change a diaper, and Ling Feng put a new diaper on Yi Fan. Ling Feng picked up Yi Fan again and comforted him softly. Yi Fan finally stopped crying, and Ling Feng gently put Yi Fan on the bed. After doing all this, Ling Feng smiled. When Yi Chenxi saw Ling Feng busy, she couldn't help but feel that such a life was so warm. Isn't this the life I longed for, having children and having a good husband? Such a heartwarming scene had appeared in Yi Chenxi's mind countless times, and now it had finally come true. Yi Chenxi wanted to stop the picture at this moment and enjoy this warm time. After Ling Feng changed Debao's diaper, the system spoke. "Ding, mission completed. Change the baby's diaper. Reward, a Rolls-Royce Supreme Extended Custom Edition. The car key has been placed in the bedside table." Ling Feng now understands the rewards of the system. They are very valuable, and each one is more expensive than the last. So there won't be much reaction. Then, the remaining 3 babies also started crying one after another, and Ling Feng changed their diapers one after another. Ling Feng's technique of changing diapers became more and more skilled. He no longer felt awkward as he did the first time and could change a diaper in 2 minutes. But it took the couple 4 minutes to change together. This is the disadvantage of having too many children. You have to do more than others. But looking at the 4 babies, Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi both smiled happily again. The 2 of them sat on the edge of the bed without saying a word, but they both looked at their child together, with happiness flowing freely in their eyes. Kyoto Yi family. "Master, the eldest lady went to Hohot and found the man. Now they are together in the Jingxiu Huafu villa." A man was reporting to a middle-aged man, and that middle-aged man was the head of the Yi family, Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin nodded slightly, and the subordinate retreated. Yi Tianxin whispered, "You actually dared to go find that wild man, but you can actually live in the Jingxiu Huafu villa, king. I guess the power behind that man should not be underestimated. But if you are unhappy in the future, don't come back to me." The other side. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi came to the kitchen. After going through so much, it was already late and both of them were hungry. In the kitchen, Yi Chenxi wanted to cook, but Ling Feng refused and said, "I worked as a chef part-time before, and the food I cook is very good. Besides, women are meant to be pampered. How can they be trapped by the daily necessities of life?" After saying that, he pushed Yi Chenxi out of the kitchen, tied an apron on himself, and as the king of the villa, there were fresh ingredients in the refrigerator. Taking into consideration that Yi Chenxi might have a small appetite, Ling Feng prepared a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall and stew a pot of chicken soup. After taking out the ingredients, Ling Feng began to show off his skills. His skillful movements made him just like a five-star chef. When Ling Feng was halfway through, the charming fragrance came out through the kitchen door. Yi Chenxi was even intoxicated by it after smelling it. As Ling Feng turned off the fire, the aroma became even stronger, even more fragrant than that made in a five-star restaurant. Ling Feng placed the two dishes on the table, and Yi Chenxi couldn't take her eyes off them because the presentation of the two dishes was perfect. So I guess anyone who sees it will be unable to move. Ling Feng put the bowls and chopsticks filled with rice on the table and sat down. Yi Chenxi immediately began to inhale food like crazy, no longer caring about her image as a lady. The dishes on the plates and the rice in the bowls were disappearing quickly. Ling Feng hurriedly said, "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch the food from you." But Yi Chenxi seemed not to hear him and continued to eat quickly. Ling Feng showed a helpless look on his face. Chapter 4 Neighbors. Although Yi Chenxi ate quickly, he didn't actually eat much, with only a quarter of the food on the plate missing. "I had 1/5 of rice left and I drank a bowl of soup, so I was full and burped." Ling Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw his wife's fighting ability. Then, he ate up all the rest in a flash. Although there was still some soup left, the two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. So Ling Feng packed the soup again, put it in the refrigerator, and heated it up tomorrow. After dinner, Yi Chenxi suggested, "Ling Feng, let's go out for a walk." "Okay." So, Ling Feng put the 4 babies in the stroller, pushed the stroller, held Yi Chenxi's hand, and left the house. The couple and their 4 children were walking on the road facing the sunset. Yi Chenxi couldn't help but think of the past. But now, Yi Chenxi feels that all his previous efforts are worth it. Ling Feng was thinking, he lost them last time, this time, he must take good care of them and not lose them again. The couple and their 4 children walked like this, and the setting sun stretched their shadows very long. The years are quiet and everything is peaceful. Ling Feng and his friends walked for half an hour before turning back because Jingxiu Huafu was too big and they couldn't finish walking around it. After returning home, Ling Feng first put the 4 children on the sofa and let them play by themselves. Fortunately, the sofa in Jingxiu Huafu Villa King is very large, otherwise I would not feel safe putting the child on the sofa. Ling Feng noticed that the children's stroller was dirty and looked very worn out. Ding, system task released, wash the children's clothes, and the reward is a master-level pure handmade customized baby stroller 4-piece version. Ling Feng thought that the system was truly his adopted parent. The same goes for the other Yanzas who were reading this book, and it would give him whatever he wanted. After receiving this task, Ling Feng immediately changed the baby's clothes in order to get new strollers for them. I filled another basin with water and washed the 4 babies' clothes in the washing machine. After washing, I hung them on the balcony to dry. Ding, mission accomplished, the master-level pure hand-made customized baby stroller has been placed in the baby's room. After Ling Feng finished these things, he sat on the sofa and turned on the projector. When asked what Yi Chenxi likes to watch, Yi Chenxi replied, "Watch comedy movies." I haven't watched a comedy movie for a long time. So Ling Feng played a movie called Claw Dolls by Happy Twist and held the 4 babies beside him. Yi Fan, the 2-month-old baby, can roll over now and is the fastest learner. Ling Feng said, "Yi Fan will definitely look like me when he grows up." After all, he is also the school idol of Shanghai University and the top student in science. Yi Chenxi said, "That's not necessarily true. I am also the campus beauty of Beijing University and the top student in liberal arts." Ling Feng suddenly fell silent. Yi Chenxi couldn't help but laugh when she saw his deflated look. As a result, Ling Feng suddenly stood up and carried the children away. After carrying them, he walked towards her again. Yi Chenxi looked at his steps, her cheeks slightly red. She was not an innocent girl, so she naturally knew what Ling Feng was going to do. Ling Feng took a step forward, picked her up like a princess, and whispered in her ear, "Do you know the price of talking back at a man?" Yi Chenxi's cheeks suddenly flushed, as if she was drunk. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together, her eyes blurred. Ling Feng looked at her like this and suddenly got angry and walked quickly into the room. He pushed Yi Chenxi onto the bed, unbuckled his belt, and pressed on Yi Chenxi. The zipper of Yi Chenxi's skirt was unzipped from the back, revealing a large area of snow white. Ling Feng said in his deep voice, "I'll let you know the price." He said nothing else, but Yi Chenxi and Ling Feng's clothes were scattered on the ground. And that indescribable sound also tells of the cruelty of this war. The other side. The owner of Villa No. 2 in Jingxiu Huafu noticed Ling Feng's family and sent people to investigate Ling Feng's background. It was only found that Ling Feng's parents had both passed away. He graduated from Shanghai University, came from a poor family, and had been living by working part-time to pay for his studies over the years. But the owner of villa number 2 naturally didn't believe all this. He just thought that the power behind Ling Feng had hidden Ling Feng's life trajectory and changed to these. Because he himself is the head of a top family in Kyoto, he bought this villa as his home. But when I bought it myself, Jingxiu Huafu didn't sell villas. Therefore, those who have the right to purchase villa number 1 must be from hidden super families, and the power behind Jingxiu Huafu may also be a hidden supergroup. Tomorrow, come with me to visit the owner of villa number 1. The next day, Ling Feng woke up and saw the flawless white body in his arms, and he couldn't help but feel a little lustful again. But he finally woke up and knew that he couldn't do it now. Yi Chenxi was very tired yesterday and didn't fall asleep until 3 or 4 o'clock. Thinking about this, I stood up and went to the closet. I have to say, the system is really comprehensive and all the clothes in the closet have been prepared. Ling Feng put on his home clothes and covered Yi Chenxi with a blanket. It was already autumn in Shanghai and one would catch a cold if one was not careful. So be sure to keep warm. Ling Feng went downstairs, fried 2 eggs, toasted 4 slices of bread, and cut 2 Bear Country sausages into slices. Spread sauce on the bread, put ham on the bread, put eggs on the ham and sandwich them together. After making 2 sandwiches, I heated up 2 bags of imported milk and poured them into cups. I cut 2 more slices of persimmon and put 1 sandwich and 1 slice of persimmon on a plate, making 2 servings. After arranging the dishes, serve them on the table. Ling Feng went upstairs again and woke Yi Chenxi up. Then he heard crying. Ling Feng went to prepare milk powder for the child. After letting them drink the milk one by one, Yi Chenxi said, "Why don't you bring it up and eat it?" Good. After breakfast, Ling Feng put on the Patek Philippe master chime on the bedside table. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ling Feng said, "I'll go take a look." Okay. After saying that, he went downstairs. The cat's eye system saw that there was a middle-aged man outside, who must be from this community, otherwise the security guard would come to question him. Ling Feng opened the door. The middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect that the owner of villa number 1 was so young. This was really unexpected. "Hello, I'm your neighbor, my name is Hong Tian." "Hello, my name is Ling Feng." "Mr. Ling, could you please do me a favor and go to the tea house to have a chat?" "No need, come in if you want to chat." "Come with me." Hong Tian hurriedly caught up and walked into villa number 1. Only then did Hong Tian realize that there was a world of difference between villa number 1 and villa number 2. Ling Feng took him into the tea room on the first floor and said, "Mr. Hong, just tell me what you want to say." Hong Tian said, "Nothing, I just came to visit you. Here are some gifts, I hope you will accept them. Just leave it there. You're welcome to come next time. You're always welcome to visit me. Then I'll come here often, haha." "Mr. Hong, which family are you from?" Chapter 5 The Great Storm. I am also from Kyoto, from the Kyoto Yu family. I wonder if you have ever heard of it. The Yu family? Never heard of it. It's normal not to know. My Yu family is a hidden superclan. Even among the hidden families, my Yu family can be ranked in the top 50. How does the Yi family compare to you? The Yi family is just a small family that can only jump around in the world. Then could you please help me get the head of the Yi family out? Oh? What did my friend ask the patriarch of the Yi family to do? I want to talk to him. Sure. Then I, Ling Feng, owe you a favor. Ha ha ha. There was hearty laughter coming from the tea room. After chatting for a while, Hong Tian said goodbye. Back in villa number 2, Hong Tian couldn't help but admire that, as expected of someone from a big family, she could talk freely in front of him. Not at all restrained. He asked his subordinates to call Yi Tianxin again, and Yi Tianxin agreed to come to Shanghai tomorrow. Hong Tian called Ling Feng again. "Brother Ling, Yi Tianxin will come to Shanghai tomorrow." "Thank you, Brother Hong." "You're welcome." After saying that, he hung up the phone. But Yi Chenxi heard the 3 words Yi Tianxin. So he asked, "What is he doing in Shanghai?" "I asked him to come to Shanghai to have a chat." "It's nothing serious." "Then take me with you tomorrow." "Good." Ling Feng saw that the weather was very good today, so he thought of taking the babies out to bask in the sun. So the children were dressed and put into the new stroller. Yi Chenxi asked, "How good are you at buying a baby stroller?" Yi Chenxi was with Ling Feng the whole day yesterday, but she never saw Ling Feng buy a baby stroller. Hearing this, Ling Feng was suddenly at a loss. He couldn't say it was a reward from the system. So he could only make up a story. I bought it before, but it was in the storage room. Oh. Yi Chenxi didn't think much about it. After all, she hadn't observed the villa carefully. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi changed their clothes and pushed the stroller out the door. It was morning at this time, and the old patriarchs of each family in the community came out for a walk. But there are still not many people to be seen, because Jingxiu Huafu is so big that the flow of people is separated. But there were vaguely 2 or 3 people in front of Villa Number 1, who saw Ling Feng and his family come out. They also showed surprise. They received news that Villa Number 1 had been bought by someone, so they came around today to see if they could meet the person. But I didn't expect that I would actually meet him, and the owner of Villa Number 1 was so young. And there are 4 children, so they also thought that he might be the legitimate son of a super reclusive family. So they all came forward to make friends. Ling Feng was stunned when he saw this scene, and thought, as expected, rich people are always the center of attention. Ling Feng accepted their business cards and left. At this time, Ling Feng changed his mind and decided to go out for a walk, otherwise he would be surrounded and made friends wherever he went. So he went into the garage, drove out the Aventa nanny car, and put the 4 babies in the car. Yi Chenxi got in the car, Ling Feng sat in the driver's seat and started the car. At this time, Ling Feng suddenly thought that he should hire a driver, otherwise if he drove a Rolls-Royce, others would think he was a nouveau riche. But he came to his senses and concentrated on starting the car. Wanda Center. A man got into a fight with a store clerk. The clerk was Ling Feng's best friend Hua Yunfei, who found this job selling gold right after graduation. But now, a rich man came to buy gold, and he didn't know what he said wrong, so the customer started to scold him. Being young and frivolous, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but start scolding the guests when he heard others scolding him. They kept cursing at each other for a long time, and a circle of people had gathered at the door of the gold shop. The clerk at the gold shop also pulled Hua Yunfei and the customer aside and asked them to stop cursing, but no one listened and they continued cursing. And if there was no one to hold them back, I'm afraid a fight would have started. Ling Feng had arrived at the underground parking lot, stopped the car and turned off the engine. After taking the baby down, Yi Chenxi also got out of the car and locked it. Ling Feng planned to come to Wanda Center to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Ling Feng pushed the stroller, held Yi Chenxi's hand, and took the elevator upstairs. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw a group of people in front of the Shanghai gold shop, and Ling Feng didn't want to watch. But suddenly, Hua Yunfei's voice and another person's voice were heard, and they were scolding Hua Yunfei. Ling Feng said, "Chenxi, wait here for a while. I'll go take a look." Yi Chenxi nodded. Ling Feng walked over and squeezed into the crowd. Ling Feng saw Hua Yunfei, so he walked forward. Yunfei. Hua Yunfei looked towards the source of the voice and saw Ling Feng, so he changed his tone and said, "Ling Feng, why are you here? Don't worry about it for now. I'll explain it to you later." "What happened?" Hua Yunfei said, "This person is unreasonable. I didn't do anything but he started scolding me." Ling Feng looked at the man. "Tell me, what happened?" "Oh, young man, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. I am Feng Tao, the head of the sales department of Tianyun Group." "Oh?" Ling Feng didn't expect that this person was actually an employee of his own group. "So I advise you not to meddle in other people's business," the man said, and then glared at Ling Feng fiercely. Ling Feng suddenly said, "I will take care of this matter." After that, he took out his cell phone and called Wan Tianxua, "Come to the first floor of Wanda Center to find me. You only have 10 minutes. Feng Tao said again, "Call someone, I'll see who you can call." The reason why Feng Tao dared to say this was that Ling Feng's clothes were all junk goods that only cost 9.9 yuan on Pink Sixy, so he was so confident. Ling Feng said, "Then see who I can call." Feng Tao also took out his cell phone and made a call. "Brother-in-law, I encountered something on the first floor of Wanda Center. Can you come over?" The person on the other end of the phone said, "I just happened to be going to Wanda, and it happens to be on the first floor. I'll be there in a minute." "Okay, brother-in-law." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Feng Tao added, "Did you hear that? My brother-in-law is coming. He is the CEO of Tianyun Group, so before he comes, apologize to me quickly." Hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but sneer. It turned out that Feng Tao was Wan Tianxua's brother-in-law. He couldn't help but think that this matter was even more interesting. Moreover, someone as arrogant and domineering as Feng Tao would definitely not be able to join Tianyun Group, so he must have been arranged by Wan Tianxua. It seems that it is time for Tianyun Group to reorganize itself and dismiss incompetent people like Feng Tao. Only then can better fresh blood flow into Tianyun Group. 5 minutes later, Wan Tianchua arrived at Wanda and saw Ling Feng and Feng Tao. I thought, how could Feng Tao be with the chairman? So he hurried over. Ling Feng and Feng Tao saw Wan Tianchua at the same time, and Feng Tao waved his hand, brother-in-law, here. But Wan Tianchua seemed not to see it and passed by Ling Feng. He said respectfully, Chairman. Chapter 6: The Thieves. When Feng Tao saw the scene, he felt like the sky was falling. Reluctantly, he asked again, brother-in-law, you called him right? He is the chairman of Tianyun Group? Of course, he is the new chairman of Tianyun Group, Ling Feng. Why are you asking me that? At this time, Ling Feng spoke up, he is the person I told you about. Feng Tao saw this and said hurriedly, Ling Feng, no, Mr. Ling, can you please be magnanimous and not bother with an ant like me? Ling Feng said, how he handles it depends on your opinion. After saying that, he looked at Wan Xiangtian. Wan Xiangtian knew that this was a test from Ling Feng. If I don't handle it properly, I'm afraid I'll have to pack up and leave. So, he said ruthlessly, Feng Tao, you are arrogant and domineering in the outside world. From now on, your position as director of the sales department will be revoked. You will be suspended from your post. Tianyun Group will check your employment record. If you have taken kickbacks or accepted gifts, we will take legal action and compensate you according to the law. After saying that, he no longer looked at Feng Tao, but looked at Ling Feng. Chairman, this is okay. Ling Feng nodded slightly. I'm leaving now. I'll let the company's legal department follow up on the follow-up matters. After saying that, he left. And Wan Xiangtian looked at Feng Tao again. He said angrily, you can't mess with anyone else, but you have to mess with the new chairman. After this incident, the chairman will probably conduct a thorough investigation and kick all those good-for-nothings out of the group. Your brothers and sisters are finished this time. After saying that, Wan Xiangtian left. Only Feng Tao was left standing there in a daze. Half an hour ago, he was the sales director of Tianyun Group, with a top position above thousands of people. But just because he offended Ling Feng, he lost everything and even faced a high compensation. Feng Tao couldn't help but regret it. The other side. Ling Feng came to Hua Yunfei's side. He said, come on, come with me. After this incident, I guess you'll lose your position, so don't worry about it. Just let it go. Hua Yunfei nodded. Even if he and the chairman of Tianyun Group are good brothers, the country is behind the Shanghai gold shops, so even if you have connections and insult customers, you can't continue to do it. So he stopped thinking about it and faced Ling Feng with a smile again. Ling Feng said, that's right, a good man's ambition is to be as high as Mount Tai, what a bullshit gold shop, let's just find 10 of them. Hua Yunfei put his arm around Ling Feng's neck and said, yes, I don't like it. The road of life is long. Isn't there a road for me, Hua Yunfei, to walk? Yes, you are so outstanding, but this gold shop is not worthy of you. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the gold shop laughing. But the onlookers were not calm. They didn't expect that they would see the chairman of Tianyun Group while watching the fun. So they dispersed in a hurry, leaving quickly as if they were escaping. The other side. Ling Feng brought Hua Yunfei to Yi Chensi and the 4 babies. Before Hua Yunfei could speak, Ling Feng introduced, this is your sister-in-law, Yi Chensi. Then he said to Yi Chensi, this is my best friend from college, Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei said hurriedly, hello, sister-in-law. Yi Chensi replied, hello. Then, Hua Yunfei looked at the baby carriage again, and then at Ling Feng, as if to say, I don't intend to explain this. Ling Feng introduced, these are your nephews and nieces. Hua Yunfei looked at Ling Feng in surprise, then hugged Ling Feng's head, turned around, and whispered, how long did it take to do this? Ling Feng smiled and said, do you still remember when our dormitory went to the bar to drink a year ago? Hua Yunfei said in surprise, so it was that time. I was wondering why you didn't come back all night. It turns out you went out to do something important. As he said this, he looked at Ling Feng with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and said, since my sister-in-law is here, I won't accompany you anymore. Sister-in-law, Ling Feng, goodbye. After saying that, he waved his hand and left. Yi Chensi looked at Hua Yunfei's departing back and said to Ling Feng, your best friend is really interesting. Ling Feng said, don't worry about him, let's go shopping first and buy some clothes and daily necessities. After saying that, he took Yi Chensi's hand and walked towards the Hermes store. When the clerk saw the customer coming in, he came forward to greet him warmly. Ling Feng couldn't help but admire. It has to be Hermes, the shop assistants are just different, they don't treat people differently based on their appearance. The clerk asked, "Who are you buying for?" Ling Feng replied, "My wife and I." The clerk understood when he saw Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi holding hands. So she took Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi to the ladies' counter and recommended 4 bags, 5 skirts, and 6 sets of clothes to Yi Chenxi. Yi Chenxi looked again. Ling Feng asked, "Which ones do you like?" Yi Chenxi shook his head, but through Ling Feng's observation, Yi Chenxi must have something he liked, but just because it was too expensive, he didn't want him to spend so much money. So Ling Feng said, "Pack up all the ones she has read." Yi Chenxi tugged at his hand and said, "No, there are too many. I can't wear them all." Ling Feng said, "It's okay. Just wear them slowly. You can wear them all. Besides, isn't it said that a woman's wardrobe is always missing a bag or a piece of clothing?" After saying that, he asked the clerk to pack them all up. He asked the clerk to take him to the men's counter. Ling Feng bought 10 more sets of clothes and 2 pairs of leather shoes and asked the clerk to pack them up. The clerk finally went to settle the bill and the total amount was 2.5 million. Ling Feng took out his card and swiped it to pay. The clerk's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ling Feng. As expected, men look their best when paying, especially a handsome guy like Ling Feng who was 180 centimeters tall. After wrapping everything up, a man came in and said to Ling Feng, "Boss Ling, Boss Wan asked me to come and pick up something for you." Sure enough, Wan Shangtian sent a message to Ling Feng, "I have sent my subordinates to bring you something." Ling Feng couldn't help but admire Wan Shangtian's work. The man picked up the things and pushed the stroller, waiting for Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi to go out before following them. At this time, the man showed an evil smile. Ling Feng was about to move forward when the system suddenly said, "The baby is in danger. Please protect the baby." Ling Feng immediately looked behind him and saw the man smiling evilly. He took off his wig and hood, revealing his real face. It turned out to be Feng Tao. Ling Feng's heart tightened. Feng Tao said, "You didn't expect it, it was me. My team forced Wan Shangtian to send that message. My team is called the Thieves. It's you, the ones who escaped from prison. Ha, it's too late to react now. I'll take your babies away first." At this moment Ling Feng suddenly pounced forward. Before Feng Tao could react, no, it should be Lang Yangzi who knocked him down before he could react. Yi Chenxi hurriedly picked up Ling Feng's phone and called Yang Tianhua. Chapter 7 Miraculous Escape. After 2 beeps, Yang Tianhua's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Ling, what happened?" Yi Chenxi said hurriedly, "We were robbed in Wanda, please send someone over quickly." Yang Tianhua said, "Okay, the people will be here soon." Then Yi Chenxi hung up the phone. He hurriedly called the Shanghai Police Department, described their specific location, and informed them of the current situation. A voice came from the other end of the phone, "Okay, the police will be here soon. If the criminals have controlled knives, please don't act rashly." "Okay." After saying that, Yi Chenxi hung up the phone. At this time, Ling Feng and Lang Yangzi were already wrestling with each other, but Lang Yangzi was clearly in the upper hand. Yi Chenxi looked at this scene and felt extremely anxious, but he knew that if he stepped forward now, he would only make things worse and would be of no use. This kind of helplessness deep in his heart made Yi Chenxi extremely anxious. Then, observing that Lang Yangzi suddenly smiled evilly, Yi Chenxi had a premonition that something was wrong. He wanted to speak up to remind Ling Feng, but it was too late. The next second, a white light flashed, and a dagger was inserted straight into Ling Feng's right shoulder. Blood flowed out, and the scarlet blood soon soaked Ling Feng's clothes. Ling Feng felt pain and was not paying attention for a moment, allowing Lang Yangzi to take advantage of the opportunity. Lang Yangzi pulled out the dagger that was stuck in Ling Feng's right shoulder, and stabbed Ling Feng again. After 5 or 6 stabs, the ground was covered with Ling Feng's blood. The scene was bloody, and Lang Yangzi was still saying ferociously, "I told you to fire me, I told you to fire me, this is what happens when you mess with me. Ha 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 ha." After saying this, he smiled strangely. Just at this moment, a person walked out from behind Yi Chenxi. Said, "Boss, what should we do with this woman?" As he spoke, he showed an obscene smile. At this time, Lang Yangzi seemed to be certain that Ling Feng was definitely dead. He stood up and said, "She's not bad looking. Take her back for the brothers to play with." After Lang Yangzi finished speaking, Yi Chenxi felt dizzy and then lost consciousness. The system's voice sounded again in Ling Feng's mind. Ding, the host is detected to be in danger, and has been successfully rescued. Ding, the host has left a great father image in the child's heart, rewarded with a tough body, and gifted the mastery of the 12 styles of the dragon subduing kung fu. Then, Ling Feng regained consciousness. Seeing Yi Chenxi being knocked unconscious, Ling Feng was furious. He immediately blasted out the 18 dragon subduing palms at Lang Yangzi, and Lang Yangzi was about to have his men tie Yi Chenxi up. When Lang Yangzi was suddenly hit by Ling Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms, he was caught off guard and was blown away. He fell to the ground more than 20 meters away, spit out a ball of blood from his mouth, and then collapsed to the ground. Lang Yangzi's subordinate was not at all panicked when he saw the scene. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh, he is indeed a guy with so much blood on his hands. Suddenly, the subordinate rushed towards Ling Feng with a dagger in his hand, as if he wanted to stab Ling Feng to death with one blow. Seeing this, Ling Feng did not dare to be arrogant. Although the system said that it had given him a tough body, he did not know whether he could withstand the attack of the dagger. Then, a dragon subduing fist was thrown out. The dragon subduing fist seemed to be mixed with the power of heaven and earth, creating momentum in the air, and a dragon roar that broke the silence. That punch seemed to want to break the heaven and earth, and the fist shining with golden light blasted forward. With one punch, the subordinate who was several meters away was knocked 20 meters away. The man spat out a ball of blood from his mouth and collapsed to the ground. Ling Feng then discovered that there had been no one on this floor since they came up, and there was no one there now. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel guilty and asked, "Why didn't I discover this problem at the beginning?" At this time, Yang Tianhua came up with a group of bodyguards. Seeing Ling Feng's clothes covered in blood, but without a single wound on his body, what was going on? Yang Tianhua looked at the other two people again. They didn't have any major wounds, just a pool of blood under their bodies. I couldn't help but feel even more confused. Could it be that one of these three people had the ability to revive? But he put aside his doubts and asked anxiously, "Chairman, are you okay? Don't worry about me first, save Chenxi." Ling Feng said anxiously. "Chairman, please don't worry. Doctor, go up and see how the wife is doing." Yang Tianhua said to the people behind him. Someone immediately came out from behind and walked quickly to Yi Chenxi. "Auscultate her and feel her pulse." "Chairman, the lady is fine. She was just drugged and fainted. She will wake up after a while," the medical staff said. Only then did Ling Feng's heart finally settle down. "Okay, I understand," Ling Feng replied. At this time, Yang Tianhua saw the things on the ground in the baby carriage. "Chairman, let me take you home." "Good." At this time, Yang Tianhua looked at his men, who immediately understood and hurried forward to help Ling Feng carry the bag and push the stroller away. Ling Feng originally wanted to push the stroller himself, but then he thought about how he still had to hold his wife, and Yang Tianhua was also there this time. So he asked them to push the stroller, and Ling Feng picked up Yi Chenxi and walked forward. P.S. This chapter is short of 500 words, which will be added on the 6th. Chapter 8 Processing. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, Yang Tianhua and his men put the things into the car and put the 4 children in the back seat. Ling Feng also carried Yi Chenxi to the back seat. After Ling Feng put Yi Chenxi down, he sat in the passenger seat. Yang Tianhua also glanced at his men, signaling them to go first. When his men saw this, they left immediately. Yang Tianhua also sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. Afterwards, Yang Tianhua drove the car out of the underground parking lot. At this time, Ling Feng suddenly said in a deep voice, "How should this matter be handled?" Yang Tianhua said, "Chairman, you don't have to worry about this matter. I will take care of it." "Okay, I hope you can do this well." Yang Tianhua said, "Chairman, how long will it take for you to go to the group to take a look? The employees also want to see your splendor." "Don't worry, I'll go there in the next few days and get rid of the pests in the company." Ling Feng looked out the window and said calmly. Yang Tianhua was not surprised by this. After all, the person in charge of this incident was the head of the company's sales department. If Ling Feng didn't do this time, he would feel contempt for Ling Feng in his heart. But the newly appointed young chairman did not sit idly by, but instead acted like an old businessman who had been in the business world for many years. The solution to this matter was decided calmly. This couldn't help but make Yang Tianhua feel a little admiration for Ling Feng. After saying this, there was no sound in the car. Just past 2 intersections. Ling Feng spoke again, "Find me a driver who can also serve as a bodyguard." After this incident, Ling Feng's obsession with having a bodyguard became even stronger. If there had been a bodyguard by his side this time, the series of events that followed would not have been so tragic. Yang Tianhua said, "Okay, chairman." After driving for a while, the car drove into Jingxiu Huafu, and Yang Tianhua drove into Ling Feng's garage. After parking the car, Yang Tianhua got out, carried his things to the villa, and pushed the 4 children up in the stroller. At this time, Ling Feng also came up carrying Yi Chenxi. Yang Tianhua asked again, "Chairman, is there anything else I can help you with?" Ling Feng said, "You go back first. I'll call you if I have something." Ling Feng carried Yi Chenxi to the 2nd floor and put her on the big bed. When Yang Tianhua saw Ling Feng carrying Yi Chenxi upstairs, he knew that there was nothing for him to do, so he left. 2nd floor, in the bedroom. As soon as Ling Feng took off his shirt, Yi Chenxi woke up. Just as he was about to turn his head to look at Ling Feng, he saw this scene. You know, it's only early autumn in Shanghai at this time, so it's not too cold. Ling Feng was not wearing any clothes under his shirt, so Yi Chenxi could see the graceful curve of Ling Feng's back. Although it wasn't the first time I saw it, this was when I saw it without doing anything. Yi Chenxi was immediately fascinated and couldn't take his eyes away. At this time, Ling Feng was holding a pair of shorts and was about to take a shower. As soon as he turned around, his perfect 8-pack abs and strong pectoral muscles were revealed. Ling Feng was just about to go to the bathroom to take a shower when he suddenly felt a pair of burning eyes staring at him. Ling Feng looked back and met Yi Chenxi's gaze. Yi Chenxi's pretty face suddenly turned as red as an apple, so red that it seemed like water was about to drip out. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, and he said, "Why, do you want it?" Yi Chenxi replied hesitantly, I didn't. Ling Feng said, "If you want it, just say it boldly. We are already an old married couple." After saying that, he picked up Yi Chenxi and walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 9 The Power Behind the Yi Family. Ling Feng picked up Yi Chenxi, and Yi Chenxi immediately thought of some embarrassing things. Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi with a face as red as if water was about to drip. He said, "You are already an old married couple, why are you still shy?" After saying that, a hand turned on the water in the bathtub. Ling Feng first put Yi Chenxi on the ground, and then kissed Yi Chenxi's rosy lips. One hand was placed behind Yi Chenxi, and the other hand went along Yi Chenxi's neck and touched the towering peak. Yi Chenxi's eyes gradually became blurred, and Ling Feng had already pulled open Yi Chenxi's skirt with one hand and threw it aside. Ling Feng took off Yi Chenxi's underwear and unbuttoned his own pants. Yi Chenxi's perfect body was revealed naked in front of Ling Feng. It is snow white and beautiful, like a work of art. When Ling Feng saw Yi Chenxi like this, he instantly felt a raging fire burning in his heart. I'm sure you want to read what happens next, so the thoughtful author has skipped it for you. 5 hours later, Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi were lying naked on the bed. Yi Chenxi drew small circles on Ling Feng's hard chest. Suddenly asked, "Ling Feng, do you love me?" AI, why do you suddenly think of asking this question? I just feel that what happened in the past few days is too dreamy, so I always feel that you accept me because of the child. No, the child is only a very small factor. What I really love is you as a person. Not you who are embellished by children. Oh, okay. If you continue to have such wild thoughts, I will punish you. Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi with ill intention. Yi Chenxi's cheeks suddenly became hot, and he quickly replied, "Okay, I got it." Then she jumped out of the quilt, but she suddenly felt cold. Only then did she remember that she was still dressed. When Ling Feng saw Yi Chenxi's actions, he couldn't help but stare at Yi Chenxi. Yi Chenxi met Ling Feng's gaze and her cheeks flushed. He said anxiously, "Ling Feng, turn around quickly and don't look." Ling Feng's heart was burning with desire, but he still said, "Okay, I'll turn around and not look." Having said that, he turned around. But his other hand picked up the phone and secretly placed it on his back. Yi Chenxi didn't notice Ling Feng's little trick and thought Ling Feng was really that easy. He began to put on his clothes. After that, Yi Chenxi looked at Ling Feng again. Said, "Ling Feng, turn around, I'm dressed." Then, Ling Feng turned around, and the phone fell on the bed with a bang. Ling Feng hurriedly tried to hide his phone, but Yi Chenxi discovered Ling Feng's little action. Yi Chenxi shouted angrily, "Ling Feng." Then she pounced on Ling Feng and gently hit Ling Feng's shoulder with her pink little fist. Ling Feng pretended to feel pain and acted like he was injured, saying, "Oh, you broke my bones." Yi Chenxi couldn't help but laugh and said, "I didn't use any strength at all." Ling Feng said, anyway, my shoulder hurts, and you are the only one who touched my shoulder in the past few hours, it must be you. After saying that, Ling Feng pretended to look pitiful again, as if he was really injured. Yi Chenxi was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt as if he had really done it. But before she could think more, she was pressed down by Ling Feng. Ling Feng said, you hurt my shoulder, so as an apology, you have to bear some punishment. After saying that, he stared at certain parts of Yi Chenxi with ill intent. Yi Chenxi noticed Ling Feng's look and said, but it just ended. Ling Feng said, it's okay, I won't get tired even if I do it 10 more times. After saying that, Ling Feng took off the clothes that Yi Chenxi had just put on. Then, some indescribable noises were heard from the master bedroom of the villa. 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chenxi had completely collapsed in Ling Feng's arms. Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi's sleeping posture, and the scene just now came to his mind again. But just as he was daydreaming, Ling Feng suddenly heard a shrill cry. Only then did Ling Feng remember that he still had 4 children. So I hurriedly got out of bed, put on my clothes, and went to the children's room. When Ling Feng looked into the children's room, he saw tears on the faces of the 4 babies. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw it, thinking, the 4 children must have scolded him over and over again. Ling Feng hurriedly made 4 bottles of milk powder, 1 for each child, and fed the milk into the 4 children's stomachs. At this time, the 4 children finally stopped crying and looked at the ceiling with inquiring eyes. Ling Feng looked at the 4 children and couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness in his heart. At this time, Ling Feng observed that the children's clothes were dirty. Ling Feng then thought of changing the children's clothes. However, Ling Feng then realized that the children seemed to have only this one set of clothes, and Yi Chenxi washed them every time. They wrapped the children in quilts and put their clothes in direct sunlight. Wait until the clothes are dry before putting them on the children. Ling Feng realized that this was obviously not going to work. First, children are prone to catching colds. Second, children do not have spare clothes and always wear the same clothes, which easily breeds bacteria. So Ling Feng called Yang Tianhua again. Yang Tianhua's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chairman, what's the matter? Ling Feng asked, do you have the phone number of a manufacturer that produces children's clothing? It has to be of guaranteed quality. Chairman, our Tianyun Group has a manufacturer that specializes in children's clothing, and the quality is excellent. Okay, then give me the manufacturer's phone number and I'll contact them personally. I see. I'll give you the phone number of the factory owner. Ling Feng heard that Yang Tianhua was talking about the phone number of the factory owner, but he did not refuse because he is now the chairman of Tianyun Group. It would be a demeaning act to be able to call the manufacturer in person, let alone call customer service. So Ling Feng replied calmly, okay. Just when Ling Feng was about to call the manufacturer's owner, Hong Tian called first. Ling Feng answered the phone and Hong Tian's deep voice came from the other end. Brother Ling, Yi Tianxin has arrived in Shanghai today. Are you going to meet him today? Now. Ling Feng thought about it and looked at the time again. It was almost 8 o'clock. So he replied, let's go tomorrow, it's too late today. Hong Tian said, okay, I understand. I'll ask my men to talk to Yi Tianxin. Thank you for your help, Brother Hong. It's okay, it's just a few words. After saying that, Hong Tian hung up the phone. The other side. Inside the Yi family manor in Shanghai. Yi Tianxin looked at the caller ID on his phone and was furious. He whispered, that old fellow Hong Tian is making a fool of me. I came here at 9 in the morning, but he didn't answer me. It's already 8 p.m. and you've just replied to my message. If it weren't for the fact that the power behind the Yi family has remained relatively low profile in recent years. How can you, Hong Tian, give me instructions? After saying that, Yi Tianxin slammed the table hard. Chapter 10 Ordering Clothes. At 8:30 in the evening, in Villa number 1 of Jingxiu Huafu. Ling Feng had just finished feeding the children and burping them. Ling Feng picked up the phone and called Yang Tianhua. Beep, beep. After 2 rings, Yang Tianhua's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chairman, what's wrong? Ling Feng said, arrange 2 bodyguards for me tomorrow. I'm going out to meet someone. Yang Tianhua said, okay, Chairman. Ling Feng hung up the phone. Then I called the owner of the manufacturer of children's clothing. Ling Feng asked, is it factory owner Han? Han Ping asked, you are Chairman Ling, right? Ling Feng said, yes. I've long heard of your name, Mr. Ling, said Han Ping. Similarly, I often hear news about you from Vice President Young. The fact that you can lead a children's clothing factory to its current height is enough to prove your strength. Ling Feng first praised Han Ping's achievements and then got to the point. Director Han, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. I'll get straight to business. Han Ping said, You say. Well, I have 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, and I want to customize a batch of clothes for them. I wonder if Director Han can help me with this question. Han Ping said, Of course, it is our duty to do things for you. I will provide a batch of clothes for your children all year round. If there is a difference in size, you can always tell me and I will order my staff to change the size. Of course, you'll need to give me the children's clothing sizes to facilitate customization. Ling Feng said, Okay, then I'll trouble Factory Master Han. No trouble, no trouble, how can it be troublesome to do things for you? Let's add WeChat first. I'll send you the baby's size in WeChat in a moment. Director Ling, my WeChat ID is this phone number. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Ling Feng hung up the phone, opened WeChat chat, and entered Han Ping's mobile number. Ling Feng sent a friend request, and Han Ping accepted it immediately after he finished. Then, Ling Feng looked at the child's previous size and sent the previous size over. Han Ping immediately replied, Received, Director Ling. After Ling Feng sent the message, he turned off his phone and went to the kitchen. Ling Feng thought that Yi Chensi definitely couldn't eat spicy food right now, so he made a pot of tomato and egg soup. I also made a steamed basa fish. After finishing the meal, Ling Feng brought it to the living room on the second floor and went to wake up Yi Chensi. When Ling Feng was trying to wake Yi Chensi up, Yi Chensi woke up. Yi Chensi saw Ling Feng and wanted to sit up, but suddenly felt a piercing pain. The pain made Yi Chensi gasp. Then, Yi Chensi looked at Ling Feng with resentful eyes again. He said resentfully, It's all your fault. I can't even move now. Ling Feng watched Yi Chensi's actions and heard Yi Chensi's words. He immediately thought, I am too strong and I have made my wife unable to get out of bed. Ling Feng scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said apologetically, Sorry, I won't do it again next time. Yi Chensi said, I still want a next time, but there won't be a next time. No, wife. Ling Feng quickly pleaded for his little brother. But Yi Chensi didn't reply. Ling Feng said again, Wife, let's not get angry and eat first, okay? After Ling Feng finished speaking, he brought the food to the coffee table in the bedroom. He scooped a bowl of tomato and egg soup and placed it on the bedside table, then scooped a bowl of rice for Yi Chensi and brought the steamed basa fish to the bedside table. Ling Feng thought with admiration, It has to be villa number 1, the bedside tables in the bedroom are this big, otherwise there would be too little space for the food. Chapter 11 This Life. Ling Feng brought the food to the bedside table. He picked up the rice and brought it to Yi Chensi's mouth, wanting to feed it to her, but Yi Chensi pushed his hand away. He meant that he didn't want Ling Feng to feed him. But when Ling Feng saw Yi Chensi's appearance, he said, Let me feed you. It's not convenient for you now. But Yi Chensi was a little shy. After all, in the past 20 years or so of her life, she had only been fed by her father and mother. That was when he was very young. Not to mention a man feeding her so intimately. So Yi Chensi subconsciously refused. But Ling Feng was very strong this time and said, No, you are not in good health now, and it is not convenient for you to move. Yi Chensi was about to speak, but Ling Feng said firmly, Okay, don't say anything else, I'll feed you this time. Okay. Seeing Ling Feng being so strong, Yi Chensi did not refuse anymore and let Ling Feng feed him. Ling Feng fed the rice into Yi Chensi's mouthful by mouthful. Although the two did not exchange a single word during this period, their actions showed intimacy, as if the two had really merged together. They are born to work together in a romantic drama. It's a pity that it's night time now. If it were evening, the ray of setting sun shining through the window would look like a soft ambient light. But there are lights at night, and when the lights shine down, it seems as if the love between the two has permeated the air. After Ling Feng finished feeding Yi Chensi, he said softly, Chensi, lie down first. If you are tired, go to sleep first. I'll go check on the babies again. Yi Chensi said, Afam, why don't you bring the babies to this room and let them sleep with us? Ling Feng thought for a while and said, Okay, why didn't I think of it? It has to be our Chensi. Yi Chensi blushed and pretended to hit Ling Feng with her little pink fist. And said shyly, who is your family? Ling Feng pretended to be hurt by Yi Chensi's beating and said, I was beaten by you, you have to compensate me. I don't want anything from you, I just want you as a person. Okay, you must be mine now, otherwise, I will sue you in court. Ling Feng said again. Yi Chenxi seemed to have not expected Ling Feng to do this, and was stunned for 2 seconds. Her blushing face turned even redder, but she continued speaking along with Ling Feng's words. Yi Chenxi said playfully, Pai, I never thought that I would be kidnapped by someone just by going out for a walk. Forget it. I've been ruined by some people in this life. But if anyone dares to treat me badly, I will change my attitude. After saying that, he glared at Ling Feng in a fierce manner. Ling Feng said, well, it seems that I am destined to be disciplined for the rest of my life. After saying that, he let out another long sigh. Yi Chenxi smiled and said, okay, stop playing and go pick up the child. Ling Feng immediately stood up straight and said, got it, chief, complete the task immediately. After saying that, he trotted out of the bedroom. Yi Chenxi sat on the bed, watching this scene, and couldn't help but smile brightly. Ling Feng jogged all the way to the child's room. I put the child in the stroller, and placed necessary items such as milk powder, diapers and milk warmer on both sides of the stroller. After putting it away, Ling Feng pushed the stroller out of the children's room. Chapter 12 Yi Chenxi's Love. Ling Feng pushed the stroller to the master bedroom. Ding, system task released, give the child a bath, reward 4 Norton customized luxury cribs. Ling Feng suddenly looked at the babies. Indeed, the babies hadn't had a bath for almost a week, and it was time for them to take a bath. So he suggested, Chenxi, I'll go give the child a bath. Okay. Yi Chenxi said. Yi Chenxi thought in her heart, Feng is thoughtful enough to even think of such a small thing as giving the child a bath. Seeing that Yi Chenxi agreed, Ling Feng said, Chenxi, it's not convenient for you now. I'll just go and give them a bath. Don't worry about it. After saying that, Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi's lower body again. Yi Chenxi looked in the direction of Ling Feng's gaze, and her cheeks couldn't help but flush. Like the buzzing sound of a mosquito, it replied weakly, okay. After getting Yi Chenxi's permission, Ling Feng turned a corner and pushed the stroller towards the bathroom and the master bedroom. But Yi Chenxi, who was lying on the bed, had red cheeks. Yi Chenxi thought to herself, how come I feel so touched by this man's words? But I comforted myself by thinking, no, it must be because Ling Feng's words were too dirty, so I felt so deeply touched. Yes, that must be the case. But deep down I couldn't help but think, I might really be in love with this man. Because Yi Chenxi could feel that there was indeed a little love for Ling Feng in her heart, and this love did not come from the relationship between Bao Bao and Ling Feng. It's just because she likes Ling Feng, it has nothing to do with any other reason, it's just that Yi Chenxi doesn't want to admit it. But now, her love for Ling Feng could no longer be suppressed, so when Ling Feng said such words, she had such a big reaction. The other side. Ling Feng pushed the strollers carrying the 4 babies into the bathroom. Then he took off the clothes of the 4 babies one by one and placed them next to the bathtub. When Ling Feng saw the bathtub, he thought it was too big and not convenient for bathing the children. So I thought, when I go to see Yi Tianqing tomorrow, I will buy a bathtub for the baby. But today I have no choice but to wash them like this. At worst, I can be more careful and wash them one by one. Ling Feng turned on the bathroom heater and closed the bathroom door. Ling Feng first adjusted the water heater to the appropriate water temperature, and then turned on the faucet. After placing a basin of water, Ling Feng remembered that the system in his own storage room should also have prepared things like inflatable toys. So he hurried out and went to the storage room on the first floor. When I opened the door of the storage room, I saw that there was a reason why the villa was expensive. The storage room was about 100 square meters, and all the items inside were neatly arranged, like an exhibition. The items are basically complete, even small umbrellas are available. Ling Feng searched for a while and indeed found an inflatable mattress with a 1 meter by 1 meter mark on it. This fit right in with the bathtub, so Ling Feng took it in his hand. Ling Feng started looking for the air pump again. The air pump and the inflatable mattress were in the same row, so Ling Feng saw it at a glance. Ling Feng took the 2 things, locked the door of the storage room, and ran back to the bedroom on the second floor. Back in the bedroom, Ling Feng unpacked the 2 items and plugged the air pump into the socket. Then connect the inflatable mattress to the air pump and turn on the air pump. The air pump inflated the mattress in just 2 minutes. Ling Feng turned off the air pump, took the inflatable bed and walked into the bathroom. But the moment Ling Feng opened the door, a look of horror appeared on his face. Chapter 13 Persistence. Ling Feng was horrified when he saw the scene in the bathroom. I saw 4 babies falling out of the bathtub onto the ground. Moreover, the bright red on their bodies after the fall made Ling Feng feel particularly terrified. But the 4 babies seemed fine and were still crawling on the ground. And there was a bright smile on his face. The 4 babies seemed to be competing to see who could crawl faster. Seeing this, Ling Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he finally let go of his worry. Ling Feng walked in, and with his long legs, he went into the bathroom. Ling Feng first put the inflatable mattress in the bathtub, then picked up the 4 children and put them back on the inflatable mattress. The 4 children lay on the inflatable mattress, like 4 exquisite porcelain pieces, carved out of jade. Ling Feng was also mesmerized for a moment. But with a cry, Ling Feng came back to his senses. It turned out that the 4 babies felt cold. Although the bathroom heater was on, the babies were not wearing any clothes. I was having so much fun playing on the floor just now that I forgot about it. Now that I'm lying on the mattress, I remember things that I haven't played with. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, in the minds of children, they don't think about anything when they are playing. But Ling Feng still hurriedly put the crying Yi Feng into the water. Yi Feng seemed to feel the warmth of the water after his entire body entered the water. He immediately stopped crying and making a fuss, and instead showed an expression of enjoyment. When the other 3 babies saw Yi Feng's appearance, they immediately started crying. It seemed as if he wanted to use this method to get Ling Feng's attention and put himself in the water to take a bath. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. There are no special bathtubs for bathing children now, so I can only hold them in my arms and bathe them one by one. But now, all 4 children have to wash, which makes Ling Feng a little distressed. Suddenly, Ling Feng thought of a good idea. Since he couldn't take care of them all, why not let them play by themselves? Although there are no children's bathtubs now, you can inflate an inflatable mattress and let it support the children. Keep them from falling into the water, but allow children's bodies to come into contact with the water. Thinking of doing it quickly, Ling Feng first placed the 4 babies on the edge outside the bathtub. He then took out the inflatable mattress, opened the air holes, and let out about 2/5 of the air. Close the air holes again and place the air mattress in the bathtub. The inflatable mattress just doesn't float to the surface of the water, but it also doesn't fall to the bottom of the tank. About 15 centimeters from the water surface. The 4 babies were placed on the inflatable mattresses, with half of their bodies submerged in water. The 4 babies finally stopped crying, and instead an expression of enjoyment appeared on their little faces. Ling Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 babies used their little arms to stir the water, creating ripples. Ling Feng felt like something was missing. After thinking carefully, he realized that it was the toys the babies used when taking a bath. Ling Feng wanted to look for it in the storage room, but thought that it might not be there either, so he could only buy it tomorrow. At first, the 4 babies just used their arms to paddle the water, but later, they seemed to feel that paddling the water was no longer fun. He started splashing water again, and later even wanted to splash the water on the children around him. But in the end, his strength was too weak and he failed to splash the water. But he kept trying, and even though he didn't succeed every time, he still persisted. Ling Feng felt relieved to see that they kept splashing water. If someone is willing to persist in doing something at such a young age, he will definitely be a persistent person in the future. Ling Feng thought so. I brought the eldest child over again and wanted to give him a bath, but at this moment, an accident happened. Chapter 14 Crib. Because the baby's body was too slippery, Ling Feng was reluctant to use a lot of strength to grab the baby. So when Yifan struggled, he fell straight into the water with a splash. Ling Feng hurriedly stretched out his 2 slender arms to try to grab Yifan. But it was of no avail. Yifan still fell into the water. Ling Feng immediately fished Yifan out again. Although the speed was very fast, this series of events happened in just a split second. But the eldest brother Yifan still choked on the water. Ling Feng hurriedly patted Yifan on the back and helped him get the water out. At this time, Yi Chenxi rushed into the bathroom, as if he had received telepathic inspiration. Yi Chenxi's first words were, "Ling Feng, is everything okay?" Ling Feng replied, "Nothing, something just happened and I solved it." Yi Chenxi said, "Well, I felt that the baby seemed to be in danger, so I came in." Ling Feng did not hide anything and told Yi Chenxi what had just happened. When Yi Chenxi heard that Yifan was drowning, his face turned pale. But when she heard that everything was fine in the end, Yi Chenxi patted her plump chest. Then he said, "It's good that everything is all right." Ling Feng asked, "Aren't you in pain? How can you still get out of bed?" Yi Chenxi replied, "I just felt a sense of crisis, so I forced myself to get off the ground, not because it didn't hurt. Since everything is all right, I'll go back." All right. After saying that, Yi Chenxi walked out of the bathroom, and Ling Feng gave the 4 children another bath. Then, Ling Feng gained experience, so he could bathe the children more smoothly. So everything was fine after that. An hour later, Ling Feng finished bathing all 4 children and carried them out of the bathroom. Ding, complete the task and get 4 Norton customized luxury cribs as a reward. The baby crib has been placed in the storage room on the 2nd floor. Please check it in time. Ling Feng looked at the system panel and thought, I finally completed this task, it was not easy. Ling Feng first put the 4 children on the bed in the master bedroom. Said, Chenxi, I will go to the storage room to find cribs for the babies, you keep an eye on them. Okay. Yi Chenxi replied. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he walked out of the bedroom and walked towards the storage room with his long legs. Ling Feng walked to the storage room, opened the door, and saw 4 baby cribs placed where the cabinets were originally. A crib is 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters, and the doors of the storage room and the bedroom are very large. Otherwise, they couldn't move in. The empty space in the bedroom is also very large, which is more than enough to put these 4 beds. Ling Feng carried a bed by himself and moved it out of the storage room. Ling Feng is the forward of the basketball team at school. He has excellent physical coordination and great strength. So I didn't feel tired at all when moving a bed. Ling Feng moved the bed, went out through the storage room door, and moved it to the master bedroom. Yi Chenxi saw Ling Feng moving a bed by himself. Ling Feng couldn't help but be lost in thought. He sweated a little, wetting his shirt slightly and revealing his 8-pack abs. There was also a drop of sweat about to fall on Ling Feng's beautiful jawline, making Ling Feng's face even more beautiful. Ling Feng's appearance at this moment was full of masculine hormones and looked like a handsome man. It wasn't until Ling Feng placed the crib on the ground next to the bed that Yi Chenxi came back to his senses. At this moment, only a bang sound was heard. Chapter 15 Lifetime Protection, Lifetime Love. The 4th child, Yi Feng, fell to the ground without paying attention. Ling Feng ran over hurriedly and picked up Yi Feng, but Yi Feng was already crying. She cried so hard that her eyes were wet with tears. Ling Feng felt very distressed, but he still comforted her. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry, baby. Ling Feng said, Baby, don't cry. If you don't cry, I will sing a nursery rhyme for you. This time, Yi Feng seemed to understand Ling Feng's words and stopped crying in an instant. Ling Feng sang, 2 tigers, 2 tigers. Run faster, run faster. One has no eyes. One has no tail. How strange. How strange. After Ling Feng finished singing, Yi Feng still opened his big eyes and looked at Ling Feng, as if he wanted to hear another song. Ling Feng could only go along with him. And sang, Twinkle, twinkle little star. The sky is full of little stars. After Ling Feng finished singing, Yi Feng fell asleep. So Ling Feng carried him to the bed, and the other children seemed to hear Ling Feng's melodious singing. They all fell asleep. Although there is only a crib in the bedroom now, the 4 children are only babies less than 1 year old. So a baby can sleep in a crib without feeling crowded. But Ling Feng thought about it and moved another 3 cribs into the bedroom. In this way, the master bedroom no longer appears empty, but instead has a warm feeling with the decoration of 4 cribs. After Ling Feng put the crib in place, he placed the 4 babies in 4 separate cribs. There are bedding on the crib, and the system has also thoughtfully prepared 2 pink beds and 2 blue beds, just right for 2 boys and 2 girls. After Ling Feng finished these things, he looked at the time and it was already 12 o'clock. So he asked Yi Chenxi, Are you going to wash up? Yi Chenxi said, I won't wash up today. I'm too tired. Okay, I'll go wash up then. After saying that, Ling Feng walked into the bathroom and started washing up. 10 minutes later. After Ling Feng finished washing up, he went to bed, and Yi Chenxi lay on Ling Feng's hard chest. Ling Feng also hugged Yi Chenxi in his arms. One hand started to become dishonest again and had already reached into Yi Chenxi's pajamas. Yi Chenxi pushed Ling Feng's arm and said, Feng, go to sleep. I'm tired. When Ling Feng heard this, he pulled his arm out and said, Okay, since you are tired, go to sleep. After saying that, Ling Feng turned off the lights, hugged Yi Chenxi, closed his eyes, and Yi Chenxi also closed her beautiful eyes. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Ling Feng got up early. This was a habit he developed when he was in school, going to bed early and getting up early. After Ling Feng got up, he washed up first and then went to the kitchen on the 2nd floor to prepare breakfast. Ling Fong cooked a pot of seafood porridge and fried 2 steaks imported from the Netherlands. After finishing, Ling Fong brought the breakfast into the bedroom and placed it on the bedside table. Yi Chensi seemed to smell the aroma of steak, sniffed it, and then opened his eyes. When Yi Chensi opened his eyes, he saw Ling Fong. Ling Fong was wearing an apron and looked like a good family man. Ling Fong noticed Yi Chensi's gaze, so he turned his head and met Yi Chensi's eyes. Ling Fong spoke first. "Chensi, get up first. I have prepared breakfast. Get up and eat." "Okay." Then, Yi Chensi looked at the breakfast again, his eyes suddenly sparkled, and he sucked his saliva, looking like a foodie. At this time, Yi Chensi suddenly said, "Ling Fong, you raised me so well, if one day you leave, how can I adapt to life without you?" Ling Fong replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I leave you? I mean, just in case. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I, Ling Fong, will protect you 5 mothers for the rest of my life. I swear to God, if I, Ling Fong, hadn't been by your side all this time, I would." Before Ling Fong could finish speaking, Yi Chensi covered Ling Feng's mouth with her fair hand. "I don't allow you to say anything. I know what you mean. There's no need to say any more." After saying this, Yi Chensi got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Ling Fong looked at Yi Chensi's back and couldn't help but think of something. Chapter 16 Division of Labor. Ling Fong thought, "I will go to meet Yi Tianxin today. Although this man is vicious, he is indeed Chensi's father. Although he has made an appointment with Yi Tianxin through Hong Tian, today's meeting will definitely not be simple." But Ling Fong was just thinking about it. He believed that he had always been a man who could deal with any situation head-on. So no matter what happens today, he is confident that he can handle the problem well. So I didn't think too much about it. Ling Fong went to the kitchen again and scooped a bowl of seafood porridge for Yi Chensi and him, and brought it to the coffee table in the master bedroom. Because he just remembered that Yi Chensi could go out today, and there was a coffee table in the master bedroom. Then why not eat on the coffee table? Ling Fong felt that he was really stupid today. Ling Fong also brought the steak to the coffee table. After putting the meal aside, Ling Fong waited for Yi Chensi to finish washing up. Half an hour later, Yi Chensi finally finished washing up, but Ling Fong was thinking, sure enough, a woman's washing speed cannot be compared with a man's washing speed. But Ling Fong didn't say anything, because he felt that although women washed slowly, they were indeed more delicate than men. Maybe that's why they are slow. Ling Fong saw Yi Chensi coming out and said, "Chensi, come and eat. It may be a little cold. If it affects the taste, tell me and I will heat it up." Yi Chensi sat down, picked up the knife and fork, elegantly cut off a piece of steak, put it in his mouth and chewed it gently. Until he swallowed the steak, Yi Chensi's movements were very elegant. Ling Fong thought, as expected of the eldest daughter of a large family, her manners are indeed dignified. Yi Chensi swallowed the steak, nodded slightly, and said, "No problem, it's delicious, the taste is excellent." Ling Fong said, "As long as the taste is good, it's fine. Because it takes a long time to fry, I'm afraid it will affect the taste." After Ling Fong finished speaking, he picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece of steak and began to taste it. Half an hour later, the steaks on their plates had been cleaned up, and the seafood porridge in their bowls had been finished. Both of them held tissues in their hands and wiped the corners of their mouths. Ling Fong wanted to take the dishes to wash, but was stopped by Yi Chensi. Yi Chensi said, "We will have a clear division of labor from now on. You cook and I wash the dishes. Everyone must fulfill their own responsibilities. This division of labor starts today. You cook today, so it's my turn to wash the dishes." After Yi Chensi finished speaking, he picked up the plate and walked towards the kitchen. Ling Fong looked at Yi Chensi, and he became more determined to win his father-in-law's heart when he met him today, and let his father-in-law witness the happy moment of him and Yi Chensi. Yi Chensi went to wash the dishes, and Ling Fong was not idle either. He went to the closet to find a suitable set of clothes. Just as they were about to change their clothes, the 4 little ones started crying together as if they had discussed it beforehand. Ling Fong hurried over, took out the milk powder in the bottle, and used a small spoon to scoop out a spoonful of milk powder and put it into the bottle. "I mixed the milk powder with warm water and did this for 4 bottles of milk." After making the milk, Ling Fong picked up Yi Fan's bottle and put it in Yi Fan's mouth, then picked up Yi Wanqing's bottle and put it in Yi Wanqing's mouth. Ling Fong now wishes he could grow 4 hands so that he can hold a bottle in each hand and feed all the babies. Yi Fan and Yi Wanqing drank the milk and stopped crying, but Yi Luxing and Yi Fong were still crying. At this time, Yi Chenxi rushed in, picked up 2 bottles with both hands, and put them into the mouths of the 2 children. Then, Yi Feng and Yi Luxing stopped crying, and Ling Feng felt relieved. Ling Feng asked Yi Chenxi, "How did you feed the babies before?" Yi Chenxi replied, "Before, I could only feed 2 children first, and then 2 children." "Well, that must be very noisy," Ling Feng said. Yi Chenxi added, "I'm used to it." Ling Feng stopped talking. After feeding, Ling Feng was about to change clothes when suddenly a phone call came in. Chapter 17 Snow Wind Group. Ling Feng picked up the phone. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. The person on the other end of the phone asked, "Is this Ling Feng, Chairman Ling?" Ling Feng asked, "Who are you?" Ling Feng would definitely ask this, because the companies under Tianyun Group are widely distributed. It could be that the executive chairman of a company called him, or it could be the vice chairman or CEO of Fengshui Group. Ling Feng has not forgotten that he has a group under his control. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to understand Ling Feng's words. Since Ling Feng asked this, he agreed to the first question they asked. The person on the other end of the phone said, "Chairman Ling, I am the vice chairman of Beijing Fengshui Group. I'm really sorry that I didn't contact you yesterday because the CEO and I did a big cleanup of the group yesterday. We have eliminated all the incompetent people with connections in the company. Now only the capable people are left in the group." "Okay, I get it. I want to hear why you called me. I'm not here to listen to your claim for credit, do you understand? I will personally check out the situation within the group when I have time," Ling Feng said in a deep voice. "I understand, Chairman. Actually, I'm calling you mainly to ask how much time you have. The CEO and I will come to your house to report on the operation of the group." When the vice chairman of Fengshui Group saw Ling Feng's attitude, he knew that it would be difficult for the new chairman to take credit or flatter him. So he changed the way he got along with Ling Feng to a more pragmatic way. Seeing this man's rapid transformation, Ling Feng thought, he is indeed a veteran who has been in the business world for many years and is so smooth. It seems I have to be more careful in the future. Ling Feng replied, "In the afternoon, let's meet at Yayungchuan Tea House at 4 p.m. "Okay, I understand," the vice chairman of Fengyun Group replied. After hearing this, Ling Feng hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng called Hong Tian again. Beep. After 2 beeps, the phone was picked up. Hong Tian's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Ling, what's the matter? Are you going out to see Yi Tianxin now?" "Yes, it has to be Brother Hong. He guessed what I was thinking clearly." "Ha, stop flattering me. I'm not that smart. Okay, let's talk about family matters later. Now I'm going to call Yi Tianxin and ask him to come out in half an hour." "Brother Ling, is the Imperial Dragon Court okay?" "Of course you can. What kind of place is Yulong Court? I can't get in with my status. I am lucky to have Brother Hong help me this time." "Brother Ling, you can't say that. With your status, it would be no problem for you to buy the entire Imperial Dragon Court." "Okay, let's not talk about that for now. Let's meet at your doorstep in 10 minutes, okay?" "Sure. See you in 10 minutes. Hong Tian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ling Feng also started to change his clothes. Fortunately, he bought a few suits while shopping that day, otherwise he would have no clothes for formal occasions. Ling Feng changed into a suit and Yi Chenxi came in. When Yi Chenxi saw Ling Feng wearing a suit, she opened her mouth wide as if she was crazy about him. Ling Feng has a good body structure. Now when he puts on a suit, he looks like a model. No, he's even more handsome than a model. If Ling Feng were to walk down the street like this, I'm sure any girl would be unable to resist going up to him and asking for a WeChat chat. Yi Chenxi asked, "What happened today? Why did you think of wearing a suit?" "I'm going to meet an important person today." "Who is it that you take so seriously?" "I won't tell you," Ling Feng said. "Tell me or not. If you don't tell me, I will bite you," Yi Chenxi said fiercely. Yi Chenxi even acted as if he was about to bite someone. "I won't tell you," Ling Feng said. Just when Yi Chenxi seemed to be about to pounce on Ling Feng and bite him, a phone call came to Ling Feng. Chapter 18 The Mysterious World. Hearing the phone ring, Yi Chenxi stopped what he was doing. Ling Feng answered the phone. "Are you Ling Feng?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes. But who are you?" Ling Feng asked back. I am the person you are meeting today. My name is Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin said. Ling Feng said, Oh? Where did you find out about me? Yi Tianxin replied, You don't have to worry about this. As the head of the Yi family, I still have some influence. Poof. You look down on others. Ling Feng was not polite at all. Yi Tianxin didn't get angry, but his voice suddenly became louder. Ling Feng, don't you know that Chenxi is my daughter? And Chenxi is yours. Even if you have no family education, you should still call me father-in-law. And you called me a dog. It seems you don't really want to marry Chenxi. I feel sorry for Chenxi. Such a sensible daughter of a wealthy family gave birth to 4 children for you. Ling Feng Lingli said. Humph. If you truly love Chenxi and treat her as your own daughter, you wouldn't kick him out of the house. Yi Tianxin wanted to say something, but was shouted back by Ling Feng. Alright, I don't want to hear you nagging here. If you have anything to say, I'll see you in the Imperial Dragon Court later. Oh, yes. I will tell your daughter everything you just said. Ling Feng deliberately emphasized the words your woman. Ling Feng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The other side. Yi Tianxin was so angry that he smashed his phone heavily to the ground, and the phone pieces flew everywhere. Yi Tianxin shouted loudly, Ling Feng, that bastard, actually made me speechless. However, today I want to let him know that I, Yi Tianxin, and the entire Yi family are not to be trifled with. Jingxiu Huafu No. 1 Villa. Ling Feng hung up the phone and continued to put on his clothes. Yi Chenxi on the side said, Are you going to see my father today? Yes. Ling Feng said naturally. Are you going to take me with you? Yi Chenxi asked cautiously. I won't take you this time. After all, you and he are father and daughter. Yi Chenxi also knew what Ling Feng meant, so he nodded and said nothing more. 10 minutes later, Ling Feng got dressed and waited at Hong Tian's door on time. As soon as Ling Feng arrived at the door, Hong Tian's driver drove out of the garage in a Rolls-Royce. The driver saw Ling Feng, stopped the car, opened the door, got out, opened the door, and invited Ling Feng to get in. His movements were done in one smooth and seamless motion. Ling Feng got in the car. Hong Tian was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed. As if he sensed Ling Feng's arrival, he opened his eyes. Hong Tian said, Little friend Ling, let's go to Yulong Pavilion now. I have already reserved a seat. Ling Feng replied, Okay, brother Hong. By the way, brother Hong, Yi Tianxin called me just before I left. Alas, did Yi Tianxin find out about you? Hong Tian said meaningfully. What does this mean, brother Hong? Ling Feng asked puzzled. Ling Feng, this world is far from being as simple as you think. In the eyes of the truly powerful, you and I are just ants. Everything else is just a passing cloud. The Yi family is a branch family of such a power, which is why the Yi family can always rank first. That's why none of our families dare to touch him. Hong Tian said solemnly. What is the power behind the Yi family? Ling Feng asked. You don't need to know these things right now. They are too far away from you. Even I can only touch the most basic things. Hong Tian said. Chapter 19 System Upgrade. Oh? I can't even get in touch with you, brother Hong. Then I really have to re-measure this world. Ling Feng also said solemnly. Well, that's all you need to know. So, you should know what to do today, right? Hong Tian said in a deep voice. I understand, brother Hong. Ling Feng replied. Seeing Ling Feng nodded, Hong Tian no longer cared about Ling Feng. Anyway, Ling Feng had angered Yi Tianxin, so it couldn't be blamed on him. But Ling Feng was wondering how to face this future father-in-law today. Ling Feng also thought about being ruthless, but he was Yi Chenxi's father after all. Just at this moment. Ding, the host has completed the task 10 times diligently, the system score has reached 100, and the reward system is upgraded. Upgrading, 10%, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. Ding, the system has been successfully upgraded, unlocking the daily sign-in mode. When Ling Feng heard this, he immediately knew that this was the system dad coming to give out benefits again. So I quickly opened the system panel. Name, Ling Feng. Gender, male. Age, 24. Constitution, 10. Normal male constitution is 10. Body, tough body. Charm, 90. Skills, 12 styles of subduing the dragon mastered. System level, 2. System points, 100. System mode, task, sign in. Ling Feng looked down again and saw 2 stars below the system mode, one with task and the other with sign in. There is endless darkness around these 2 stars, as if waiting for Ling Feng to light them up. Ding, the system tasks have been upgraded. From now on, the system tasks will no longer be restricted to babies, and the types of system tasks will increase. Ding, completing a system task or signing in once will earn you 10 system points. The system will try its best to make the host an all-round nanny. I wish the host a happy life. After the system finished speaking, there was no sound. After listening to the system explanation, Ling Feng roughly understood the system upgrade system. Ling Feng wanted to try out the system's daily sign-in system, so he used his consciousness to control and clicked the sign-in button. Ding, the host uses the sign-in mode for the first time, reward, 100% shares of Yulongting Tea House. Ding, sign-in successful, reward, 100% shares of Yayangshuan. Ling Feng thought, as expected, the products produced by the system must be high quality. These 2 tea houses are the ones I want to go to now. The system has paved the way for me, which is very considerate. Ling Feng looked at the system again and found that his points had reached 120. It actually counted as his first time using the sign-in mode. Ding, system task options released. 1. Fight Yi Tianqin head-on and you will be rewarded with a Winter Pavilion Lucky Stone RV. 2. Admit your mistakes to Yi Tianqin, lose Yi Chenxi, and be rewarded with 1 million Zimbabwean dollars and the title of coward. Ling Feng smiled bitterly and thought, is this still a choice? This is clearly a single choice. While thinking, I chose task number 1. Ding, the host has completed the selection. After Ling Feng selected the task, he closed the task panel and began to rest with his eyes closed. Ling Feng didn't need to think about anything else. Since he had accepted the task of fighting Yi Tianqin, he must complete it. 20 minutes later. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of Yulong Pavilion on time, and Ling Feng and Hong Tian opened their eyes at the same time. At this time, Ling Feng showed his infinite fierceness, making others feel that the temperature around him would drop when they were pushed up by him. This is the concentration of Ling Feng's self-confidence, and his self-confidence is the system. Hong Tian's driver opened the car door, and Ling Feng and Hong Tian got out of the car together. Ling Feng strode into the Imperial Dragon Court. Ling Feng, you are so punctual. Chapter 20 Conversation. I saw a middle-aged man walking out from the right side of the hall, followed by 2 sturdy bodyguards. This person is Yi Tianqin, the head of the Yi family in Kyoto. Ling Feng saw Yi Tianqin and said, oh? How dare I, Ling, be late to see the noble patriarch of the Yi family? Yi Tianqin knew that Ling Feng had something else in mind, but he didn't point it out. This was probably the mentality of someone who had been in the business world for a long time. Yi Tianqin said indifferently, since Mr. Ling and Mr. Hong are here, let's go into the tea house. Hong Tian said, I have reserved the best seat in the Imperial Dragon Pavilion. Everyone, please go up. We can talk in the tea house if you have anything to say. So he walked up quickly and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing Hong Tian's action, Yi Tianqin ignored Ling Feng and went upstairs. Ling Feng also walked forward, and after Ling Feng and Yi Tianqin walked up, Hong Tian put away his flattering look. His eyes were focused, as if he was thinking about something. Led by the staff, Yi Tianqin walked to the designated seat, and Ling Feng followed. As he walked into the tea room, a rich aroma of tea wafted into Ling Feng's nose. Ling Feng sat down in the tea room, and Yi Tianqin sat opposite him. At this time, Hong Tian also followed and said, you two, why don't you guys chat first? I'll leave first. Okay. Yi Tianqin said. Ling Feng also nodded. So Hong Tian retreated and closed the door of the tea room. After Hong Tian left, neither Ling Feng nor Yi Tianqin spoke first. About 5 minutes later, Yi Tianqin spoke first. Ling Feng, do you really love Chenxi? Seeing that Yi Tianqin could no longer hold back, Ling Feng gave Yi Tianqin a way out. The reply was, of course, Chenxi gave birth to 4 children for me, who else should I love if not her? Yi Tianqin said, I think your love for Chenxi has a filter, and this filter is the 4 children. To put it simply, I think your love for Chenxi is because of the child. But I can guarantee that my love for Chenxi is absolutely genuine, without any filter. Ling Feng said firmly. But you should know the gap between you and Chenxi. She comes from a wealthy family, and because of this, her vision is much higher than yours. This will also lead to many differences between you and her, which will lead to endless arguments. Yi Tianxin opened the teapot, put some tea into it, and said calmly. Ling Feng moved the lid of the teacup around the wall and said, "But if you don't approve of Chenxi and me because of these trivial matters, then I think it's unfair to both me and Chenxi. If we quarrel because of different perspectives, I can tolerate it because she is the Chenxi I love." When Yi Tianxin was pouring water, he paused and said, "If tolerance can solve all problems, then what are the use of so many rules? Besides, blindly tolerating will only make the distance between you grow farther and farther, do you know? So, you are here today to sow discord between me and Chenxi." Ling Feng said again. "Then what do you think I'm here for? To chat with you?" Yi Tianxin asked. "I don't think so either, but I think you should come to bless Chenxi and me, not to sow discord between us. Besides, what do you think you are doing by saying these things to me? I'm telling you, this will make Chenxi hate you even more." Ling Feng's voice suddenly rose and he slammed the cup lid heavily on the tea table. At this moment, Yi Tianxin suddenly thought of someone, and felt in a trance, as if Ling Feng at this moment was similar to that person. Chapter 21 The Mysterious Old Man. But Yi Tianxin didn't think much about it. After all, how could Ling Feng look like that person? Then he said seriously, "Since you insist on having your own way, I won't say anything. But I will not attend your wedding with Chenxi. Your marriage is destined not to receive your parents' blessing." After Yi Tianxin finished speaking, he quickly made some tea, stood up, and walked out the door. At this time, Ling Feng suddenly spoke up, "Yi Tianxin, one day, I will make you look up to me and approve of my marriage with Chenxi." Hearing this, Yi Tianxin paused suddenly after taking a step, but only for a moment, and then he walked out of the tea room. After Yi Tianxin left, Ling Feng looked at the tea he had just brewed and thought about what he should do in the future to gain the approval of his father-in-law. Ding, mission completed, rewards issued, Winter Garage Stone RV parked in the Manyuan parking lot. The parking fee system of Manyuan parking lot has been delivered free of charge for life. When Ling Feng heard this familiar voice, he was stunned and thought, "Yes, I also have a system." The system is his confidence. Now that the situation is desperate, he will use his money power to crush Yi Tianxin. Thinking of this, Ling Feng felt that everything was not a big deal. He turned off the teapot, poured a cup of tea, drank it, then got up and left. After coming out of the tea house, Ling Feng suddenly thought of his parents. In his memory, whenever he didn't know how to do something, his parents would always give him good suggestions. Ling Feng counted the days and found that it was already 5 years since his parents passed away. As he was thinking about it, Ling Feng decided to go to the cemetery to see his parents. Ling Feng stopped a taxi and went to the cemetery. Ling Feng found his parents' grave, but discovered that the original location of his parents' grave was gone. Ling Feng immediately panicked and hurried to the cemetery management office to inquire. But he found that his parents' grave had been moved 5 years ago. When Ling Feng heard the news, he felt like he was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. He buried his parents here, but now their graves are gone. How can he accept this? But Ling Feng suddenly thought that his parents might not have really died at that time, but were missing. It is very likely that the parents are fine, but were taken away by someone and changed their names and appearances. When Ling Feng thought of this, he became even more heartbroken. If his parents were really fine, then why didn't they come back to find him? Don't you want him anymore? At this time, an old man came from a distance. The old man had gray hair and a beard that had grown down to his neck, and he exuded a sense of loneliness. Ling Feng was about to ask the old man what his name was when he suddenly spoke. "Ling Feng, I know you have a lot of doubts now, but please listen to me first. I was sent by your parents to tell you that your parents are living well now. But for some reason, they cannot show up now, otherwise it will bring disaster. You have to know that what you are touching now is only the lowest level of the world. There are many things in this world that you cannot touch. When you are strong enough one day, this world will surface." After saying that, he took out a silver card and handed it to Ling Feng, who took it. "Take this card and go to Kyoto to find the Fan family. The Fan family will support you and take care of you. Also, you can't fall out with the Yi family now, because you don't have the strength to touch the power behind them." After the old man finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Ling Feng held the silver card, at a loss. He couldn't believe that his parents were still alive and well. He also gave him a card and asked him to go to the Fan family in Kyoto to find someone. Ling Feng just felt that the water in this world was too deep, so deep that he couldn't fathom it. But now we can only take one step at a time, Ling Feng thought helplessly. Ling Feng didn't see his parents, so he could only take a taxi back to Jingxiu Huafu Villa District. Chapter 22 The Noisy Quadruplets. Ling Feng returned to Jingxiua Mansion and his home, and first kept the silver card. Put it in the password box on the first floor. After putting it away, Ling Feng looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock, so he left the office on the first floor. Then, Ling Feng felt something soft leaning against his chest. Yi Chenxi hugged Ling Feng's waist with both hands and said softly, "Afeng, everything goes well." "Of course, don't you still believe in your husband?" Ling Feng gently rubbed Yi Chenxi's head with his big hands and said softly, "Of course I believe you. After all, you are my husband, Yi Chenxi. Everything must be the best." Yi Chenxi raised her head proudly and said to Ling Feng, "Okay, Chenxi, it's already 12 o'clock, I'll go cook." Ling Feng said, "Okay." Yi Chenxi said and took his hands away from Ling Feng's waist. Turning around, he trotted all the way to the sofa. Ling Feng leaned over and saw that the four little guys were also on the sofa. And he looked at Ling Feng with a weird look, as if to say, "You bad guy, you actually stole our mother from us." Ling Feng felt helpless seeing this. He didn't expect that the four little guys would start to protect Yi Chenxi at such a young age. It seems that he can only play the role of the villain in the future. It's not that he doesn't want to be a good husband and father, but children are still closer to their mothers after all. Ling Feng held his forehead and went to the kitchen to cook. The other side. Yi Chenxi turned on the TV, and the four little ones who had just glared at their biological father sat obediently beside their mother and started watching TV. Ling Feng saw this scene from the kitchen and couldn't help but admire. These four little guys are really smart. They can show so many moves before they are 2 years old. But seeing how dependent the four little guys were on Yi Chenxi, he couldn't help but feel like the outsider. Ling Feng could only agree to this. An hour later, Ling Feng brought out the prepared meal, and the delicious aroma of the meal reached Yi Chenxi's nose. Yi Chenxi smelled the fragrance and stood up immediately. Turning his head, he looked towards the restaurant. Seeing the delicious dishes, Yi Chenxi couldn't take his eyes away. But she still endured it, ran upstairs, prepared the milk powder for the four children, took it to the first floor, put it in the milk warmer, and then carried the eldest and second child to the restaurant. Ling Feng also went to the living room and carried Sanbao and Sibao to the dining room. He put the four children on the children's dining chairs and sat on the left side of the dining table. Yi Chenxi took out the bowl and chopsticks, filled the bowl with rice, and sat in the main seat. Yi Chenxi and Ling Feng picked up their chopsticks and savored the delicious food carefully. Ling Feng was eating when he suddenly thought of buying supplies for the children. So he said, "Chenxi, after I meet with the people from Fengyun Group this afternoon, I will come back to pick you up. Let's go buy baby supplies for the babies." Yi Chenxi nodded and said, "Okay, it just so happens that the babies are still short of things right now." "That's settled then," Ling Feng said. After that, the two of them continued to eat quietly. However, the four babies seemed not to be used to this kind of atmosphere. They started crying loudly after just 2 minutes. Ling Feng was ashamed. It seemed that there would be no peace at home from now on. But I thought, I have to spoil my own child, so I stood up again. Yi Chenxi seemed to have the same idea. So the two of them stood up at the same time, smiled knowingly, and met each other's gaze. Chapter 23 Tracking. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi poured the milk in the milk warmer into the bottles respectively. He brought the milk to the four children and fed them one by one. After the four children finished drinking the milk, they became very excited again. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi also sat back at the dining table and continued eating. 10 minutes later, the four children saw that their parents ignored them and started playing with each other again. Ling Feng was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He thought that no one would pay attention to them and they would fall asleep peacefully, but this was the result. But I continued to eat. Another 20 minutes passed. The four children finally stopped playing and fell asleep on the small table of the child seats. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi had also finished their meal. Yi Chenxi rubbed her stomach with one hand and said, "Ling Feng, I'm so full." "It's all your fault. The food you cooked is so delicious. If this continues, I'll become fat." Ling Feng said, "Not fat, my wife will always be the most beautiful in my eyes." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he picked up the plate, put it in the dishwasher, and asked the dishwasher to wash the plate. Ling Feng glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock, and it was time for him to meet the people from Fengyun Group. Ling Feng said, "Chenxi, I will go meet the people from Fengyun Group in a while. After that, I will come back to pick you and the babies up. Okay. Yi Chenxi replied. After Ling Feng received Yi Chenxi's reply, he went upstairs to the second floor, entered the master bedroom, and changed into a suit. He also found the car keys of the Bugatti Firestar in the bedside table. After all, he was going to meet people from the group, so it was not appropriate to drive a nanny car, but if he drove a Rolls-Royce himself, he would seem like a nouveau riche. The sports car suits his age perfectly without looking out of place. Ling Feng took the car keys, went downstairs, said hello to Yi Chenxi and went to the underground garage. Ling Feng unlocked the Bugatti, the butterfly door opened, Ling Feng sat in it, and the door slowly closed. Ling Feng ignited the engine and started it. The V16 naturally aspirated engine roared. Ling Feng drove it out of the underground garage and drove towards Yayangshuan Tea House. There were a lot of cars on the streets of Shanghai, but as soon as Ling Feng's Fei Huoliuxing appeared, both sides automatically made way for Fei Huoliuxing. Ling Feng was not surprised by this. After all, no one wants to be saddled with a huge amount of compensation by accident. In this way, Ling Feng arrived at Yayangshuan Tea House smoothly. But he didn't notice that there was a man following behind him. Ling Feng entered Yayangshuan Tea House, and the waiter took Ling Feng to a high-end tea house. Because Ling Feng was considered a high-class person by them, after all, Ling Feng drove a Bugatti Firestar. Ling Feng sat in the tea room and the waiter closed the door when he left. Ling Feng took out his cell phone and called the vice chairman of Fengshui Group. Beep, beep. After 2 beeps, the phone was picked up. Chairman, said the other side. Where have you been? Ling Feng said. We're on our way and will be there in 10 minutes. Okay, say my name when you get here and the waiter will take you here. Okay, goodbye, Chairman. Goodbye. After saying that, Ling Feng hung up the phone. Ling Feng pressed the service bell, and a waitress wearing a high-slit cheongsam came in. The waiter asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" As she spoke, she bent down, and the cheongsam that was open to the thighs seemed unable to cover up some things. The place was looming, and the waiter's eyes were seductive, as if she wanted to eat Ling Feng alive. Ling Feng said expressionlessly, "Correct your attitude. If you continue like this, I will let your boss take care of you." The waiter saw Ling Feng like this, as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and immediately became furious. He turned his face away and walked away. Ling Feng was not surprised at all. After all, as a woman, she couldn't stand such words. So Ling Feng pressed the service bell again. The waiter who came in this time was also wearing a cheongsam, but her mind was obviously not on anything else. Ling Feng was very satisfied with this and said, "Is there any good tea? Please recommend it to me." "Thank you." Seeing Ling Feng being so polite, the waiter was also very happy and recommended tea to Ling Feng. "We have all kinds of tea here, even De Hong Palm other tea, but the price is a little higher." Ling Feng said, "Give me 5 grams of De Hong Palm other tea." Okay. After saying that, the waiter turned around and got the De Hong Palm other tea. Ling Feng turned on his phone, clicked on Tomato Novel, and started reading a novel titled After Graduation, I Became a Super Dad. Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud when reading this. This author is so funny, simply invincible. He even said that all the readers present are the protagonist's father. Ling Feng was so engrossed in watching that he didn't pay attention to the time and didn't even hear the footsteps of the waiter returning. The waiter didn't call Ling Feng and started making tea himself. Then, a light and elegant fragrance unique to De Hong Palm other tea, the refreshing tea aroma entered Ling Feng's nostrils. But Ling Feng was still concentrating on reading the novel. Then, the waiter waved his hand in front of Ling Feng's eyes, and Ling Feng finally reacted. Seeing Ling Feng's reaction, the waiter said, "Sir, your De Hong Palm other tea has been brewed. Is there anything else?" "That's all. You can leave first," Ling Feng said lightly. Hearing this, the waiter went out and closed the door of the tea room. Ling Feng turned off his phone and checked the time. 8 minutes had passed and the people from Fengshui Group should be arriving soon. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the door of the tea room was opened and 2 middle-aged men walked in. When the 2 middle-aged men came in, they saw Ling Feng sitting at the tea table waiting for them, and they realized that this was the new chairman. I hurriedly said, "I'm so sorry, Chairman Ling. There was a traffic jam on the road. We are late and have asked you to wait for us." Ling Feng said calmly, "It doesn't matter. After all, I don't own all the shares of Fengshui Group." The two naturally understood what Ling Feng meant and said, "No, you are our boss and we will always respect you." Okay, without further ado, introduce yourselves to me and report on the current situation of Fengshui Group. Ling Feng said. Okay, Chairman, my name is Xiao Weifei and I am the Vice Chairman of the group, and his name is Qin Yuechuan and he is the CEO of the group. Xiao Weifei said. Next, I will report to you on the internal situation of the group. Qin Yuechuan said. Okay. Ling Feng nodded. Then, Qin Yuechuan began to report on his work. 2 hours later. Qin Yuechuan finished his report and said, Director Ling, this is how things work in the group. If you want to know anything, feel free to ask me. There's nothing I want to know. I asked you out today just to learn about the internal situation of the group. Now that the report is finished, I'll leave first. Xiao Weifei and Qin Yuechuan stood up at the same time. Ling Feng also stood up slowly and walked out of the tea room, and the two men followed him out of the tea room. When they reached the door, they both saw Ling Feng off together. Goodbye, Mr. Ling. Well, remember to settle the bill and get reimbursed when you get back. Ling Feng said this, got into the Bugatti and drove away. After Ling Feng left, a McLaren followed closely behind. Chapter 24 Ex-Boyfriend. Ling Feng returned to Jingxiu Huafu, drove the Bugatti into the underground garage, and went upstairs. Ling Feng walked into the house and saw Yi Chenxi playing with 4 babies. Yi Chenxi took a car and pretended to hit them with it. The 4 children hid far away, as if they were afraid of being hit. The 5 people had a great time. Although Yi Chenxi is an adult, she still has the childishness when playing with the 4 babies. She has many ideas and it is not boring at all. Yi Chenxi heard the sound of the elevator door opening and looked in the direction of the elevator. When they met Ling Feng's gaze, time seemed to stop at that moment. There was only each other in their eyes, without any distracting thoughts, like a pool of clear water, but with the trace of people. It was the 4 children who broke this delicate moment. The 4 children threw the toys to the ground. The sound of the toys falling startled Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi. So they all looked in the direction of the 4 children, ran over hurriedly, carried the 4 children to the sofa, and put the toys back into the toy box. The 4 children were also frightened by the sound of the fall and started crying loudly. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi hurried to comfort the 4 children. Ling Feng said, Children, don't cry. If you stop crying now, I will buy you new toys. But he forgot one thing. The 4 children couldn't speak yet, so how could they understand what he said? Ling Feng was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was really impossible to control at this age. He didn't understand what she said and would just keep crying no matter what she did. Ling Feng could only pick up the 2 babies, pat their backs gently, and comfort them in a low voice. Seeing Ling Feng picking up 2 children, Yi Chenxi also picked up a child, but there was still 1 child on the sofa. But Yi Chenxi couldn't hold them up either. After all, she was just a woman and couldn't hold 2 children at once like Ling Feng could. At this time, Ling Feng put another child on his neck, so that all 4 children were held up. 10 minutes later. The 4 children finally stopped crying, and Ling Feng put the 3 children back on the sofa. He went up to the 2nd floor again, pushed the baby's stroller down, and put the 4 children in the stroller. Ling Feng also put the clothes of the 4 children into the stroller, and Yi Chenxi put clothes on the 4 children. She went upstairs again, changed her clothes, and went downstairs again. Ling Feng pushed the stroller, holding Yi Chenxi's hand, and went down to the underground garage. Ling Feng unlocked the Aventa, put the 4 children into the car, and put the stroller into the trunk of the car. Yi Chenxi sat in the passenger seat. Ling Feng walked to the driver's seat, sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove out of the underground garage. Ling Feng asked Yi Chenxi, which mall should we go to first? Let's go to Yunfeng Plaza first. There are more baby products there, and they are more comprehensive. Yi Chenxi replied. Okay, then our first stop is Yunfeng Square. Let's go. Ling Feng said. An Aventador was driving on the street, but there was no such grand scene as when I first drove the Bugatti with many cars leading the way. Half an hour later. Ling Feng finally drove the Aventa into the underground garage of Yunfeng Plaza. Ling Feng closed the car, got out, put the stroller on the ground, and put the 4 children in it. The 4 children looked at the sky outside, their eyes round and round, looking around, carefully observing the outside world. Yi Chenxi got out of the car and took Ling Feng's arm. Ling Feng pushed the stroller and locked it. Arrived at Yunfeng Square. The 2 took their babies out to the mall, where they picked out all kinds of cute baby clothes, toys and supplies, their hearts full of expectations for the future. At this moment, a familiar voice came, Chenxi, it's really you. Yi Chenxi looked up and saw that it was her ex-boyfriend, Lin Hao. Chapter 25 Entanglement. Ling Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with gorgeous clothes and a strong body. Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi, then at Lin Hao. Pointing at Lin Hao, he asked Yi Chenxi, "Who is this Chenxi?" Yi Chenxi said with disgust, "He is just a rich second generation who lives on eating, drinking, whoring and gambling." Seeing this, Lin Hao said softly to Yi Chenxi, "Chenxi, we have only been apart for a year, have you forgotten me? You said that we will never be entangled in this life. Have you forgotten the oath you made?" Yi Chenxi said in a cold voice, without any emotion at all. "No, Chenxi, I regret it. Please don't be angry anymore. Let's go back to our previous life, okay?" Lin Hao pleaded. "No, we can't go back. No one should bother each other anymore," Yi Chenxi said resolutely. "No, we can go back again." Lin Hao raised 3 fingers and said, "I, Lin Hao, swear to heaven, I will only love Yi Chenxi in this life and never betray her, otherwise I will be struck by lightning. I don't need this casual oath and casual betrayal," Yi Chenxi said. "No, that's not the case. It must be because of him, right?" Lin Hao said as he pointed at Ling Feng. "Not because of him. Then you must have some unspeakable reason. You must still love me, right?" As Lin Hao spoke, he walked forward and wanted to hug Yi Chenxi. At this moment, Ling Feng stretched out his right hand and blocked Lin Hao. He said calmly, "Lin Hao, you two have already broken up, why do you need to make such an ugly scene? It is meaningless to both of you." "Ha, I haven't even tried to reason with you, you little jerk, but you're trying to teach me a lesson first. If it weren't for you, how could Chenxi and I end up like this?" Lin Hao now seems to have gone completely crazy. "I said, I have nothing to do with him, it's just because I hate you so much. If it weren't for Grandpa's marriage certificate, the two of us would be 2 unrelated parallel lines." Yi Chenxi didn't want to continue to be entangled by them, because there were already 2 circles of people surrounding him, so he simply told him the real reason. "Do you understand now, Lin Hao?" "No, that's not it." Lin Hao still refused to give up and continued to walk forward, wanting to hug Yi Chenxi. He was blasted away by Ling Feng's palm. Ling Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. He gently stroked Yi Chenxi's hand and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help feeling jealous and got up from the ground. He stared at Ling Feng and said viciously, "Don't think you can succeed so easily. I won't give up just like that." Ling Feng's eyes flashed with disdain, and he responded calmly, "Then give it a try and see who is the one who is truly suitable for her in the end." Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't want to make trouble anymore. He dusted himself off and turned away. After all, he is also the young master of a top family. It is already very ugly that things have come to this point, and he cannot afford to lose face anymore. Yi Chenxi watched Lin Hao leave and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she knew Lin Hao's temper. It was possible that he would call his father today, which would not end well. Ling Feng saw Lin Hao leave, turned to look at Yi Chenxi, and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay, he didn't hurt me." "That's good." Ling Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, the matter with him was only decided by my grandfather's generation. It has nothing to do with me," Yi Chenxi explained. Ling Feng interrupted Yi Chenxi and said, "I know, you don't need to explain, I trust you very much." In fact, Ling Feng knew from the time when he and Yi Chenxi were in the hotel that Yi Chenxi had never had a man before him. After all, the bright red on the bedsheet proved everything. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he pushed the stroller again, held Yi Chenxi's hand, and continued to buy supplies for the children. Yi Chenxi looked at Ling Feng. At this moment, she seemed to feel an aura that belonged only to Ling Feng. It was extremely fierce, but next to her, he was still the same person, with sunshine and confidence. It was not until Ling Feng spoke that Yi Chenxi came back to his senses. Ling Feng said, "Chenxi, this baby bathtub is quite suitable for 4 babies." He pointed to a baby bathtub and asked Yi Chenxi for his opinion. Yi Chenxi took a look and said, "Sure, let's see if there is one that can accommodate all 4 of them at the same time." "Okay, I'll go ask." After saying that, Ling Feng went to the cashier to ask. After asking this question, Ling Feng jogged back. "Chenxi, this bathtub happens to be large enough to accommodate 2 people, so we can give one to the girl and one to the boy," Ling Feng said happily. And Yi Chenxi felt that Ling Feng was like a boy who would never grow up when he was around her. "That's great," Yi Chenxi said happily. Ling Feng said, then buy this one. After that, he went to find the salesperson and said, find me 2 of these bathtubs, one blue and one pink, for 3 people. Okay, said the shopping guide. After saying that, he went to the warehouse. In less than 2 minutes, the shopping guide came out of the warehouse holding a bathtub. After Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi confirmed that everything was correct, they asked the shopping guide to pack up the 2 bathtubs. Then, Ling Feng went to the checkout counter to check out. After paying, Ling Feng left an address and contact number, and the store delivered the goods to his door. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi came out of that store and went to more than a dozen stores, and finally bought everything the baby needed. Some of these things were delivered to the door by the shops, while some were carried by Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi in their hands. Yi Chenxi pushed the stroller with one hand and carried 2 bags with the other, while Ling Feng's 2 hands were full. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi carried their belongings and went down to the underground garage, putting everything in the car. They also put the 4 children and the stroller in the car. Only then did Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi feel like they had finally taken a break. Ling Feng sat in the driver's seat and Yi Chenxi sat in the passenger seat. They both fastened their seatbelts and Ling Feng started the car. Ling Feng asked, Chenxi, where are we going next? Let me think about it. There are still some things that need to be bought at home. Let's go to Wanda Plaza. If we can't find everything there, we can go to Hanyang Street Market. They have everything there. Yi Chenxi said. Okay, then let's go to Wanda Plaza first. Ling Feng said. Half an hour later, Ling Feng successfully parked the car in the underground garage of Wanda Plaza. Because several busy squares are relatively close to each other, the actual journey was not very far, but it was so congested that it only took half an hour. Ling Feng put the 4 children in the stroller again, but this time Yi Chenxi pushed the stroller away before Ling Feng, and Ling Feng hurried to follow. The 2 walked to the door of a shop and suddenly a voice was heard. Ling Feng, it's really you. Chapter 26 Encountering Han Chang. Ling Feng looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that it was his college roommate Han Chang and his girlfriend Lu Qingyan. Ling Feng turned around and said excitedly, it's really you, old Han. I thought we would never see each other again after graduation. I didn't expect to meet you here. Han Chang said happily. Hello, sister-in-law. Ling Feng looked at Lu Qingyan and greeted her. He had a good first impression of Lu Qingyan. When they were in school, Han Chang was wholeheartedly pursuing Lu Qingyan. Unexpectedly, after graduation, the 2 were still as close as they were at the beginning. Ling Feng, I didn't expect to meet you again. Lu Qingyan said with a smile. Okay, second brother, why don't you introduce who this person is to me and your sister-in-law? Han Chang spoke. In the university dormitory, Han Chang is the eldest, Ling Feng is the second, Hua Yunfei is the third, and there is another one named Yang Hai, who ranks 4th. Among them, Ling Feng has the best relationship with Hua Yunfei and the worst relationship with Yang Hai, and the 2 have even had a fight before. Hua Yunfei, Han Chang and Yang Hai also had a bad relationship and often pointed at each other and cursed at each other. Because Yang Hai has a very bad temper, behaves dirty and messy, and doesn't allow others to talk about him. He starts swearing when others talk about him. He is also a mama's boy who video calls his mother until 3 in the morning. So the 3 of them hated Yang Hai very much and lost contact after graduation. Ling Feng said, I forgot to introduce them to brother Han. This is your sister-in-law, Yi Chenxi, and these are your 4 nephews. Ah? I have a nephew? Sure, second brother. Han Chang gestured to Ling Feng to come over with him with a sly smile, then walked out 20 steps and Ling Feng followed. After Ling Feng came over, Han Chang smiled obscenely and whispered. It's so fast. Tell me how long it took to make it. It can't be the one from a year ago. Ling Feng also whispered, you guessed it right, it was that time. I was wondering why you didn't return to the dormitory that night. Turns out you went out to make a baby. Han Chang said. Why are you saying the same thing as the third brother did when he found out? Ling Feng was speechless. Of course, everyone would have the same reaction. By the way, have you met the third brother? Han Chang asked. Well, I met him at Wanda that day. He was scolded by someone, and it turned out that person was an employee of my group. Ling Feng said. You still have a group, second brother. We have only graduated for 2 months. How come you can't let me see through you? Han Chang said. It's okay, I just developed some hobbies. Don't worry, I will always be your second. Nothing has changed. Ling Feng said. Okay, I'll visit your group someday when I have time, Han Sheng said. Okay, you're welcome anytime, Ling Feng said with a smile. After saying that, the two of them returned to their girlfriends in tacit understanding. The two girls were chatting happily, but their smiles immediately disappeared when they saw the two men come back. The two men couldn't help but ask the two girls in confusion, "What are you talking about that makes you so happy?" "Nothing," they both said in unison. "Okay." Seeing that the two women didn't say anything, the two men probably knew what they were talking about, so they didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Han Sheng spoke up. "Second brother, ask Hua Yunfei to come out and have dinner together." "Okay, when will you be free?" "He should be free at any time," Ling Feng said. "Is tonight okay?" Han Sheng asked. "Sure, I'll call him now," Ling Feng said. "Oh, by the way, where is he working now?" "Do you know?" Han Sheng asked. "He probably doesn't have a job now. He was fired from his previous job for some reasons," Ling Feng said. "What's the reason?" Han Sheng asked. Ling Feng told Han Sheng what had happened before. Chapter 27. Han Sheng was very angry after hearing this. He didn't expect that Hua Yanfei would still be bullied after entering society. He also didn't expect that Ling Feng's current strength was so terrifying that he could even deal with a figure like Wan Tianxua. Seeing Han Sheng surprised and angry at the same time, Ling Feng felt that he seemed to have said something wrong and should not have mentioned Wan Tianxua's affairs. But Ling Feng didn't think much about it. After all, this was his own strength. There was no need to be timid and not tell others. At this time, Ling Feng spoke. "Han Sheng, you and sister-in-law go first, I will contact Han Sheng and then contact you." "Okay, I get it." "It's okay. Don't worry," Han Sheng spoke. After Han Sheng finished speaking, he and Lu Qingyan left. Yi Chenxi also took Ling Feng's hand and continued to buy things. Ling Feng was pushing a baby stroller. There were countless beautiful women in the shopping mall who were regarded as goddesses by others, but in Ling Feng's eyes they were not worth mentioning. After all, he had a lovely wife at home. In Ling Feng's eyes, those women are like a bunch of pretty skeletons, and in Ling Feng's eyes, Yi Chenxi is his lifelong princess. But Ling Feng's 1.80-meter height and national male god level looks made all those women fascinated. Countless women flirted with Ling Feng, but Ling Feng ignored them. However, when Yi Chenxi saw them, he would respond with his eyes, forcefully stating that Ling Feng was his and that no one else had any chance. Ling Feng looked at the cute appearance of his little wife at home and couldn't help feeling a little amused. When they arrived at the door of an anima shop, Yi Chenxi pulled Ling Feng inside, not wanting anyone to even look at Ling Feng. Ling Feng also followed Yi Chenxi's movements and pushed the stroller inside. After Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi entered anima, Ling Feng was shown a set of clothes first, and Yi Chenxi was shown another set of clothes, which was a hot suit. This hot outfit made Yi Chenxi look like a fairy. Ling Feng couldn't take his eyes off her. At this moment, Ling Feng wished he could cover the eyes of those men so that only he could admire her. Ling Feng wanted to lock Yi Chenxi up in the villa so that only he could admire her. Seeing Ling Feng like this, Yi Chenxi was very happy and couldn't help but raise his head proudly. Ling Feng stood up, walked to Yi Chenxi, and whispered in her ear, "Chenxi, take it off quickly, and wear it in the bedroom when you go back tonight." When Yi Chenxi heard this, her face flushed as if she was drunk, but she still trotted to the fitting room and took off the clothes. The men outside looked at Yi Chenxi's appearance and felt very disappointed in her, thinking, why would such a beautiful girl be seduced by this pig? No, I don't think I'm as handsome as him. Thinking of this, the men lowered their heads silently again, but the girlfriends next to them seemed to have thought of something, grabbed their boyfriend's ears and shouted loudly. Ling Feng saw Yi Chenxi changed her clothes, asked the cashier to pack up the 2 sets of clothes, and hurriedly left Armani. At this time, someone spoke up, "Everyone, stop arguing. Didn't you find a point?" Everyone was talking about it. "What point? Hurry up and tell me, don't waste time." The man spoke again. "The couple just now were wearing Hermes clothes, all of which were very valuable. And the watch the man was wearing was the only one of its kind in the world. So these two must be descendants of a big family, and they are out to enjoy themselves. So that's how it is. This old man is very observant," everyone said. The man was very pleased with this and raised his head smugly. On the other hand, Ling Feng encountered some troubles. Chapter 28 System Update. On the other side, Ling Feng had just come out of the Armani store when a strange man inexplicably poured a cup of coffee on him. Ling Feng grabbed the man and tried to argue with him. Ling Feng asked fiercely, "What's wrong with you? Don't you have eyes?" It's not that Ling Feng lost his composure, but if someone suddenly splashed a cup of coffee on you for no reason, anyone would step forward to argue with you. "Nothing, I just don't like you," said the man in black. "If that's the case, then your parents didn't educate you well. Let me help them educate you," Ling Feng said calmly. After saying that, he made a gesture to hit someone, and the man said, "Boy, don't think you can be arrogant and domineering in the Shanghai Stock Exchange just because you have a few listed groups. The Shanghai Stock Exchange is not something you can control." Ling Feng sneered, "Oh? Then I want to see who controls the Shanghai market." As he said this, he struck the man directly in the abdomen, but the man stood there steadily. The man said, "I didn't expect you to know martial arts. I haven't encountered such an opponent organization in many years." The man left a word and stepped on the wall, quickly running out of sight. Ling Feng wanted to chase after him, but when he thought of Yi Chenxi and the child still behind him, he turned around after thinking it over. At this time, a voice came out faintly from the darkness, "Ling Feng, the fun has just begun, don't be anxious." Ling Feng turned around instantly, with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that the other party had such complete information about him, but this hint of surprise was quickly suppressed by Ling Feng. Although he didn't know who he had provoked, there was no word fear in Ling Feng's dictionary. When an enemy comes, we will fight him. When a flood comes, we will block it with earth. This was Ling Feng's usual style of doing things. Ling Feng turned around again, smiled at Yi Chenxi, and said, "Chenxi, let's go." "Okay," Yi Chenxi said easily. But Ling Feng saw fear on Yi Chenxi's face, but he did not try to comfort her, because his sixth sense told him that the days to come would no longer be so leisurely and harmonious, and a huge wave was hitting him. As Ling Feng's wife, Yi Chenxi will probably be forced to adapt to a bloody life. Ling Feng was helpless about this and wanted to directly find out who was behind this, but he knew in his heart that since these people dared to show up so openly, he might not be able to find them with his current strength. Therefore, Ling Feng's desire to continue to grow his strength became even more brutal. Ding, the host's desire to expand his power is detected to be growing. The system has launched a task selection system. In this system, the host can choose tasks to complete, and the system will update the tasks in real time. I wish the host a happy life. Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Feng's heart was shocked. This system is really going to make a big move once it is activated. This newly launched system will play a crucial role when he has no tasks to do. But Ling Feng did not lose his composure. After all, he had not forgotten that this was in the bustling Wanda Plaza. If he lost his composure here, the stock price of the group behind him would probably plummet. But Ling Feng was still ecstatic and wanted to go home quickly to unveil the new system. At this time, Yi Chenxi walked up and took Ling Feng's strong arm, and continued shopping with Ling Feng. Yi Chenxi and Ling Feng walked to the fourth floor, where there was an extremely luxurious jade shop. Yi Chenxi took a look and then pulled Ling Feng away. Ling Feng saw that Yi Chenxi must want to go in and take a look, but he probably thought the things in there were too expensive and was reluctant to buy anything. Ling Feng saw through Yi Chenxi's little thoughts and pretended to tell Yi Chenxi that he was going to the toilet. Instead, he went back to the jade shop. Chapter 29 Proposal. As soon as Ling Feng walked into the jade shop, a clerk came up to serve him. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the clothes Ling Feng was wearing were of extraordinary value. Don't high-end jade shops need people like Ling Feng to consume? When the salesmen saw Ling Feng coming in, they crowded forward one by one, and every one of them was flirting with Ling Feng. Ling Feng's arms were also full of softness, and as soon as he moved, he would feel a lot of softness. Ling Feng was not used to this kind of welcome. He pulled out his hands, pushed left and right, and finally ran out. Ling Feng thought, why not change the place? The sales here seem a bit irregular. Just as he was about to go out and find a new jewelry store, a cold voice suddenly appeared. Let go of me, everyone. It's so inappropriate to hug each other like this. It was that female voice. The salespeople were obviously very scared of this man. They all dispersed, stood in a row, bowed and said in unison, "Hello, store manager. If I see you guys acting like that again, I'll fire you all. We at Jinyu Jewelry don't need people like that. Do you understand?" The woman spoke again. I understand. The sales staff said in unison. Okay, go back to your posts. I will receive this distinguished guest personally, said the woman. When the salesmen heard this, they dispersed. The woman walked up to Ling Feng and said, Sir, I will take care of your shopping. The woman spoke respectfully, but she was obviously not as enthusiastic as those salespeople. Instead, she showed the respect of a salesperson to a customer. Okay. Ling Feng said. He was originally planning to leave, but the woman's reception attitude made him turn back. After all, Jinyu Jewelry is one of the top jewelry groups in Shanghai, and no other group's products can be more authentic than Jinyu Jewelry. I'm Yang Yu, the manager of the Jinyu Jewelry Wanda store. You can just call me Xiaoye. Yang Yu said. If what happened just now makes you feel uncomfortable, I am deeply sorry. You can get a 50% discount on your purchase in this store today, said Yang Yu. Okay, I understand. Does your store have jade bracelets suitable for women? Ling Feng asked. Of course, sir, please follow me. Yang Yu said. After Yang Yu finished speaking, he took Ling Feng to the counter. When they got to the counter, Yang Yu asked again, Sir, are you planning to give it to your wife or your mother? Girlfriend. Ling Feng replied. After Ling Feng finished speaking, Yang Yu walked into the counter and asked, Do you want it to have some kind of meaning, or is it just for appearance? As long as it looks good, I just want to give my girlfriend a surprise. Ling Feng said decisively. Okay, I understand. Yang Yu said, putting on white gloves first, then leaning over and reaching into the counter to take out a beautiful jade bracelet. Yang Yu carefully took the jade bracelet out from the counter. She asked, Sir, is this one okay? Ling Feng reached out to take the jade bracelet, and after observing it carefully, he found that the jade bracelet had no cracks and the purity of the jade was very high. Yang Yu introduced, Sir, this jade bracelet was polished by our jade master who has been specializing in jade for 40 years. It is flawless. It's a very good jade bracelet. This is it. How much is it? Ling Feng asked excitedly. The original price of this jade bracelet is 980,000. I'm giving it to you at half the price as an apology. You only need to pay me 490,000. Yang Yu said cheerfully. Okay, where is the POS machine? Pay by card. Ling Feng said directly. After hearing this, Yang Yu hurriedly took out the POS machine. Ling Feng took out a Swiss bank black card with no limit on the amount. Yang Yu was surprised when she saw the black card. She thought that this person was not short of money, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. Ling Feng didn't notice Yang Yu's surprised expression. He swiped the black card on the POS machine and entered the password. Payment successful, 490,000 yuan. When Yang Yu heard the voice, she quickly packed the jade bracelet for Ling Feng. Ling Feng took away the jade bracelet worth 490,000 and walked quickly towards the place where he and Yi Chenxi separated. Ling Feng walked quickly and found Yi Chenxi and the 4 babies in a short while. Ling Feng first hid the handbag behind him and walked to Yi Chenxi. Seeing that Ling Feng took so long to come back, Yi Chenxi thought something had happened and her little face was full of anxiety. Yi Chenxi didn't feel relieved until he saw Ling Feng return to him safely. But she saw that there seemed to be something hidden behind Ling Feng. Yi Chenxi asked Ling Feng in a tender voice, Feng, what are you hiding behind you? Ling Feng was shocked by the voice. He didn't expect that his wife could make such a voice. It seemed that the education he had given her before was not enough and she needed further development. Ling Feng leaned over to Yi Chenxi's ear and whispered, Chenxi, it seems that I haven't developed you enough. I have to continue developing you when I get home. Yi Chenxi obviously didn't expect Ling Feng to think of this, and her cheeks suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. But he did not object. Instead, he whispered, then Feng, go home and continue developing. When Ling Feng heard this, he couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to throw Yi Chenxi onto the big bed and deeply develop her. But he did not forget the purpose of coming out today, and could only say to Yi Chenxi, that I have to study it carefully tonight. So what are you holding in your hand? Yi Chenxi ended this obscene conversation and returned to the main topic. I won't tell you, what can you do to me? Ling Feng acted as if he wasn't going to tell you. If you don't tell me, then I will bite you. Yi Chenxi pretended to bite Ling Feng. Then close your eyes first, and you can open them when I ask you to. Ling Feng said. Okay. Yi Chenxi closed his eyes obediently. Ling Feng first took out a DR diamond ring that had been customized at some unknown time from his clothes, and the 1-carat diamond appeared so brightly in front of everyone. The brilliance of the diamond becomes even more dazzling under the light. Everyone in the square immediately knew what Ling Feng was going to do, and they all stopped to watch. Ling Feng knelt on one knee and held the diamond ring between his thumb and index finger. At this time, Ling Feng said softly, Chensi, open your eyes. Yi Chensi opened her eyes and saw her beloved man kneeling on one knee with a diamond ring in his hand. At this moment, the music in the mall suddenly switched to a ballad. Ling Feng said excitedly, Yi Chensi, I love you, will you marry me? After saying that, Ling Feng handed the diamond ring forward again. People around shouted, marry him, marry him, marry him. Yi Chensi's eyes suddenly turned red and tears welled up in them. Yi Chensi stretched out his right hand and said slowly, I do. After Yi Chensi finished speaking, Ling Feng put the ring on Yi Chensi's ring finger. After the diamond ring was completely put on Yi Chensi's hand, tears suddenly flowed out of Yi Chensi's eyes like a stream of clear springs. Ling Feng stood up, hugged Yi Chensi in his arms, and said, Chensi, I will love you forever. Everyone around cheered for Ling Feng and Yi Chensi. Ling Feng and Yi Chensi hugged each other like this, as if they were going to hug each other until the end of time. 10 minutes later, Yi Chensi said softly, Afeng, let's continue after we get home. Okay. Ling Feng let go of Yi Chensi. At this moment, there was a thud, and a cloud of yellow dust rose up. Chapter 30 Token of Love. Ling Feng and Yi Chensi looked in that direction at the same time, and saw that there might be something in a row of cardboard boxes. A row of full cardboard boxes just fell to the ground. There was a person standing next to the cardboard box, and that person was obviously also very frightened. The facial features were all tightened and the mouth was wide open. Soon, two people ran out hurriedly from the shop behind the row of goods. Seeing the goods fall over, he walked up to the man and seemed to be scolding him for something. The man lowered his head after being scolded and put his hands against the seams of his trousers. He seemed to be enduring something but did not dare to say it out loud. When Ling Feng and Yi Chensi saw this, they looked at each other and pushed the stroller in the opposite direction. After all, they are not the kind of people who would roar when they see injustice. They would stay away from things that have nothing to do with them, otherwise they would get into trouble. At this time Ling Feng quietly put the jade bracelet into Yi Chensi's hand. Although Yi Chensi was also holding a bag in her hand, she could still feel that Ling Feng gave her the bag. Yi Chensi thought Ling Feng couldn't lift it anymore, but was too embarrassed to tell her. So he turned his head and looked at Ling Feng, stretched out his hand, wanting to take part of the bag in Ling Feng's hand and carry it himself. Ling Feng couldn't help feeling helpless when he saw Yi Chensi make this move. With my wife's brain like this, I'm afraid she will be sold out and have to help others count the money. I really don't know how she has managed to live safely until now in such a scheming place like the Yi family. But after all, she is your wife, so you still have to pamper her. Ling Feng said, Wife, do you want to see what I stuffed into your pocket? Yi Chensi asked in confusion, What? After she finished speaking, she raised her hand again, and only then did she see that there was a red bag in her hand. Yi Chensi took out the bag with his other hand and put the bag in this hand on the ground. Then she opened the bag and saw a red box in it, and took out the red box. When I opened the lid and saw the jade bracelet in the box, I couldn't take my eyes off it. You know, when she was in the Yi family, she had no shortage of money, and her hobby was collecting all kinds of jade. Her room was like a small jade market. There are all kinds of jade, bracelets, raw stones, necklaces, all kinds. The prices of these jades vary, with the highest being as high as 100 million yuan and the lowest being only 100,000 yuan. Yi Chensi took out the bracelet, looked at it carefully, and slowly said these words. It has no marks or cracks. It is a fine stone. If it were carved with patterns, the price would be over 20 million. It's a pity that it's just a bracelet. Ling Feng listened to Yi Chensi's professional words and looked at Yi Chensi. He couldn't help but feel that there was a layer of golden light shining on Yi Chensi. I feel that Yi Chensi at this moment is the real Yi Chensi. After Yi Chensi said this, she looked at Ling Feng's obsessed eyes again. Said, Actually, I have another identity. Ling Feng also recovered and asked, What is your identity? I haven't used that identity for a long time. Besides, now is not the time to bring it up. Sigh. Yi Chensi was filled with sorrow when he said this. Seeing that Yi Chensi didn't want to talk about it, Ling Feng didn't continue to ask and instead changed the subject. Said, Chensi, wear this jade bracelet. Although it is not very expensive, it can be regarded as a token of our love. Okay. Yi Chensi said happily. Afeng, remember, the feelings between us cannot be measured by money, so you don't need to spend a lot of money to buy anything. Do you understand? If I find out that you are spending money recklessly, I will punish you by making you sleep alone in the guest room for a week. Yi Chensi said fiercely. Okay, I know, my dear wife. Ling Feng said lovingly. That's good to know, Yi Chenxi said. Ling Feng, you little jerk, are actually here. A discordant voice came. Chapter 31 Chapter 30 Feng Hua's Death. Ling Feng looked in the direction where the voice came from and found that it was his old enemy in college, Feng Hua. The reason was that Ling Feng had a girlfriend when he was a freshman, and Feng Hua also liked this girl, but he couldn't snatch her away from Ling Feng, so he was very angry with Ling Feng. This person was a member of the student union when he was in college. He often used his power to deduct points from Ling Feng in his roommate's dormitory. Ling Feng and his roommates had privately approached Ru Feng several times, but Ru Feng said that the points Ling Feng and his roommates deserved to be deducted. Because of this, the boss Han Chang had a fight with Feng Hua. In the end, everyone in Ling Feng's dormitory except Yang Hai went to fight with Feng Hua. Of course, it was Feng Hua who found his boss in the student union and the matter was finally resolved. And because of that person's manipulation, Ling Feng and the other three were punished in the end, and they finally graduated after studying hard for credits. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with jealousy. When Ling Feng saw Feng Hua standing there, he walked over, grabbed Feng Hua's collar, and pulled Feng Hua up from the ground. Ling Feng said calmly, "Feng Hua, I didn't expect it to be you, a former student union member." Although Ling Feng's tone was flat, the air around him seemed to drop several degrees and become icy cold when he spoke. But Feng Hua still spoke in a rogue tone, "Come on, come and hit me here." After he finished speaking, he leaned his head forward. Ling Feng was furious, but he remained calm. After all, Ling Feng was now the chairman of two major groups, so he had to be more prudent in everything he did. This is what Ling Feng learned from Yi Tianxin: only those who are steady can achieve great things. Ling Feng said, "Oh? What if I really hit him?" After saying that, Ling Feng raised his fist and was about to hit Feng Hua on the head. Feng Hua was a little scared when he saw this and hurriedly gave his home address. Ling Feng, I am a veteran of an underground organization under the Fan family of Kyoto. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the Fan family endlessly. Oh? Are you in such a high position? Then I want to see what I can do to you today. Go ahead and call for help. A small fry like you is not worth my effort. When Feng Hua heard Ling Feng say this, he realized that Ling Feng had been playing a trick on him, and his face turned blue and purple. In his mind, he brought out all of Ling Feng's ancestors and greeted them. Feng Hua said, "Ling Feng, don't be so arrogant. If I really call someone, you won't even have time to cry. Just call me when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Ling Feng said impatiently. "Don't regret it." Feng Hua glared at Ling Feng fiercely. "How dare you look at me?" Ling Feng said and then slapped Feng Hua on the calf. There was a slight sound of bone breaking in Feng Hua's calf. Feng Hua felt a pain and said painfully, "Ling Feng, your whole family will have a hard time. You dare to curse my whole family? I'll break one of your legs." After saying that, Ling Feng broke Feng Hua's leg as well. Feng Hua didn't say anything this time, but his facial features were completely distorted. This time, Feng Hua did not delay any longer and hurriedly called the boss. He knew that if he didn't call, he would probably die here. Feng Hua got through the call, with a flattering look on his face. "Brother Long, I encountered some problems here at Wanda Plaza. I hope Brother Long can send some people to help me solve this matter. Who dares to mess with my little brother Long Outyin? He doesn't know how deep the water is." "I understand. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Wait for us." A burst of arrogant words came from the other end of the phone. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. When Feng Hua heard that Long Outyin was going to bring people here personally, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He said proudly, "Did you hear that? My brother Long is going to bring people here personally. Before he comes, you kneel down and apologize to me, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, when my brother Long comes, you will be dead. Then I'll look forward to hearing from you." Ling Feng said, and threw Feng Hua to the ground. Feng Hua cried out in pain again. Then he started swearing at Ling Feng, but Ling Feng ignored him. "Just said, if you don't want to die now, shut your stinky mouth." After saying that, he turned around and walked back to Yi Chenxi's side. She said softly, "Chenxi, go take a look around first and see if there's anything worth buying. Use this card to pay." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he handed Yi Chenxi a black card. Yi Chenxi also knew what Ling Feng meant, so she took the black card and left with the stroller. Before leaving, Yi Chenxi told Ling Feng, "No matter what, you must take good care of yourself." "Okay, I understand." Ling Feng rubbed Yi Chenxi's hair and kissed Yi Chenxi's forehead. The two hugged each other and then Yi Chenxi left. But Ling Feng knew that this matter might not be that simple. So he took out his cell phone and called the vice presidents of Fengxue Group and Tianyun Group, and also called the CEO. But Ling Feng was not afraid, but was worried that the public relations after this incident would be difficult, so he told them first so that they could be prepared. 5 minutes later. Neither Ling Feng nor Feng Hua said anything, but two hurried voices came, "Chairman." The ones who came over were Wan Tianxua and Qin Yuechuan. The two men walked up to Ling Feng and bowed together. Ling Feng motioned for the two to stand up. After the two stood up, they said to Ling Feng, "Chairman, everyone is already in place. Just give the order and everyone will go out." "How many people did you bring with you?" Ling Feng asked. "About 1,000 people, 500 people each from the two families," Qin Yuechuan said. Ling Feng felt that it was unnecessary. After all, he could handle all the problems by himself, but he still felt that it was great to have someone to help him. Ling Feng felt like a gang boss, with thousands of people obeying his orders. After a while, Xiao Weifei and Yang Tianhua also came. At this time, the sound of ghost fire was heard at the entrance of Wanda Shopping Mall. Then, there was a noise downstairs. Ling Feng looked at Wanda Shopping Mall. There was no one left in the mall. Everyone had been evacuated. Ling Feng looked at Yang Tianhua and asked, "Where is my wife?" Yang Tianhua said, "The boss lady has been safely sent back to Jingxiu Huafu." "Okay, I understand," Ling Feng said. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he stood up, walked to Feng Hua, squatted down, and had a playful look on his face. He said, "Feng Hua, you can't beat me. You couldn't snatch the woman before, and now you have no strength. Let me send you to heaven." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he struck out with a palm, hitting Feng Hua in the stomach, and Feng Hua lost his life information. The four group executives were stunned by Ling Feng's move. They didn't expect that their boss knew martial arts. At this time, Ling Feng spoke, "Let's go and take a look." Chapter 32, Chapter 31, Killing System. All the senior executives obeyed and followed Ling Feng downstairs together. After Ling Feng came down from upstairs, he saw that the entrance of Wanda Shopping Mall was already crowded with people. Ling Feng prepared to go out and see what was going on. At this time, Qin Yuechuan spoke, "Chairman, if you go out now, you may be accidentally injured." When Ling Feng heard this, he slowly stopped. Qin Yuechuan thought the boss valued his life, so he said, "Let the subordinates go out and check the situation." After saying that, Qin Yuechuan prepared to go out. At this time, Ling Feng spoke, "No one should go out. Let the leader of the other side come in to talk. We should try to use words instead of fighting." Only then did Qin Yuechuan understand what the chairman meant. However, Wan Tianxua and Yang Tianhua, who were standing nearby, were not surprised at all. Because they all went through the incident with Ling Feng regarding the thieves' gang, they knew there was no doubt about Ling Feng's strength. But they didn't expect that the chairman would have such a big change in just 1 or 2 months, becoming calm and steady. He does not have the arrogance of young people, but has a sense of vicissitudes of life that comes from going through ups and downs. Otherwise, with the chairman's strength, he would be no less capable even in a one-on-one fight, but he would rather negotiate, which is also a way to minimize the company's losses. Otherwise, once the action really takes place, the company will not feel good, and once the other party takes the company to court, the negative impact will be very large. The four of them didn't think much about it and went out together to call the gang leader in. 2 bodyguards were holding Long Outyan, who was shouting wantonly, "You bastards, you only know how to use your numbers to bully the few, you are a bunch of rubbish." Everyone was immune to Long Outyan's trash talk. After all, they had all been through a lot and had seen many people more outrageous than Long Outyan. The 2 bodyguards brought Long Outyan to Ling Feng. At this time, Ling Feng was sitting on an antique round stool, looking at Long Outyan in front of him, sizing him up and down. Long Outyan has a green dragon tattooed on his left arm and a flower tattoo on his right arm, a typical gangster. Long Outyan was very unhappy when he saw Ling Feng looking at him. He said arrogantly, "You little bastard, you only dare to bully the minority with your numbers. What kind of man are you? If you have the ability, fight one-on-one. Don't rely on these people." Long Outyan said this and glanced at the 2 bodyguards escorting him. I said, "There's no need to reason with people like you. If you are unhappy, then call someone stronger. If you can't call someone stronger, then stop barking." Ling Feng said lightly. "Humph, do you dare to ask me to call for help? If you can call me, please." Then you should ask them to let me go. You too, let him go. Ling Feng said. After Ling Feng finished speaking, the two bodyguards let go of Long Outyen. And at the moment the two bodyguards let go, Long Outyen instantly appeared in front of Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng was also on guard. After all, he knew that Long Outyen would not give up. Ling Feng was not surprised at all when he saw that Long Outyen still wanted to attack him. With a light slap, Long Outyen was pushed back half a step. At the moment when Long Outyen retreated, the two bodyguards quickly followed and arrested Long Outyen again. Ling Feng said, Long Outyen, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so you can go now. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he kicked out with his leg, and there was a faint flash of the light of a real dragon in this move. With one kick, Long Outyen was killed. When the four senior executives saw Ling Feng kill Long Outyen, they began to plan the subsequent public relations in their minds. After all, he is a well-known gangster working for a company under the Fan family. I don't know how many shameful things he has done for that company. I don't think that company will give up, and if the Fan family is involved, then this matter will probably become extremely terrifying. However, the Fan family would not get into trouble with two major groups because of a gangster. The Fan family is an ancient family that has been entrenched in Kyoto for countless years and is even stronger than the current Yi family. According to some information sources, the Fan family can even be ranked in the top 20 on the Chinese family rankings, while the Yi family is only ranked in the top 100. Therefore, all this information shows that the Fan family is very smart and will definitely not get involved in this mess. Even that company won't care too much about it, so as long as they do the right PR, there will be absolutely no problem. Ling Feng crushed Long Outyen's body into powder before sitting back on the stool. The four senior executives were stunned when they saw Ling Feng's actions. They didn't expect that the chairman was so terrifying that he could crush a human corpse into powder. But I didn't think much about it. After all, for such a small country to own two large groups, its strength must be terrifying. At this time, Yang Tianhua said, Chairman, these two are the two strongest bodyguards in the group. You can deploy them at your will from now on. Yang Tianhua said as he pointed at the two bodyguards who came in. At this time, Xiao Yifei also said, Chairman, our Fengshui group has also selected two elite bodyguards for you to deploy. After Xiao Yifei finished speaking, Qin Yuchuan walked in with the two men. Ling Feng saw that both groups had picked out two bodyguards, but four bodyguards were too many. So he said, pick one more person from each of your two families. 4 bodyguards are too many. Okay, I understand, said the people from the two groups. In less than 2 minutes, each family picked out one person, and both of them stood up. Well, since you have stood out from the crowd, you must have many outstanding qualities. However, since you are my bodyguards, you should stick together and not be divided into different groups. Moreover, I declare that you will no longer be affiliated with your respective groups. From now on, I will pay your salaries personally. Your labor contract is terminated today, and I will sign a new labor contract for you. Ling Feng said. He thought this was the best solution. Otherwise there would inevitably be disharmony, which was not what Ling Feng wanted to see. We understand, boss, they both said in unison. Just when Ling Feng was about to say something. Ding, complete the task, propose, reward 70% of Junlin Group's shares. Ding, mission completed, send a token of love, reward 70% of the shares of Hanhai Transport Group. Ding, the host kills for the first time, awakening the killing system. Ding, the host killed 2 people, and was rewarded with the Dragon City cruise ship and a shop in the prosperous area of the Bun 200 square meters. Hearing this series of system prompts, Ling Feng's body was shocked. He didn't expect that he had completed so many tasks and also awakened the killing system. This wave of harvest is quite fruitful. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly felt that all the dark clouds in his heart disappeared. Just as Ling Feng was sighing, the door of Wanda shopping mall suddenly shattered. Chapter 33. 2 moves shocked everyone. Ling Feng looked towards the door and saw a group of bodyguards in suits beating a group of thugs with tools. The group of thugs who were beaten fled in a panic until one of them accidentally broke the door of Wanda shopping mall. Glass shattered all over the ground, and the chaotic battle suddenly stopped. The people outside looked at the people inside, and the people inside looked at the people outside. In full view of everyone, they just stared at each other. But this eye contact did not last long, and soon the group of thugs outside wanted to run in and attack Huanglong. But they thought too little of Ling Feng. When Ling Feng saw so many people running in, he wanted to take action directly. But suddenly he remembered that there might be bodyguards among these people, so he shouted, "Bodyguards, step back, leave them to me." But the bodyguards still didn't retreat. Then, Ling Feng shouted, "Anyone who doesn't retreat will be fired." As soon as these words were spoken, many people left. Ling Feng was very satisfied seeing this. It seemed that the word dismissal was the most effective way to deal with workers. He saw that many bodyguards had retreated, but a small number of them had not yet left. Ling Feng didn't care about those people. After all, one shouldn't mess up big plans by trying to make small plans. And he also reminded him out loud. So Ling Feng no longer endured it and used all his strength to strike out with a palm. This palm seemed to cause drastic changes in heaven and earth, with the power to swallow mountains and step on seas. This palm transformed into a golden dragon with the shadow of a dragon, seemingly unstoppable. The palm grew from small to large, and by the time it hit the group of thugs, it had become extremely huge. With just one palm, he knocked the group of thugs to the ground. Some of the weak ones even died, without even a corpse left. Seeing that some people were still able to get up from the ground, Ling Feng kicked out again. Those thugs who were not dead were completely defeated by this kick and their entire army was wiped out. Everyone was stunned when they saw Ling Feng's two moves, and their jaws dropped. "I didn't expect that my chairman was so powerful and could deal with more than 200 thugs with just two moves." Ling Feng calmly put away his legs and hands and stood there naturally, as if he was not the one who dealt with these people. In fact, Ling Feng didn't plan to do it himself at first. After all, no one wants to dirty their hands. What's more, there are so many people. However, Ling Feng has awakened the killing system, so he can kill these more than 100 people by himself. After all, there are rich system rewards. Ling Feng was not too surprised when he saw that the others looked stunned. After all, he did not expect these two moves to be so powerful, but Ling Feng did not show much on his face, he was just silently shocked in his heart. About half a minute later, the four top executives of the group were the first to react. He praised Ling Feng, "Chairman, it really has to be you." Ling Feng said, "It's nothing, it's just a powerful move." Although the four people didn't say it, they must have thought, "Isn't a powerful move also a kind of strength?" Then everyone came back to their senses. But the most surprising thing were the two bodyguards assigned to Ling Feng. After all, they still thought that Ling Feng was a weakling who needed their protection. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng's own strength is so powerful. Then who needs their protection? Ling Feng's wife and daughter? Or parents? Ling Feng naturally didn't know what the two bodyguards were thinking. But after everyone came to their senses, he said to Xiao Weifei and Yang Tianhua, "You guys handle the rest. Once this matter is handled, everyone in the group will receive a bonus of 2,000 yuan. Do you understand?" "Understood, Chairman," they said in unison. "Okay, I'll go home first. I'm going to inspect the Tianyun Group headquarters tomorrow," Ling Feng said. "How long will it take you to arrive?" Yang Tianhua asked cautiously. "Don't ask me about this. I will go when I should go," Ling Feng said. "I understand. You are welcome to come anytime," Yang Tianhua said. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he turned around and was about to pick up the things he and Yi Chenzi had purchased. The two bodyguards quickly picked up those things. When Ling Feng saw that they brought it up, he didn't mention it again. He turned and went down the underground parking lot, followed closely by two bodyguards. After Ling Feng left, the top executives of the two groups said, "The chairman is truly a rare talent. Not only is he extremely wealthy, but his strength is also unfathomable. Yes, this kind of person is the most difficult to guess. Yes, it seems that shopping malls will no longer be so harmonious in the future. Instead, they will be completely transformed. Let's welcome the arrival of a new era together. Well, we must follow the chairman well, and we will definitely have a share of the market in the future." They all nodded and left. Now everyone has to go back and start preparing for public relations. What happened in Wanda Shopping Mall was spread through the internet and spread in less than half an hour. The public opinion on the internet is not good for Tianyun Group and Fengshui Group. But soon, the Navy entered the scene and quickly revealed the situation at that time, as well as the cause, process, and result of the incident. So the direction of public opinion quickly turned towards that company. And that company is also ready to use netizens to turn its attention to Fengyun Group and Tianyun Group again. At this time, Fengshui Group and Tianyun Group both held public relations meetings and successfully calmed down the public opinion. The other side. Ling Feng sat in the back seat of the event and nanny car, and 2 bodyguards sat in the front seat. The 3 of them were silent, and Ling Feng spoke first. Asked, "Where are you 2 from?" "Boss, I'm from Inner Mongolia." "Boss, I'm from Fujian." "Oh. What are your names?" "Please introduce yourselves to me." Ling Feng said. "Boss, my name is Lu Gahong." "Boss, my name is Wang Yunchong." "I understand. My name is Ling Feng. You can just call me Brother Ling from now on. There's no need to be so restrained. I'll call you Brother Wang and Brother Lu." "Okay, boss," they said. Ling Feng was also speechless when he heard this, but he also knew that it was unrealistic for the 2 to change the way they addressed him at the moment, so he didn't care. Ling Feng didn't say anything else. After all, he was their boss, and he couldn't always bring up the topic, which would be beneath his status as a boss. Just like that, 20 minutes later, Wang Yunchong parked the event and nanny car in the underground garage of Wang's Jingxiu Huafu villa. Ling Feng got out of the car and Lu Gahong picked up the shopping bag. Ling Feng walked into the elevator, and Lu Gahong and Wang Yunchong followed him in. "We've reached the first floor." The mechanical voice of the elevator sounded. The elevator door opened, Ling Feng and the other 2 got off the elevator, and Yi Chenxi and the 4 babies were having fun on the sofa. The 4 children's faces were filled with happy smiles. Yi Chenxi's face was also filled with a happy smile. "Wife, I'm back," Ling Feng shouted to Yi Chenxi. Chapter 34, It's all because of my bad mouth. Yi Chenxi looked at Ling Feng, then ran over excitedly and hugged Ling Feng. She said excitedly, "Husband, you are back." Seeing this, the 2 bodyguards quickly put down their belongings and left the villa. On the way back, the 2 told Ling Feng their phone numbers and asked him to call them when he went out. "Well, I'm back," Ling Feng said again. "Husband, come here quickly, our 4 children can crawl now," Yi Chenxi said happily. Yi Chenxi did not ask Ling Feng how the matter at Wanda Plaza was handled, but talked about family topics. This is a woman's trust in a man. A man who trusts her will definitely handle things well. "Really?" Ling Feng asked. "If you don't believe me, come and see." Yi Chenxi took Ling Feng's hand and walked quickly to the 4 children. "I saw 4 children lying on the sofa, kicking their little feet hard, trying to crawl forward. All 4 children are working hard, and the eldest is worthy of being the first one to be born and the first to move forward." Although she could only move a short distance, Yi Chenxi was still very happy. After all, she was the child's mother and the child was the flesh and blood that fell from her body. Naturally, they are very happy about any progress their children make. Of course, Ling Feng was also very happy. After all, he was the children's biological father and of course had unparalleled love for his children. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi watched the 4 children's hard work and did not feel bored at all. Instead, they became more energetic the more they watched, because all 4 children were making progress. As for the game of hide and seek that Yi Chenxi played with the 4 children before, in reality Yi Chenxi put the 4 children somewhere and then looked for them again. But Yi Chenxi didn't feel bored at all, because she was playing with her children, so she was happy no matter how she played. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi just looked at the children quietly, feeling very happy. Soon, the sun set and stars appeared in the sky. Ling Feng then noticed the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Ling Feng immediately went to the kitchen to cook, while Yi Chenxi was coaxing the children to sleep. It had been an hour since Ling Feng came back, and the children had been working so hard that they soon felt sleepy. They kept crying, so Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi made some milk powder for them. Yi Chenxi finally coaxed all 4 children to sleep. While Ling Feng was cooking, Yi Chenxi was not idle either. She put all the newly bought things in their places before she took a break. Yi Chenxi turned on the TV and started watching a TV series. Since Ling Feng didn't let her enter the kitchen, she could only watch TV. At 8 o'clock, the stars are shining. Ling Feng finally prepared the meal and brought it out. Yi Chenxi first took the bowl and chopsticks, and then served rice for himself and Ling Feng. Only then did he sit down at the table. Ling Feng took off her apron, put it away, and sat down at the dining table. At this time, Yi Chenxi stood up again and poured a cup of hot water for himself and Ling Feng. Ling Feng finished drinking the hot water, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. And Yi Chenxi did the same thing. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi both started eating without saying a word. But it seems like they are communicating invisibly. This is the tacit understanding between husband and wife. An hour later. The two finished their meal, and the delicious dishes turned into clean plates. Yi Chenxi suggested again that she wash the dishes. Without waiting for Ling Feng to refuse, Yi Chenxi picked up the plate and walked into the kitchen. Ling Feng also followed him into the kitchen. Yi Chenxi said, "Why did you come in? Didn't we agree that I would wash the dishes?" "That's not what I'm saying. You can also use the dishwasher." Ling Feng said. "Yes, what else do you think I would use to wash my hands?" Yi Chenxi asked back. "Nothing, I'm just afraid that some little fools won't see the dishwasher and wash the dishes by hand." Ling Feng said. "Who are you calling a fool?" Yi Chenxi said fiercely. "Whoever agrees is a fool." Ling Feng said very rudely. "Ling Feng!" Yi Chenxi roared. After Yi Chenxi finished speaking, he was about to go up and hit Ling Feng. Ling Feng ran out. Yi Chenxi didn't pursue her and put the bowl into the dishwasher. Then, Yi Chenxi walked out of the kitchen. Sat on the sofa. Ling Feng wanted to sit next to Yi Chenxi, but was pushed away by Yi Chenxi. Ling Feng walked closer, but was pushed away by Yi Chenxi again. "Wife, why don't you let me be with you again?" Ling Feng asked pitifully. "Because you are so talkative, I will punish you to sleep in the guest room tonight." Yi Chenxi said. "No, don't, wife." Ling Feng said painfully. While saying this, he was pulling Yi Chenxi's sleeve. Said, "Chenxi, please change the punishment, anything else will do." "That's fine too. 1 week." Yi Chenxi said. "No, wife, how can you do this? You see, your husband must feel uncomfortable like this, right? So don't set the punishment." Ling Feng pleaded. "No way." Yi Chenxi said and turned to go upstairs. Ling Feng followed and saw Yi Chenxi walk into the master bedroom and lock the door. Ling Feng wanted to open the door, but he didn't expect Yi Chenxi to lock it from the inside. So Ling Feng could only go to the guest bedroom with a sad face. "I thought, it's all because of my bad mouth." No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Ling Feng got up first, and the first thing he did was to sign in. System, sign in. Ling Feng thought in his mind. Ding, sign in successfully, reward 100% shares of Yufeng Sky Revolving Restaurant. When Ling Feng heard the name of the reward, his eyes suddenly lit up, because Ling Feng had heard of this restaurant. It is the most romantic restaurant in Shanghai and also a Michelin 6-star restaurant in Shanghai. Ling Feng thought, if I can finish visiting Fengyun Group at noon today, I will take Yi Chenxi to this restaurant for lunch. Ling Feng got up, washed up first, then went downstairs to make breakfast. Ling Feng prepared breakfast and Yi Chenxi also went downstairs. The two of them finished breakfast together. Yi Chenxi planned to take her 4 children to the park to let them breathe some fresh air. Ling Feng has already called the 2 bodyguards, and they will come to pick him up at 9 o'clock. Wang Yunchong drove the car on this trip, and Lu Gahong went to protect Yi Chenxi and the children. Yi Chenxi put on some light makeup, and the two of them helped put clothes on the 4 children. Ling Feng put on a suit. Ready to go. 9 o'clock arrived quickly. Wang Yunchong and Lu Gahong arrived at Jingxiu Huafu on time. Considering that they had to come here every day, they were registered on the temporary residence registration form. Register the long-term accommodation form when you plan to employ 2 people on a long-term basis. The two had a clear division of labor. Wang Yunchong picked up Ling Feng and drove away the extended version of Rolls-Royce. When leaving, Ling Feng reluctantly said to Yi Chenxi, "Chenxi, take good care of the children. I'm leaving first." "Okay, goodbye, husband," Yi Chenxi said. Wang Yunchong drove away. Soon, Lu Gahong moved all the things he needed for the trip into the car. Yi Chenxi got in the car, and the children were also carried into the car. Lu Gahong started the vehicle. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce entered the parking lot of the Fengyun Group building. Ling Feng got out of the car and signaled Wang Yunchong not to follow him. A man walked into the Fengyun Group building. Ling Feng entered the Fengyun Group building, but no one came up to greet him. They were all slacking off. Ling Feng thought, it seems that Fengyun Group needs to be fundamentally renovated. Chapter 35 Inspecting Tianyun Group. Ling Feng first explained his purpose to the front desk. "I have an appointment with the president of your group to discuss cooperation." "Let me in." The receptionist said nonchalantly, "Give us your reservation record, or you won't be allowed in." "Okay." Ling Feng showed the front desk the appointment record, which was what he and Wan Tianxua requested yesterday. Because he knew that if he asked Wan Tianxua and others to come down to receive him, it would probably not achieve the expected results of his inspection. The receptionist took a quick look at him, handed him an employee card, let him in, and then returned it to the counter behind the check-in counter. Ling Feng picked up his employee card and entered the Tianyun Group building. After passing the checkpoint, Ling Feng placed his employee card on the counter. Then walk forward until you reach the elevator entrance. Ling Feng took the elevator to the 50th floor, which was the office of the group CEO, Wan Tianxua. When Ling Feng arrived, he was stopped by a man. Ling Feng showed the appointment record and the man let him go. Ling Feng continued walking forward. Arriving at the door of the CEO's office, he pushed the door open and walked in. Wan Tianxua inside saw the office door was opened and thought that someone was so rude as to come in without knocking. He was about to burst into a curse, but when he saw it was Ling Feng, his open lips closed again. Then he asked, "Hello, Chairman." Ling Feng nodded and closed the office door. Sat on the reception sofa in Wan Tianxua's office. Wan Tianxua hurriedly stood up from his seat and walked to the reception table. Said, "Chairman, you came really quickly." Ling Feng said, "Is it fast enough? If we don't hurry up, the group will be ruined." Wan Tianxua was shocked when he heard this. Although there was no excessive tone in Ling Feng's words, anyone could hear that Ling Feng was angry. Wan Tianxua thought, who was so stupid that he got annoyed as soon as the chairman arrived. But he still asked, "Chairman, did you find any problems during your inspection?" "Problem? I found a big problem before I even checked." "What's the problem?" "Chairman, please tell me. We will correct it quickly." "It's the group's front desk's problem. All the front desk staff are slacking off, and some are even sleeping. This is damaging the company's reputation." "Okay, I understand. If you have any questions during your inspection today, just tell me and I will definitely solve them. After all, we are all for the company." "Well, don't worry, I would have told you even if you didn't mention it." "Then Chairman, do you want to continue the inspection now?" "Yes, I will continue my inspection now." "Do you need me to follow?" "No need. If you follow me, my trip here will be in vain." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he stood up. Wan Tianxua opened the door for Ling Feng, and Ling Feng walked out with his long legs. After Ling Feng left, Wan Tianxua angrily called his special assistant in. Wan Tianxua's special assistant didn't understand why Wan Tianxua was so angry. Wan Tianxua saw the special assistant coming in and asked angrily, "What are you doing? Why did the chairman say that everyone at the front desk has a bad attitude?" The special assistant said, "President, I told them yesterday that the chairman would come to inspect today and asked them to correct their attitude, but I don't know whether they listened to it or not." "Okay, since you don't want to take your work seriously, then don't do it." Wan Tianxua was so angry that he laughed at his special assistant's words. "Boss, if you don't want me to do it, then don't even think about doing it properly. Don't forget that I have evidence against you." The special assistant smiled sinisterly. "What evidence do you have against me?" Wan Tianxua suddenly panicked. "Of course it's evidence that you accepted bribes and prostitutes." The special assistant became playful. "How much do you have?" Wan Tianxua asked in panic. "I don't know." Wan Tianxua suddenly collapsed in his chair. He never expected that his usually gentle and kind assistant would actually trick him like this. He said weakly, "Well, you can continue to hold this position." "No, since you said so, I now order you to resign from your position as president and let me take over." "Don't go too far. Although you have my evidence, don't think I don't have your evidence. I know everything you did in secret." Wan Tianxua also said firmly. "Oh, so you knew that? Then let's have a competition to see who can survive till the end." The special assistant left this sentence and slammed the door and walked out. Wan Tianxua was very angry, but he still calmed himself down. After all, Ling Feng has just taken office and it is time for him to show his abilities. He must not make any mistakes, otherwise he will be the first one to be used as a warning to others. So he couldn't show too panic. Also, this special assistant couldn't be kept and had to be killed, and he had to use Ling Feng's hand. This way there won't be any hidden dangers. Wan Tianxua already had a complete plan in mind. The other side. Ling Feng reached the second floor, where he planned to check every floor one by one. The second floor is the programming department. People on the entire floor are busy working, and everyone's face is filled with fatigue. Seeing that the people on this floor were working so hard, Ling Feng did not examine them carefully and just took a quick look. I thought to myself, if everyone in the entire group works this hard, the group will definitely prosper. But he also knew that there were definitely some evil tendencies in the group, and there would be many of them. He only hoped that he could uncover all of them through this investigation. Ling Feng checked a few more floors and found that the people on these floors were actually working hard. Ling Feng thought, no way, the atmosphere in the group is really so good, except for the front desk, everyone is working hard. Ling Feng took the elevator to the 23rd floor, which was the purchasing department. Ling Feng thought, the people in the purchasing department will definitely not work that hard, and there will definitely be a lot of people who take kickbacks among them. After all, the work of the purchasing department would be allocated money, and this money was all budgeted, and the money spent was only more than the budget. He would be surprised if no one took kickbacks from it. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Feng reached the 23rd floor, the scene outside the elevator shocked Ling Feng. I saw everyone holding their mobile phones, leaning back in their office chairs, playing with their phones comfortably. Ling Feng had thought that the atmosphere in the purchasing department would be bad, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. Even he couldn't stand it. Ling Feng walked out of the elevator and observed carefully, and found that some of them were still sleeping, eating, watching TV series, etc., doing all kinds of things. Ling Feng frowned slightly. He even felt that the people in the purchasing department had to be replaced. But he also knew that it was obviously unrealistic to replace so many people at one time, and these people must have some connections in the group, otherwise they would not dare to be so presumptuous. Just as Ling Feng was about to go to the purchasing manager's office to take a look, suddenly, a man holding a cup of coffee bumped into Ling Feng's chest. Chapter 36 Old Classmates. Ling Feng was pressed to the ground by a burst of pressure. Ling Feng wanted to get up, but he was pinned down and had no way to do anything. Ling Feng could only say, "Brother, please stand up, you are pressing me." The person above said, "Who are you calling brother? I am a pure and cute little girl. Can't you feel my plump breasts?" Ling Feng didn't expect that the person pressing him was actually a woman. No wonder he felt a little strange. Why was this man's chest so small and short? It didn't look like the chest of an adult male. But Ling Feng didn't want to conflict with her now, so he said, "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, but can you please stand up?" "Okay, then just call me your Highness Princess and I will let you go," said the woman. Hearing this, people around were talking about it. Who is this? How come he offended this narcissistic girl right away? What bad luck! When Ling Feng heard this, he immediately felt like vomiting. He never thought that this woman could be so narcissistic. Although Ling Feng didn't want to conflict with her, he really couldn't say this. I can only say, please get up quickly. If you don't get up, I will take coercive measures against you. Humph, what's wrong with calling me Her Royal Highness Princess? Do you think I can skin you alive? The woman showed no signs of getting up. Instead, she maintained a tough attitude. Then I will take coercive measures against you, Ling Feng said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed out with his palm, and the woman flew to an open space 10 meters away. Then, Ling Feng quickly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Looking far away, I saw a round ball lying on the ground. Ling Feng thought, no wonder I can't stand up, it turns out there is a pig pressing on me. But at this moment, people around him reminded him, young man, leave quickly, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Ling Feng was puzzled, what's wrong? Who did I offend? The people around pointed at the ball on the ground and said, you messed with her. Do you know who she is descended from? Whose? She is the daughter of the director of our group's sales department. Do you think she has a great background? Ling Feng thought, director of the sales department? Who is this person? I have to ask Wan Tianxua later. Okay, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. When everyone saw that Ling Feng did not leave, they thought that Ling Feng was really crazy as he did not run away in such a situation, but they did not care much about it as it was not them who had provoked anyone after all. But Ling Feng didn't care at all. After all, in this building, who had a higher status than him? Ling Feng turned around and continued to go to the office of the sales director. P.S. In the setting of this book, the distribution department and the sales department are not the same department. The distribution department is responsible for selling things purchased from outside, while the sales department directly sells things independently developed by the group. Ling Feng went to the sales director's office and knocked on the door. A gentle and elegant voice came from inside, come in. Ling Feng pushed the door open and saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a black pen sitting at the desk. The man raised his head and met Ling Feng's gaze. They both said in unison, "It's you." It turns out that the two were high school classmates and had a good relationship. So when the classmates met, both sides were happy. They sat on the sofa and started talking about life after graduating from high school. Chapter 37 Melancholy. Ling Feng learned from this old friend that after graduating from high school, he was admitted to a university in Shanghai. After graduation, he came here and spent another 2 years to climb to his current position. Ling Feng knew that he must have put in a lot of effort to get to where he is now. Has anyone bullied you since you came here? Also, there are too many people slacking off in the department I just walked into. Of course I was bullied. After all, I was just a newcomer at that time. As for the people in the department, I also managed them, but most of them had people protecting them. And that's why they are so arrogant in the department. He sure said angrily. Ling Feng also understood he sure's helplessness. After all, although he was also the head of a department, there were many people in the company with higher status than him, so he naturally couldn't interfere. Sales, distribution, and purchasing are the three departments where kickbacks are most easily taken within the group, so many people used their connections to put people around them in these three departments. Many of the current senior executives in the group have been promoted gradually from these three departments. Ling Feng felt that it would be almost impossible to completely clean up the group. Ling Feng didn't think much about it and could only take it one step at a time. Ling Feng chatted with He Shi for a while, then stood up and left. He did not forget that he still had to inspect the entire company. Ling Feng came out of He Shi's office and saw that the employees in the group were still playing with their mobile phones. He could only smile bitterly and continue his inspection. An hour and a half later, Ling Feng successfully inspected the entire company. Just as he thought, the three most profitable departments also had the most people taking shortcuts, but he had no other choice but to eliminate them bit by bit. Ling Feng entered the elevator and arrived at Wang Tianshua's office. Wang Tianshua saw Ling Feng coming in, stood up from his chair and said, "Chairman." "Yeah." Ling Feng said and sat directly on the sofa. "Did the chairman gain anything from his inspection today?" Wang Tianshua asked. "Of course there are, but these problems may not be that easy to solve." Ling Feng shook his head. Wang Tianshua didn't say anything. After all, he also knew the internal situation of the group. Ling Feng held his forehead with his hand, thinking deeply about something. He stood up and walked out of the office, followed closely by Wang Tianshua. Asked, "Chairman, where are you going?" "Go to the chairman's office." "You can't stay in your office forever." "Oh, so that's how it is. I'll take you there." After Wang Tianshua finished speaking, he walked up to Ling Feng and took Ling Feng to the chairman's office. The 60th floor of Tianyun Building. Wang Tianshua pushed open the door, and a brand new office appeared before the two of them. Wang Tianshua said, "Chairman, this is your office." Ling Feng nodded silently and walked into the office. A scent of mahogany wafted into his nostrils. When Ling Feng smelled the fragrance, he was immediately intoxicated and felt happy. Ling Feng said, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, he sat down on the boss chair. Wang Tianshua sat down in the chair in front of his desk, thinking about something. Ling Feng turned his chair around and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. There seemed to be stars in his eyes, but at this moment Ling Feng's heart was in a mess. He wanted to clean up the company, but this task was simply impossible to accomplish. This made Ling Feng very conflicted and he didn't know whether he should get involved or not. At this time, Ling Feng said in a deep voice, "You go first, I will sit for a while." "Okay." Wang Tianshua said and walked straight out of the office. Ling Feng sat like this for half an hour. His eyes became clearer. Half an hour of meditation helped him figure out some things and make some decisions in his mind. Ling Feng stood up and looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Feng hurried downstairs because he had to go home to be with his wife and children. Chapter 38, Yufeng Revolving Restaurant. Ling Feng walked into the underground garage. When Wang Yunchong saw Ling Feng coming down, he immediately got out of the car and opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce for Ling Feng. Ling Feng sat in and Wang Yunchong closed the door. He sat in the driving seat, started the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the underground parking lot of Tianyun Building. Ling Feng looked at the bustling scene of Shanghai outside the car window, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts, like a tangled mess. When he just graduated, he thought that in Shanghai, as long as he had money, he could do anything. But now, he seems to feel that no matter how rich he is, without power, he is just a clown who can be manipulated at will. He just felt that things were gradually heading towards a more terrifying place. Half an hour later, Ling Feng successfully entered the underground parking lot of his villa. Ling Feng walked into the house and saw Yi Chenxi sitting cross-legged on the sofa with her 4 children watching TV. Ling Feng walked silently behind Yi Chenxi, covered her eyes with his hands, and asked, "Guess who I am?" Yi Chenxi also cooperated. "Let me guess, who is it? Why can't I think of it?" Ling Feng said, "Of course it's your handsome, kind and generous husband." Ling Feng moved his hand away after he finished speaking. Yi Chenxi was speechless and said, "So it's Ling Feng. I thought these adjectives were describing someone else." Ling Feng ran to Yi Chenxi and said, "Hump, do you know that your husband is very popular? Then I should be more popular than you." Ling Feng was speechless for a moment, because Yi Chenxi would definitely attract more men's attention than him. Seeing that he had no say in this topic, Ling Feng immediately changed the subject. "Chenxi, are you hungry?" "To be honest, I am indeed hungry after you reminded me like this," Yi Chenxi said while rubbing his belly. "Okay, let's go eat," Ling Feng suggested. "Where should we eat?" Yi Chenxi pondered. "Let's go to Yufeng Shuchuan restaurant to eat." "Is it that popular internet celebrity restaurant? I heard it's hard to get a seat. It just so happens that that is also a property under my name." "Oh, then let's set off quickly. I can't wait to taste the food prepared by the Michelin 5-star chef," Yi Chenxi said while licking the corner of his mouth. "Okay, then hurry up and clean up, little greedy cat." "Yeah." After Yi Chenxi finished speaking, she hurried upstairs to change her clothes, while Ling Feng packed up the things the children needed. 15 minutes later, the two finally packed up and set off. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the Euphonium revolving restaurant, and another couple took 4 children out of the car and put them into the stroller. Then, the two of them walked into the restaurant hand in hand, pushing the stroller. Walking to the front desk, Ling Feng asked, "Is there any room left?" The receptionist said respectfully, "Excuse me, sir. Our Yufeng revolving restaurant is closed today. It has been booked by a big shot. If you want to eat, you can come back tomorrow." "Sorry." "Okay, I got it." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called the manager of Yufeng revolving restaurant. This person had called him before, but he hung up. Beep, beep. After 2 beeps, the call was connected. "Boss, why did you call me?" "I'm coming to the restaurant to eat, save me a seat." "Okay, I understand." Chapter 39 Tang Xiao. "I came to the restaurant to eat, but the front desk told me that our restaurant is reserved and there are no seats left. Do you think I should leave now, or?" Ling Feng deliberately only finished half of his sentence. A thin layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the forehead of the manager of Yufeng revolving restaurant. "How can there be no seat for the boss? I will arrange it right away. Please wait a moment." After the manager said this, he hung up the phone. The receptionist said sarcastically, "Oh, you know our manager. I think you are looking for an actor." Ling Feng said coldly, "Whether it is true or not, you will know in a moment. No one should jump to conclusions." I'm being arrogant today, what can you do to me?" The receptionist still said arrogantly. In response, Ling Feng did not say anything else but remained silent. He knew that it was impossible to explain things to such a person, and the more he explained, the more trouble he would have. Suddenly, "Princess, please answer the phone. Princess, please answer the phone." The phone at the front desk rang. Just when Ling Feng was about to look at the receptionist's miserable look, a system voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, the host successfully killed 200 hooligans and scrupulous people, and was rewarded with the supreme VLP status of the Hailuan Bay cruise parking area. This status can permanently obtain 5 Supreme cruise ship parking spots, and the Dragon City cruise ship has been parked in the Supreme cruise ship parking spot. Ling Feng's heart was shocked. He had forgotten that his killing system had not given any reward after killing the gangsters. However, the reward given by Long Outyan and Fang Hua for killing 200 people before they even started was valuable. He couldn't help but feel confused. Ding, the host is detected to be confused. The system will explain it to you. First of all, the killing system does not reward you for killing people. On the contrary, if the host kills someone who should not be killed, the system will also give corresponding punishments, or even self-destruct with the host. The host can only kill those who have done evil in the world, and the more evil these people have done, the greater the reward the host will get after killing them, and vice versa. It is also because of these reasons that the system reward issuance time will be slow, because it still needs to be reviewed by the system. This time, because you killed innocent people, the reward was reduced. Ling Feng suddenly realized that this was the case. It seemed that he had to be careful in the future, especially to be careful of the system self-destructing. After the system finished its explanation, it disappeared and returned to my mind. Ling Feng continued to look at the receptionist, and he found that the female receptionist had just answered the phone. Ling Feng suddenly realized that the system had simply stopped time. He couldn't help but admire the system, which could actually stop time. It seemed that the system contained endless charm. As soon as the receptionist answered the phone, she heard the manager cursing on the other end of the line, "Idiot, do you know who is standing in front of you? This is the owner of our restaurant. How dare you mess with him? You don't want to work anymore, do you?" After being cursed by the manager, the receptionist looked at a loss and didn't know what she had done wrong. But the manager didn't give him time to respond and continued, "Hurry up and arrange the best position for the boss, otherwise if the boss blames us, neither of us will be able to have a good life." But Master Tang specifically emphasized that we can't have anyone else in the restaurant today. If Master Tang blames us, we won't have an easy time, the receptionist said slowly. At this time the manager also calmed down. He was very conflicted now. On one side was the boss, and on the other side was the rich man's son. He couldn't afford to offend either side. "Forget it, I'll handle it myself," the manager said and hung up the phone. The receptionist changed his tone and asked, "Boss, a rich young man is coming to our restaurant to hold a party today, and he specifically emphasized that no outsiders are allowed to eat here. For the sake of our restaurant, would you like to go out to eat first and come back tomorrow?" Ling Feng frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the restaurant was booked by a rich man. Generally, rich men are very dandy. He really didn't want to get into such a big trouble, but just because he didn't want to, it didn't mean he agreed to go out for dinner. Ling Feng said, "Then let's discuss it in person when this rich young master comes." The receptionist saw that Ling Feng had no intention of leaving and immediately frowned. She originally thought that the boss could go out to eat for the sake of the restaurant's survival, but she didn't expect that the boss didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all and even wanted to discuss it with Tang Xiao. She knew how dissolute young Master Tang was. He took advantage of his status as a lackey of the eldest son of the Fan family in Kyoto to do whatever he wanted in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. But the family behind him is also the fifth largest family in Shanghai, the Tang family. The Tang family has a close relationship with the Fan family in Kyoto. It was with the help of the Fan family that the Tang family climbed to the fifth largest family in Shanghai today. It is said that Master Fan will also come to the party held by Master Tang today, so Master Tang is willing to spend a large sum of money to book their Yufeng revolving restaurant. Although they are just a restaurant, it would cost 1 billion xia coins to book the entire restaurant, so even the Tang family would have to bleed. Seeing that Ling Feng had no intention of leaving, the receptionist didn't say anything more. Ling Feng walked to Yi Chensi, pushed the babies onto the reception sofa, and looked at the 4 babies with Yi Chensi. 10 minutes later, the manager of Yufeng revolving restaurant walked in hurriedly from outside. The manager had a big belly and bald hair. The manager walked in and quickly walked towards Ling Feng. When he came to Ling Feng's side, he quickly bent his waist to 90 degrees and said, "Boss." "Yeah," Ling Feng said lightly. "I'm the manager of the Yufeng revolving restaurant, Wu De." "Boss, do you want to go upstairs and eat now? You and your wife must be hungry," Wu De asked. "Okay, take us upstairs." Ling Feng stood up after saying that, and Yi Chensi also stood up with Ling Feng. "Please." Wu De made a gesture of invitation. Ling Feng pushed the stroller and walked forward holding Yi Chensi's hand. Wu De also hurried to follow. Several people took the elevator to the 12th floor. Wu De said, "Boss, this is the best location in our restaurant. This is also the boss's special seat. You can eat here." "Won't they come up?" Ling Feng asked. "Of course not. You need to swipe a card to come up here. Here is the card." Wu De handed the card in his hand to Ling Feng. Ling Feng took the card. Wu De continued, "After you finish your meal, you can also take the boss's special elevator downstairs. It's next to the regular elevator and is clearly marked. Okay, I understand. Wu De guided Ling Feng and his family to sit down, handed out the menu, and said, "Here is the menu, you can order." Okay, I understand. Let the waiters serve us. You can do what you should do. Ling Feng said. Okay, I get it. Waiter, take your order. Wu De shouted. After the waiter came, Wu De said, "Then boss, you eat first, I'll go down first." Good. Just then, Wu Da's cell phone rang. Chapter 40 Tang Family Property. Wu De answered the phone and said respectfully, "Mr. Tang, what's the matter?" An extremely arrogant voice came from the other side. "Xiao Wu, my friends and I are here, why don't you come down and entertain us properly? Are you leaving us here to eat dust?" Wu De knew that the other party was looking for trouble, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not afford to offend the power behind the other party. He said, "So it's Master Tang who's here. I'm sorry for not hosting you well. I'll be down right away. Please wait downstairs with your friends for a while. I'll be right back. You'd better hurry up, or I don't mind making your restaurant disappear." The other party said and hung up the phone. Wu De quickly took the elevator down one floor. The other side. Ling Feng also heard the voice of the man named Tang Xiao, and Ling Feng couldn't help but frown. But at the same time, he was also very interested in the Tang family. What kind of family could make the children in the family so arrogant and domineering? At this time, Tang Xiao's phone rang. He picked up the phone and heard the voice of a middle-aged man. "Xiao Hao, you should control your temper for the next 2 days. Both the Juanlian group and the Seoul Transportation group at home are not peaceful." "Dad, what's wrong?" "You should know that the actual controlling shareholders of these two groups are Junlin Group and Hanhai Transportation Group, and the chairman of these two groups have been replaced. Therefore, our family should not show up often in the near future. Wait until the new chairman takes office before making a survival decision." "Okay, I understand. Recently, your brother has been asking about the background of the new chairman. Although you cannot contribute as much as your brother to the family business, we hope you will not cause trouble." The middle-aged man hung up the phone after he finished speaking. But Tang Xiao could not help but clench his fists. He really listened to his father, but his father looked down on him and only cared about his brother. And he is just a dude who can be bribed with money at will, just like a clown. But he also wanted to make a career, but this big brother blocked all the paths he could think of, and he could only play the role of a clown. Then, his friends called him Mr. Tang. Tang Xiao finally came to his senses and replied, "I'm fine." Two charming women with heavy makeup walked up to Tang Xiao, leaned on his chest, and held his arm. Tang Xiao also touched the two women all over, and the two women were immediately made to smile. Tang Xiao walked back to his friend and continued chatting. After a while, Wu De walked out of the elevator and greeted him, "Mr. Tang, I'm sorry for being disrespectful." "Ha, take us up first. After all, an ad like you can't possibly know the value of time," Tang Xiao said contemptuously. Wu De didn't react to this, but in his heart he cursed Tang Xiao and his gang's ancestors for 18 generations. "This way, please," Wu De said, pointing in a direction and guiding them into the elevator. A group of people walked into the ordinary elevator, and when they passed the boss elevator, they asked, "What kind of elevator is this? Why can't we take it? This is the boss's only elevator." "You have no right to ride it," Wu De explained with a smile. "Ha, if it wasn't necessary, our young Master Tang would have bought out your place long ago. But the reality is that you didn't make any acquisitions. Humph, this Shanghai market will belong to our young Master Tang sooner or later." As they talked, they tried to force their way into the boss's special elevator. Wu De didn't say much about this, but he just thought that these people were ridiculous. At this moment, the elevator floor display suddenly began to change. Chapter 41 University Grudges. The elevator went from the first floor to the 41st floor, and then from the 41st floor to the first floor. The elevator door opened, and a handsome man with delicate features, a height of 188 centimeters, came out pushing a 4-seat baby stroller. This person was Ling Feng and the 4 children. Ling Feng didn't want to get involved in this muddy water, but the 4 babies kept crying, so he had no choice but to take them down for a walk. At this time, Tang Xiao happened to pass by here, and when he saw Ling Feng coming down, he immediately said, "Hey, who is this?" It turns out to be the little punk. As he spoke, he walked up to Ling Feng, raised his hand and patted Ling Feng's face. In fact, Tang Xiao was only 177 centimeters tall, not even as tall as Ling Feng, so he had to raise his hand high to barely touch Ling Feng's face. Ling Feng's face immediately turned cold. He didn't expect that the Tang Xiao that people were talking about was actually Tang Hao, who often bullied him in college. In order to snatch Ling Feng's girlfriend from college, Tang Hao once called over 50 gangsters to beat up Ling Feng. Ling Feng was beaten black and blue at that time, but his girlfriend at that time ignored him and went into Tang Hao's chest. Ling Feng was so angry at the time, and someone kicked him in the chest. Ling Feng immediately spat out blood with a wow. After being beaten up, Ling Feng lay in the LCU for a week and then stayed in the general ward for a month before he fully recovered. Ling Feng was ambitious at the time and wanted to take Tang Hao to court, but he was warned. Only then did Ling Feng know that there were gangsters in Tang Hao's family. So Ling Feng never thought about this matter again after that. However, after this incident, Ling Feng's state of mind seemed to be tempered, and he became more calm in doing things afterwards. As the saying goes, enemies become more jealous of each other when they meet, so when Ling Feng saw Tang Hao again, he just wanted to slap Tang Hao in the face. Ling Feng said coldly, "Tang Hao, put your hands where they should be, or let your family prepare your funeral." You really don't know your place. You don't even know your own name after not seeing you for a few years, right? Of course, I don't mind letting you know what the evils of society are. Tang Hao said. Ha ha. Ling Feng sneered. Boss, do you know Mr. Tang? At this time, Wu De came over and asked. Of course I know him, and we have a close relationship. Tang Hao said. Then you two should sit down and have a good chat first. Don't be so tense. Wu De acted as a peacemaker. Get lost. He wants me to sit with him. Is he worthy? Tang Hao said. I won't sit with a psychopath. Ling Feng also said in a cold voice. Humph, it seems like you really want to experience the feeling of being beaten again. Then let's try it. Ling Feng has the backup of the 12 dragon subduing styles, an amazing skill, so he is not afraid at all. Okay, brothers, come on. Tang Hao gave an order. When the friends who were watching the incident heard this, they all stepped forward and swung their fists to hit Ling Feng. Ding, it is detected that the host is about to be beaten. The system hereby rewards 5 bottles of physical fitness improvement potion, which have been automatically given to the host. Ling Feng opened the system panel. Name, Ling Feng. Gender, male. Age, 24. Constitution, 15. Normal male constitution is 10. Body, tough body. Charm, 90. Skills, 12 styles of subduing the dragon mastered. System level, 2 upgraded when points reach 1000. System points, 180. System mode, task, sign-in, selection, killing. Assets, Tianyun Group, Fengshui Group, Dragon City Cruise Ship, a 200 square meter shop on the Bund, Junlin Group, Hanhai Transport Group, and Yufeng Revolving Restaurant. Ling Feng glanced at the system panel and saw that the physical fitness column had indeed increased by 5 points. He was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect that the system could actually improve physical fitness. Ling Feng instantly exited the system panel and raised his fist to fight back. Ling Feng used the dragon subduing fist and knocked all the people to the ground with one punch. Everyone lay on the ground spitting out blood. When Tang Hao saw that Ling Feng could knock down all his friends with one punch, he was frightened and quickly stepped back. But could Ling Feng let him go? He kicked out and the sound alone was enough to scare Tang Hao to the ground. Ling Feng stepped forward and said, I obviously don't want revenge anymore, but you insist on delivering it to me, so don't blame me. No, you can't kill me. You can't afford to offend the Tang family. You only know the power of the Tang family on the surface, but in fact, the Tang family is the most powerful underworld force. You can't afford to offend them. Oh? Then what do you want to do? It's very simple. If you are a man, then let me call my father and eldest brother to come. But even if I don't let you scream, I'm still a man. It's up to you then. If you kill me, you will definitely die. Are you so sure? Certainly. Well, then call your family over, and I'll give you this chance. Okay. Tang Hao said 3 okay words in a row. Hurry up. Ling Feng kicked again. Only then did he realize that a pool of yellow liquid had flowed down from under Tang Hao's body, emitting a fishy smell. Ling Feng frowned. He didn't expect Tang Hao to be so timid. He was scared to death. Tang Hao took out his cell phone and hurriedly called his family. Ling Feng turned around and sent the 4 children back to the 41st floor. Just as he sent the child back, said something to Yi Chenxi, and was about to come down again, a phone call came in. Ling Feng answered the phone. Ling Feng, Director Ling, it's you, right? It's me, who are you? I'm Gong Yangshu, the vice chairman of Junlin Group. I'd like to meet you to discuss the group's affairs. Is that convenient for you? It's convenient. It's convenient now. Ling Feng said. He had checked the Tang family and found out that they were shareholders of the Junlin Group. So taking revenge on Tang Hao in this way would definitely make him so angry that he would vomit blood. Thinking about that scene, Ling Feng found it very funny. So where do you think the location should be? Let's book it at the Euphonium Revolving Restaurant. I happen to be here. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Yeah. Ling Feng replied briefly and hung up the phone. As a result, after 3 beep, beep, beep sounds, another call came in. Ling Feng answered the phone and asked, "Who are you?" "I guess you are Ling Feng, Mr. Ling. I'm Shirley, the vice chairman of Hanhai Transportation Group. I'd like to meet you. Is that convenient for you?" "It's convenient. Very convenient. Just come to the Euphone Revolving Restaurant. I'm here now." "Okay, Mr. Ling, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Yeah." Ling Feng gave the same response and hung up the phone. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth rose slightly. He didn't expect that the 2 major groups in which the Tang family had invested would both ask him to discuss business today. This time he will be able to get Tang Hao into the LCU. Chapter 42 Group Visitors. Ling Feng walked downstairs and saw Tang Hao sitting on the sofa in an arrogant manner, touching the 2 women beside him all over, making the 2 women cry out in pleasure. Ling Feng turned a blind eye to the scene, but cursed Tang Hao 1,000 times in his heart. If she knew that I saw this, I would definitely be skinned alive. Ling Feng shuddered as he thought about it. Tang Hao didn't care when he saw Ling Feng coming down. After all, he felt that his father was his greatest support. Ling Feng didn't care about it. He knew that a rich second generation like Tang Hao must have some connection with playboys. Ling Feng walked to the front desk and asked the receptionist, "Bring me a light." The front desk clerk quickly brought one to Ling Feng. In fact, Ling Feng doesn't smoke much anymore, but what happened today made him feel particularly depressed. Although he could take revenge, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. And smoking is the best way to relieve worries and boredom, so Ling Feng started smoking again. Ling Feng took the lighter and felt his trouser pocket, but there was no cigarette. Ling Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't even take a cigarette, so what's the point of the fire? Wu De, who was standing by, saw Ling Feng's dilemma, so he hurriedly stepped forward, took out a cigarette and handed it to Ling Feng, saying, "Boss, if you don't mind, you can have mine." Ling Feng took the cigarette and looked at Wu De with admiration. Ling Feng put the cigarette in his mouth. Wu De reached out and took the lighter and lit it for Ling Feng. Ling Feng took a deep breath, put away the cigarette, and exhaled a white smoke ring. Ling Feng couldn't help but figure out a lot of things, and the worry in his heart was relieved a little. Ling Feng smoked and waited for the 2 vice chairmen of the group and Tang Hao's father to arrive. 10 minutes later, the vice chairman and CEO of Hanhai Transport Group came to the Euphone Revolving Restaurant in a Rolls-Royce. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white Rolls-Royce Ghost slowly drove into the parking lot and arrived at the door of the restaurant. The rear doors of 2 Rolls-Royces opened at the same time, and 4 middle-aged men walked out of the cars. The 4 of them looked at each other in pairs and walked into the Euphone Revolving Restaurant side by side. Tang Hao stood up happily, walked up to the 4 of them, and said excitedly, "Uncle Gong, Uncle Hao, Uncle Shi, Uncle Tan, why are you all here together? Did my father ask you to come?" "Oh, it's Shou Hao. We are not here to see you today, but the new chairman of the group," Tan Long said. "Ah? My father just told me that the group has a new chairman, and you guys came here. What a coincidence," Tang Hao said. "Oh? That's quite a coincidence." Tan Long was obviously impatient. "By the way, Uncle Tan, what is the name of the new chairman of the group?" Tang Hao asked. "Shou Hao, you should know what to ask and what not to ask, otherwise how did your father educate you?" Tan Long said impatiently. "Oh, I understand." After Tang Hao said this, he gave Tan Long a look that said "I understand." Seeing that Tang Hao had not made any move to give way, Hao Zhou waved his sleeves and pushed Tang Hao away. Hao Zhou couldn't stand Tang Hao in the first place. His family was obviously very rich, but he was uneducated and unskilled. He couldn't stand this kind of people the most. Tang Hao was very dissatisfied with Hao Zhou's action, and the anger in his eyes was very obvious. Tang Hao thought, if you do anything to me again, I will go back and ask my father to buy out your group. You know, although the Tang family is only the third largest shareholder of the two groups, it actually has connections in both the black and white worlds. This is also the reason why the Tang family can stand until now. Therefore, the family background is also very deep. Not to mention the Hanhai group or the Junlin group, even if the two groups were combined, they could not defeat the Tang family. Hey, young Master Tang was also beaten and had to give way. Chapter 43 Tang Hao's frustration. Don't be so arrogant. You are nothing in the eyes of my uncles. Tang Hao naturally knew who said this. Oh? Then I'd like to see what they can do to me. Ling Feng said disdainfully. At this time, the four group leaders walked quickly towards Ling Feng together. Look, you have offended them, which makes you arrogant. Uncles, beat him up for me. Tang Hao said excitedly. How dare you? He's the new chairman of our Junlin group. How can you belittle him? Gong Yangshu, the vice chairman of Junlin group, said angrily. What? Uncle Gong, you said that this poor loser is the new chairman of Junlin group? Are you sure? Tang Hao asked in disbelief. Although I am a bit old, I am not old enough to misjudge the chairman of my group. Gong Yangshu said angrily. After Gong Yangshu finished speaking, he walked in front of Ling Feng and bowed 90 degrees. Hello, chairman. I will not allow this kind of scourge in the group to exist anymore. I hope you will forgive me. It's okay, get up. Tell me first whether you can get rid of him. He has the Tang family behind him. Ling Feng sneered. People like this who speak without considering the consequences often say one thing in public and another behind the scenes. He didn't believe that Gong Yangshu had offended the entire Tang family because of him. Although I have no way to make the entire Tang family pay a price, it is still easy to make him pay some price. Gong Yangshu's voice gradually became cold. He stood up and stared at Tang Hao with a pair of eagle eyes. If looks could kill, Tang Hao would have died 1,000,000 times already. Uncle Gong, what are you doing? Do you really want to offend my Tang family because of this poor loser? Tang Hao no longer dared to be arrogant. After all, he had never seen Tan Hua's face like this. You know, Gong Yangshu has always been kind-hearted in the business world and has made countless friends. As he said, making Tang Hao disappear is just a matter of waving his hand. Are you going to punish your entire Tang family? I'd like to see if Tang Ren will save you. Gong Yangshu was not panicked at all. After all, he knew everything that went on in the Tang family. Tang Ren didn't care about his son at all. If it was Tang Shang, Gong Yangshu would not be sure. After all, Tang Shang had strong working ability. In the first year after taking over the family business, he was able to control the Tang family's underground forces completely, which shows that he is also a ruthless person. When the other three saw Gong Yangshu had already made such a ruthless statement, they couldn't help but admire him for daring to take such a gamble when they didn't know what kind of character the new chairman had. Gong Yangshu's courage is evident from this. After thinking for a moment, Shirlei also said harshly, Tang Hao, since you have offended the new chairman today, you must accept the punishment. This is the decision of the vice chairman of the two major groups, and it also represents the decision of the two major groups. You guys, you are like a tiger that doesn't show its power and think we are sick cats. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I tell you, when my father comes, none of you will be able to escape. Tang Hao was already furious and cursed. Okay, this time, you will completely offend our two major groups. Tan Long said. I am offended. What can you do to me? By the way, not only did I offend you, I also scolded you. Oh my god, stupid. Seeing this, Hao Zhou shook his head. He had a good relationship with Tang Run. Seeing his good friend's son in this state, he couldn't help but feel sad for his friend. Just as the five people were about to enter the room, an extended version of Rolls-Royce stopped at the door, followed by no less than 30 Maybachs. A group of thugs in suits got out of the cars. The scene was extremely spectacular. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and an elderly man and a young man in a suit got out of the car. Let me see who dares to bully my son. A deep voice came. Chapter 44 Tang Ren's Speculation. The young man supported the old man and slowly walked into the first floor of the restaurant. Tan Long and Hao Zhou felt something was wrong when they saw this scene. They thought, this is bad. We should have brought some people with us. If a fight breaks out, it will be hard to deal with. The young man helped the old man walk to Tang Hao's side. The young man said, "Little brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you so embarrassed?" As the young man spoke, the corner of his mouth raised. Obviously, he saw the pool of yellow liquid on Tang Hao's pants, which had not yet completely dried up. Tang Hao jumped up and down, wishing he could kill his brother. "Okay, you two are always on edge when you meet. Can you please calm down a little?" Tang Ren frowned. Although he favored Tang Shang, he still had a glimmer of hope for Tang Hao, but Tang Hao's performance really disappointed him. That's why he gave up Tang Hao. He is a businessman, and a businessman who deals in both black and white. He only cares about profits. If this item has no profit, then he will give up this item, and the same goes for his wife and children. At this time, Tang Ren saw the four people opposite and said, "Hey, why are you here?" "We are here to find the new chairman," said Hao Zhou. "Oh? Is the new chairman here too? Where is he? Let me see. Isn't that it?" Tan Long said, pointing at Ling Feng beside him. "Oh, so you are here. I've heard a lot about you," Tang Ren said as he walked forward and wanted to shake hands with Ling Feng. "Master Tang, I can't afford to be grabbed by you. After all, your son can dig up all my ancestors for 18 generations, so won't you wipe out my entire family?" Ling Feng dodged silently, leaving Tang Ren empty-handed. Tang Ren looked at his hand hanging in the air with a frown. He didn't expect that there was a hand in this world that he couldn't hold. But then he thought about what Ling Feng had just said and suddenly understood something. He turned around and said to Tang Hao, "You called me, is it because the new chairman bullied you?" "Yes, that's him. In fact, I didn't like him when I was in college, so I hired someone to beat him up once. I didn't expect to meet him here again," Tang Hao said while looking at Ling Feng, as if to say, "My father is here to avenge me. Let's see what you can do." With a slap, a red slap mark appeared on Tang Hao's face. Tang Hao's head was twisted to the side by the blow. Tang Hao didn't seem to expect that his father would actually hit him. Tang Hao turned his head, covered his face, and looked at his father with disbelief. "Do you know how powerful a person you have offended? Junlin Group and Hanhai Transportation Group both have huge backers behind them. Do you think those people would easily sell off these two profitable groups? Family. And to be able to take over these two major groups from them, just imagine how terrifying their background must be. They are most likely from a hidden family in Kyoto. Do you want to put the Tang family to death?" Tang Renyong spoke in a voice that only the three of them, father and son, could hear. When Tang Sheng and Tang Hao heard this, they immediately realized that the Tang family was in crisis this time. "So, Xiao Hao, go and apologize to him. It would be best if you can get his forgiveness. If not, just ignore it for now. I will deal with this matter later." "Okay, I understand, father." This forced Tang Hao to apologize even if he was reluctant, for the sake of his family. Tang Hao walked up to Ling Feng and bowed 90 degrees. "I'm sorry, Ling Feng, I was wrong. Please have mercy on me and forgive me." "Oh? The young master of the Tang family has also come to beg for my forgiveness?" Ling Feng said contemptuously. Tang Hao seemed to have had a very hard time mentally struggling, and finally said, "Please, forgive me this time." "Tang Hao, your actions this time have seriously violated Ling Gaik's personal rights. Your entire family will pay the price for your actions this time." A deep male voice reached everyone's ears. Chapter 45 Mr. Fan. Everyone looked towards where the sound came from. I saw a handsome man in a suit slowly walking into the restaurant. "Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Tang Hao felt very unhappy when he heard someone calling him by his full name. "Yeah, do we know you? How dare you talk like that?" Tang Shang was also surprised and did not refute Tang Hao. "Who am I?" "You are indeed a group of people who have never seen the world," the young man said as he looked at Tang Ren. After Tang Ren saw the man's face clearly, he was shocked. Why did he expect this living devil to come? And why did he call Ling Feng a distinguished guest? "Tang Ren, aren't you going to explain?" The young man looked at Tang Ren with a smile. "I'm really sorry, it's my son's fault that he didn't recognize you," Tang Ren said with a smile on his face. "Ha, now that you've recognized me, give me an answer. Otherwise, your Tang family will not see the sun tomorrow." Two slapping sounds were heard, and a red slap mark appeared on the face of the two brothers of the Tang family. The two were confused. Father, why are you hitting us? There's no reason, it's just because you did something wrong. Tang Ren said coldly. Mr. Fan, are you satisfied? Master Fan did not speak, still looking coldly at the two brothers of the Tang family. Tang Ren said, You two, get down at Mr. Ling's feet, kneel down and beg for his forgiveness, quickly. At this time, Tang Ren naturally realized that Master Fan also centered on Ling Feng. As long as he could get Ling Feng's forgiveness, Master Fan would naturally forgive him. What? You want us to kneel down to that poor loser? Are you suffering from Alzheimer's? The two were unwilling to be humiliated. I'll say it one last time, hurry up, otherwise, I'll make sure you two don't see the sun tomorrow. Why? Since you don't want to, let others force you. Two people please. Four thugs in suits walked into the restaurant, pinned the two brothers to Ling Feng's feet, and forced them to their knees. The two brothers realized that something was wrong and knelt on the ground, begging, Mr. Ling, please forgive us. Okay, then you two crawl to the door like dogs. Ling Feng said. Tang Hao had a strange expression on his face, because this was exactly what he had asked Ling Feng to do before, but Ling Feng didn't do it, so he whipped his back until it was a bloody mess. Now Ling Feng also asked him to do it. It was really God will take his course, no one will be spared. Did you two hear that? Hurry up and crawl. Tang Ren said. Okay, I'll climb. After they finished talking, the two men knelt on the ground and crawled to the restaurant door like dogs. Is it okay now? The expressions of the two men were uglier than if they had eaten shit. Of course, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. But Ling Feng didn't say that he had actually recorded the video. Once the video is released, one can imagine how many views it will get. When the two saw Ling Feng give in, they immediately stood up from the ground and walked to their father's side. Tang Ren said, Master Fan, how about we just leave it at that? Master Ling also said that he has forgiven them both. Okay, then take your two dogs away quickly and don't let them pollute our vision. Master Fan said with disgust. Okay, we'll leave right away. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. Tang Ren said. The four of them quickly walked out of the restaurant, taking their men with them. Mr. Ling, I was sent by the Fan family to protect your life. P.S. You can search the author's name on Dai and follow the latest updates of the book. The author is very active on Dai. Chapter 46 Mysterious Envelope. Fan family? Ling Feng didn't think of this family for a moment. Are you still in a hurry to get a VIP card of the Fan family? The silver one. Mr. Fan said. Card? Oh, yes, I remember, I do have one. Ling Feng remembered the card that the mysterious old man gave him. That is the highest level VIP card of our Fan family. There is only one in the world. In your hand, having that card is equivalent to having the rights of the deputy head of our Fan family. Ling Feng didn't expect that the card was so important. Now, let's get to know each other again. My name is Fan Shi, and I'm the eldest son of the Fan family. Nice to meet you, Ling Feng. Fan Shi said with a smile. Hello, Fan Shi. Ling Feng also said. You can come to the Fan family to play. The people in the Fan family are very kind. I just happened to be in the branch in Shanghai, so I came to visit you. This is my business card. Call me if you have anything. As Fan Shi spoke, he took out a business card and handed it to Ling Feng. This is my business card. Ling Feng also took out a business card from his clothes and handed it to Fan Shi. He found time to ask Wan Tianxua to print it. Okay. The two accepted each other's business cards. Ling Feng, I'm older than you, so I'll call you Brother Ling. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Fan. Ling Feng naturally knew that he also needed to expand his network, otherwise he would become a lone wolf, and it is not easy for a lone wolf to survive. Okay, Brother Ling, I'm leaving first. Remember to call me if you have anything. Fan Shi said. Okay, Brother Fan, go do what you need first. By the way, there is a car race tomorrow night. Are you interested? Car race? Well, this is a competition among a group of rich young men. Going there can help you expand your network. How about it? Are you interested? Ling Feng thought for a moment and said, Sure, how long will it take and where will we compete? It's at the Oriental Professional Racing Circuit, tomorrow night at 7:30, just come on time. Okay, I'll be there on time. That's it for now, see you tomorrow night, Brother Ling. Fanshi said this and left. After watching Fanshi leave, Ling Feng said, "Come on, follow me to the top floor first. We can talk about the group's business there." Okay. Everyone followed Ling Feng to the top floor. Ling Feng felt more at ease when he saw his wife and children eating here. "Wife, I'm going to go talk to them about the internal affairs of the group first. You guys eat here first, I'll be out in a while." "Have you acquired a new group again?" Yi Chenxi asked. "Yes, it's because you feel that your financial strength is not enough. It won't hurt to acquire more groups." "Okay, then you guys chat first." "Well, come with me here." Ling Feng walked in front, and the others followed behind Ling Feng. Ling Feng and his friends walked into a private room and began to discuss the group's affairs. But Woodard on the first floor had not yet recovered from his shock. Today was definitely the most magical day he had ever experienced, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Just then, a man dressed in black walked in. His face could not be seen clearly. He left a letter and left in a hurry. Wu De looked at the cover of the letter. It said Ling Feng Show and there was a Black Palace logo printed next to it. When Wu De saw that it was a letter to his boss, he hurriedly took the elevator to the top floor, but saw that Ling Feng was not there. Then he asked Yi Chenxi, "Boss lady, where is the boss?" "He's in that box." Yi Chenxi pointed to the box Ling Feng entered. "Thank you, Madam Boss." Wu De walked to the door and knocked on it, and Tan Long opened it. Wu De said, "Mr. Tan, this is a letter from the boss." "Okay, give it to me." Tan Long took the letter and closed the door. Inside the box, Tan Long handed the letter to Ling Feng. "Chairman, this is a letter from Wu De to you." Ling Feng took the letter, opened the envelope, and saw a black palace. It says below, "Ling Feng, our story has just begun." Chapter 47, A Man's Mouth is a Lie. Ling Feng was not surprised when he saw it. Ever since the last time a mysterious man ran on the wall, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. What's more, the man left a message before he left. The organization hasn't met such an interesting person for a long time. Ling Feng knew that an organization was targeting him. However, he wanted to know what kind of organization this force was. Ling Feng thought, why did this person send the letter so late? If it had been earlier, I could have asked Fanshi. But he was helpless, as he couldn't control other people's actions. "However, we will meet again tomorrow night, so you can just ask then." An hour later, Ling Feng and the top executives of the two groups walked out of the room. The four of them said, "Director Ling, you and your wife should eat first, we will leave first." "Yeah." Ling Feng nodded slightly. After the four of them finished speaking, they bowed to Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi respectively and left. After seeing them leave, Ling Feng sat back down at the dining table. "Oh, I can finally sit down and eat." Ling Feng sighed softly. "You are still not happy. You don't know how many people in this world want to sit in your position," Yi Chenxi said with a smile. "They only see the glamorous scene of rich people, but they don't know that behind this glamour is countless hard work." Ling Feng seemed to have seen through the world. "But no one can see the hard work these people put in," Yi Chenxi said. "Yes, everyone can only see things on the surface." Ling Feng couldn't help but shook his head when he said this. "Okay, let's stop talking and talk about something interesting. The four babies have just learned to crawl, so we can let them lie on their stomachs and play on the ground from now on." Yi Chenxi's brows were filled with joy. "You know, it is very smart for a baby to be able to crawl when he is less than 4 months old." "Really? Then there will be 4 more troublemakers from now on." Ling Feng knew that once a child could crawl, that would be the beginning of his mischief. "It's true, I just saw it with my own eyes," Yi Chenxi said. "Then the villa needs to be carpeted." "Yes, otherwise the babies will catch a cold crawling on the ground," Yi Chenxi said. "I didn't expect that you, as a daughter of a wealthy family, know all this so well." Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi. "Of course, don't underestimate me. Although I come from a wealthy family, I am also a mother of 4 children. I still know the most basic knowledge of childcare," Yi Chenxi said as he raised his head proudly. "Okay, you are the best," Ling Feng said softly while scratching the tip of Yi Chenxi's nose with his hand. "Humph, why are you still scratching my nose? I'm not a child," Yi Chenxi said as he moved Ling Feng's hand away. "You've always been a child in my eyes." Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi tenderly. "Humph, I don't care. I don't know how many girls you have said this to, Yi Chenxi pouted. I swear, I only said this to you. Ling Feng said sincerely. Ling Feng was telling the truth. Although he had been in a relationship before, it was not the kind of relationship that was similar to that of a dog licker. Ling Feng had never said such words to the girl. After all, although he liked her, he was not just licking her without thinking. He knew that the other person didn't like him. But he wanted to make the other person fall in love with him through hard work. However, the moment the other person threw herself into the arms of another man, Ling Feng completely gave up. I don't believe it. You men are such liars. Yi Chenxi said. Just trust me this time. I really didn't lie to you. Ling Feng said as he picked up Yi Chenxi's arm and shook it back and forth. Okay, I believe you. Yi Chenxi was quite helpless towards Ling Feng. When Ling Feng heard that Yi Chenxi believed in him, he immediately smiled. P.S. I will start recommending it soon. It will be 4,000 per day at the beginning, and there will be 2 more chapters soon. Chapter 48 China's Super Family Ranking. Yi Chenxi felt helpless. He thought, if the people in the group saw Ling Feng like this, I'm afraid Ling Feng's deterrent power would be gone. But she had no choice. After all, she could only spoil her husband herself. Okay, stop being silly and eat first. Yi Chenxi said. Okay. Waiter, heat up the dishes. Ling Feng shouted. Not long after, a table of hot food was served. In fact, it was just the food that Yi Chenxi and the children had not finished eating that was heated up. Ling Feng looked at the table full of dishes. He didn't feel very hungry just now, but immediately he felt a surge of hunger in his heart. He immediately started to devour it. Yi Chenxi held her peaceful face with one hand and watched Ling Feng eat. The 4 children in the stroller nearby were dreaming with their eyes closed. Ling Feng felt that Yi Chenxi was staring at him, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, because they were husband and wife. Although they didn't have a marriage certificate, they had a child, so how could they not be husband and wife? So is there anything wrong with the wife looking at her husband? Obviously, there is no problem. On the contrary, this makes them seem very close. Ling Feng ate very quickly. Half an hour later, he took a tissue, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Yi Chenxi, who was standing by, saw Ling Feng stand up and stood up as well. They put on their coats and pushed the stroller downstairs. The family went down to the first floor. Wu De, who was waiting by the elevator, saw the boss and his wife coming down and bowed hurriedly. Okay, get up. Ling Feng said lightly. After Ling Feng finished speaking, Wu De stood up and followed Ling Feng to the front desk. Ling Feng asked, how much is our total today? Although he is the owner of the restaurant, he still has to pay the money he owes. Boss, you don't have to pay for today's meal. Just think of it as a treat from us. No, how can I let you treat me to a meal? Hurry up and tell me, how much is it? Or let's put it this way. Just think of today as an inspection. If you give us 3 suggestions for improvement, that will be equivalent to your payment. If you want to pay more, we won't accept it. This is the best solution that Wu De came up with after much thought. It will not make Ling Feng feel embarrassed, nor will it cause any losses to the restaurant. Because the boss's 3 opinions are worth $1,000. Okay, then I'll make 3 suggestions. Please go ahead. The receptionist said as she took out a notebook and a pen, ready to take notes at any time. The first point, the second point, the third point. Just these 3 points, please continue to improve. Ling Feng said. Okay, we will definitely improve it, said the receptionist. Okay, that's it for now. I'm leaving first. Ling Feng said. Goodbye, boss. The receptionist waved goodbye to Ling Feng. Wu De followed Ling Feng to the restaurant entrance. Ling Feng said, okay, don't follow me, go back, I'm leaving first. Okay, goodbye, boss. Wu De said with a smile. Ling Feng ignored Wu De and strode to the car with his head held high. Ling Feng put the stroller into the car and sat in the driver's seat. After Yi Chenxi carried the baby into the car, he sat in the passenger seat. Ling Feng started the car, and the event and nanny car slowly drove out of the parking lot. After watching Ling Feng and his family drive away at the restaurant entrance, he walked back to the restaurant. While driving, Ling Feng said, Chenxi, my friend has a party tomorrow night. I'm going to see it. Do you want to go? In order not to make Yi Chenxi worry, Ling Feng deliberately changed speeding to party. Forget it, why should I go to your friend's party? I'm not going. Okay, then you don't have to go this time, but you must go next time. Ling Feng said. In fact, he felt relieved when he heard Yi Chenxi say he would not go. If Yi Chenxi says to go, then we may have to change the schedule tomorrow. Okay, I will definitely go next time. Yi Chenxi said. Come to think of it, you might also know this friend. Ling Feng suddenly said. I know him? Who? Yi Chenxi was puzzled. Let me give you a little hint. He also comes from a wealthy family in Beijing. Ling Feng said mysteriously. Born into a wealthy family in Beijing? Yi Chenxi was even more puzzled. She actually didn't know many rich young men, so many that she could count them on two hands. Now Ling Feng suddenly said that she knew this person. For a moment, Yi Chenxi really couldn't think of it. Who is it? Yi Chenxi asked. Guess? Ling Feng didn't say anything. You decide whether to tell me or not. If you don't, I will make you sleep in the guest room today. Yi Chenxi threatened. No, my dear. I slept alone yesterday. Can you bear to let your husband sleep alone again? Before Ling Feng started to act, Yi Chenxi interrupted and said, How can you bear it? No, my lady, your husband does not want to sleep alone. Then tell me quickly, or you can just go to sleep. Okay. In the end, Ling Feng succumbed to Yi Chenxi's tyrannical power. That person is the eldest son of the Fan family, Fan Shi. What? The Fan family? You are actually friends with the eldest son of the Fan family? Yi Chenxi said in shock. What's wrong? Is the Fan family very powerful? Of course it's powerful. It's a family that is countless times more powerful than my Yi family. It can be ranked in the top 30 in the ranking of China's super families. You know, the super family ranking includes all of China's super families, whether they are hidden or not, they are all included in this ranking. My Yi family can only rank 100th, so this ranking is very valuable. Moreover, the top 100 families on this list will benefit from a 10% reduction in China's purchase and sale taxes every year. Don't underestimate this 10% tax. As soon as Yi Chenxi started talking about this, her mouth started talking non-stop. Ling Feng also listened attentively, as this content was information that he had not been able to obtain before. Now someone knew about it and told him the story, which was what Ling Feng wanted most. Time passed quickly, and the event and nanny car drove into the Jingxiu Huafu Villa area. Yi Chenxi's non-stop mouth finally stopped. Finally, Yi Chenxi asked, So, do you understand the value of the Fan family? I see. It includes tax reduction, 10,000 square meters of land, and the right to use an area of sea. Yes, these are all provided by the country. The top 20 will even get a piece of airspace. But if the Fan family wants to fight for it, it will still be a bit difficult. After all, they are only ranked 25th now. If they want to move up 5 places, the road ahead will be long. However, the Fan family placed all their hopes on a young man, and that young man was Fan Shi. Fan Shi has had an outstanding business mind since he was young. He managed the family business for a year and earned a net profit of 5 billion for the family. Although this was also due to the support of people who supported the Fan family, it did not prevent Fan Shi from being the smartest business genius in the Fan family in the past 50 years. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know. Chapter 49 Generous Rewards. It depends on your ability to accept it. Yi Chenxi said. Okay, I understand. Ling Feng had a lot of insights. Ling Feng suddenly remembered what the mysterious old man had said, the waters of this world are very deep, and it's far more complicated than you think. Moreover, no wonder China's economy, industry and military are the best in the world. It turns out that there are so many huge families supporting it. The airspace, sea area, and land are all allocated to the major families. These families have a strong influence in the world, and because of these reasons, China's territorial sovereignty is very complete, even in a time when China is developing rapidly in all aspects. China's territory has more than doubled in size. I believe that behind all these things, there must be the presence of families on the list of China's super families. As Ling Feng was thinking this, Yi Chenxi suddenly said, By the way, there is also a backer behind the Yi family on the list of China's super families, but I can't tell you now, because if I tell you now, you won't have the strength to fight against it. I'll tell you when you grow up. Okay, I understand. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard Yi Chenxi's words. This is what the mysterious old man said before, and now Yi Chenxi also said so. It seems that his strength is not strong enough. You can only do system tasks seriously and gradually increase your strength. Moreover, after hearing Yi Chenxi's explanation, Ling Feng thought, should I also form a force? Otherwise, it would be troublesome to do everything by myself. Moreover, it is time for so many groups to be integrated into one large group. Well, it's time to put the integration on the agenda, Ling Feng thought to himself. Ling Feng parked the Aventa nanny car into the parking space and put the 4 children in the stroller. Yi Chenxi held Ling Feng's arm, and the family took the elevator to the first floor of the villa. The elevator door opened, and Ling Feng had just put the stroller next to the sofa when the 4 children woke up immediately. They all danced with excitement and wanted to play on the sofa. Seeing this, Ling Feng quickly put the 4 children on the sofa. The 4 children came to the sofa and turned around immediately, climbing up and playing as if they had seen something magical. Seeing the 4 children having a lot of fun, Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully slapped the face of his old enemy from college, and the anger in his heart has been relieved, and he feels very comfortable. Reward, 1 physical fitness enhancement potion. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully made the old father of his old enemy in college kneel down and sing conquer for the host. The host is in a good mood and is rewarded with 5 mental strength enhancement potions. Ding, I detected that the host's majesty has made the front desk girl crazy, the charm value has increased by 5 points, and I will reward you with a charm value enhancing potion X1. Ding, it is detected that the host's determination and decisiveness worthy of Fansher's admiration, and a set of Group Management Divine Book is rewarded after learning the Group Management Divine Book. The host's management experience will reach the peak, and it will not be a problem to earn a net profit of 1,000 of his small goals in a year. The system has automatically learned for you. Ding, learning speed X100, the essence of Group Management Divine Book has been mastered by the host, consuming 10 system points. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed multiple tasks in succession, and the system points have reached 200. The system hereby rewards the system points to be permanently multiplied by 10. Tonzi, what is this system that permanently doubles points? Ling Feng was puzzled. Ding, the host has questions. The system will do its best to answer them for you. Ding, the permanent 10-fold increase in system points is a special skill, which means that when you gain system points in the future, you will normally get 10 points, and after 10 times, it will be 100 points. And so on. So can I get 100 system points for every task I complete? No, there are many ways to obtain system points. The first and most commonly used one is to complete tasks. The points for each task are different. The highest can reach 1,000 points, and the lowest is 100 points. Here refers to the points obtained after doubling. So what is the task that can earn 1,000 points? The system has only 100 tasks that can earn 1,000 system points, such as breaking into the top 100 of the world's richest list, or creating a family power, etc. Well, I still have a long way to go to complete these things. Ling Feng couldn't help but frown. Today, he bumped into obstacles everywhere he went, and nothing went his way. Now he couldn't even complete the system tasks. It really is unpredictable. Just when Ling Feng was frowning, he suddenly remembered he also had a task selection module, which had been unlocked but had not been used yet. Ling Feng thought about it and opened the module, only to see 3 tasks flash before his eyes. Task 1, arrive at the drag racing competition tomorrow night, and get the super self-healing function as a reward. Task 2, win first place in the drag racing competition tomorrow night and be rewarded with 70% of the shares of White Goose. Task 3, wash Yi Chenxi's feet tonight, and be rewarded with god-level driving skills. When Ling Feng saw these 3 tasks, he finally understood why he could complete so many tasks at once. These selected tasks were all connected. According to Ling Feng's speculation, 50% of the tasks in the task system should come from the selection system. Ling Feng didn't think about it and took on all 3 tasks directly. Among these 3 tasks, only the task of washing Yi Chenxi's feet could be completed today, and the other tasks could only be completed tomorrow. Ling Feng saw that after he took on 3 tasks, 3 more tasks were refreshed. Task 1, inspect Fengshui Group, and be rewarded with a set of top-level manners in Tianchang Wanfu, and the king of all manners, a Tianchang Shinfu. Task 2, inspect Junlin Group, and be rewarded with a set of top-level manners in Beach Manor City, and a Beach King, king of the beach. Task 3, inspect Hanhai Transport Group and get a set of Shanghai Wuyun large flat as a reward. Ling Feng was shocked when he saw this. These 3 places were all residences. The first 2 were the most luxurious manors in Kyoto and Shanghai respectively. The third one is no worse. It's a large flat in the second ring of Kyoto, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Moreover, anyone who can buy it must have some connections in Kyoto, otherwise, you're dreaming. Ling Feng saw that the rewards were generous, but they were all for inspecting the group, so he might have to postpone his schedule, at least not tomorrow. He would have to see if he had time the day after tomorrow. Ling Feng stopped paying attention to the system and instead focused his attention back on reality. Yi Chenxi was sitting next to the sofa, watching the 4 children playing there, with a smile on his face. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chapter 50. The advantage is saving money. Ling Feng glanced at the surveillance camera at the door and found that it was an old acquaintance he hadn't seen for a long time, Hong Tian. Ling Feng went out and opened the door, then asked with a smile, "Why did you think of looking for me today, brother Hong?" "Stop joking. Everyone in Shanghai knows how wise brother Ling is," Hong Tian said with a smile. Ling Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that what happened in the morning would have spread throughout the Shanghai market in the afternoon. It must be said that the Tang family has a lot of influence in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. It can be said that every move of the Tang family is in the eyes of the people of Shanghai. Of course, they can only see the gentle and elegant side of the Tang family, and they may only know about the dirty things the Tang family has done, but have not seen them with their own eyes. "Since you know it, come in and tell me." Ling Feng motioned Hong Tian to go into the house and talk. "Okay, let's go in and talk," Hong Tian said. Ling Feng walked into the living room first. After all, his relationship with the Fan family was known to the whole Shanghai city, so he no longer needed to be respectful to Hong Tian. Hong Tian naturally also noticed the change in Ling Feng's attitude towards him compared to before, but he didn't care too much. He was now a friend of the eldest son of the Fan family, so what was wrong with him being a little arrogant? What's more, this is not arrogance. At most, it is just the normal attitude of others towards him. What qualifications does he have to blame Ling Feng? The two walked to the door of the villa's annex building. This annex building is part of the villa and is used to receive guests. Before, Ling Feng couldn't judge the attitude of the Fan family towards him, so he had to be respectful to Hong Tian and took him into the tea room of the main villa. But now, he is clear about his position in the Fan family, so there is no problem in bringing Hong Tian to the annex building. Does Hong Tian dare to say no? Obviously, he doesn't dare. Ling Feng opened the door of the annex building through fingerprint recognition and walked in with Hong Tian. The decoration of the annex building is not as luxurious as the main building, but it is much more luxurious than an ordinary villa. The inside was spotlessly clean. It was obvious that there was someone special cleaning the place, although Ling Feng had never been in there. However, it should have been cleaned before, and with the villa's unique fresh air system, there will be no dust inside. Ling Feng sat in the host chair next to the tea table in the main hall and gestured to Hong Tian to sit down as well. Hong Tian closed the door and sat down in the guest seat. Ling Feng spoke first. "Brother Hong, what do you want to see me about this time?" "Actually, there's nothing much to say. I just came to see you and reminisce about the past," Hong Tian said with a smile. Ling Feng smiled without saying anything, thinking, this person knows that the Fan family is behind me, so he comes to me to curry favor with me. Seeing Ling Feng just chuckled, Hong Tian said, "Really, I just came to you to reminisce about the past." "Forget it, just tell me what's the matter. If nothing, you can leave," Ling Feng said. "Sure enough, you figured out my little thoughts." Ling Feng smiled with his face but not his heart. "Since you already know, I'll be frank. I want you to connect me with the eldest son of the Fan family. The Fan family is currently bidding for a project, and I want to see if you can help me connect with him so that I can bid." "Then why don't you bid normally?" "I believe that as long as your company's products are good enough, the Fan family will definitely be interested in them." "Of course we can bid normally, but isn't this just to increase the chances of success?" Ling Feng couldn't help but sneer. The Fan family would not publicly bid for many projects in a year. How could it be the turn of the 60th family in the Chinese super family rankings to bid publicly? I'm afraid that the ones who can get this bidding project must be among the top 30 in the Chinese super family rankings. Ling Feng did not jump to conclusions, but said, "Take out the bidding project book first, let me take a look." After all, Hong Tian is the 60th patriarch on the list of true Chinese superfamilies, so he should be given some face. Hong Tian hurriedly took out the plan and handed it to Ling Feng. "Here is the project plan, take a look." Immediately afterwards, Hong Tian began to introduce the plan and mentioned all the advantages of the plan. An hour later, Ling Feng closed the plan. Through the group management divine book that he had already mastered, Ling Feng saw the advantages of this plan, but also its disadvantages. For example, although the cost of building according to this plan is very low, the resulting building is as brittle as paper. Although the earthquake resistance level is as high as level 5, which is not considered a dangerous building, this earthquake resistance level alone is far from enough for a 30-story building. According to national regulations, buildings with more than 25 floors must have an earthquake resistance level of greater than or equal to 8, otherwise the entire building will collapse in the event of a small earthquake. So this plan is far from meeting the requirements. Ling Feng also found many loopholes and couldn't help but shook his head. This plan will definitely not pass, not to mention the Fan family. Even if it is passed, the country will reject it at lightning speed. Every move of a large family like the Fan family is also under state surveillance, otherwise the country would have been in chaos long ago. Ling Feng pretended to think for a while, then slowly said, "Brother Hong, who did you ask to do this plan?" "It was done by the person in our family who is best at making plans." "What's the problem?" "Brother Hong, don't blame me for being blunt. In my opinion, your proposal has no chance of winning the bid." "What's wrong?" "Look here, these places are not up to standard. But our solution also has its own advantages." "What? Save money? But do you think the Fan family will save this little money?" "Not only do we save money, we also have so many advantages. But the earthquake resistance level of the building you built does not meet national regulations. Just for this reason, you have no chance of winning the bid. But there's a chance that the Fan family chose us just to save money. Brother Hong, you are also the head of a super family. Don't you know that once the major families do things that are not in compliance with national regulations, they will also be severely punished by the country? Do you think the Fan family will choose your plan that does not comply with national regulations just for a little money? Don't even mention this little bit of money. Have you ever thought that if they choose you, the compensation they have to pay to the country will far exceed the money you save by several times, or even dozens of times? Do you think that everyone in the Fan family has cerebral palsy?" Hong Tian listened to Ling Feng's words, but his heart was still filled with resentment. Hong Tian said, "Then how should we make a plan?" "Go back and tell them that they should save when they shouldn't spend when they should. No matter how much they spend, it must comply with national regulations," Ling Feng said. In fact, he didn't believe that Hong Tian hadn't thought of these things, but Hong Tian listed saving money as a major advantage of their plan, which made Ling Feng feel ashamed. "I really don't know what he is thinking." "Okay, I understand," Hong Tian said. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, please go ahead," Ling Feng said lightly. "It's nothing, I'm leaving first," Hong Tian said, then stood up and walked out the door. P.S. Everyone, please use your lucky hands to urge for more updates. Thank you. Chapter 51. Yi Chensi is jealous. Ling Feng watched Hong Tian go away, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he wrote a plan according to their normal level, I could still help him, but this plan is not worth reading. Ling Feng knew that the Hong family was ranked 60th on the list of Chinese super families, and their strength should not be underestimated, but this time the center just made a mistake, otherwise, their plan should still have some highlights. Ling Feng didn't think much about it. He stood up, walked out and locked the door of the annex building. In fact, today's matter depends entirely on him. If he agrees, then with his status as the deputy head of the Fan family, even if the plan is poorly written, it may be approved for his sake. However, once he agreed, if any problems arise in the future, he would be the one to bear the responsibility, so Ling Feng was unwilling to take the risk. If this matter succeeds, Hong Tian will give him countless benefits. However, if it fails, he may even risk going to jail, which Ling Feng is unwilling to take. So Ling Feng refused, even if it meant losing his friend Hong Tian. Ling Feng walked into the main building and saw Yi Chensi and 4 children playing on the sofa. But the 4 children were obviously running out of energy. Although their IQs were very high, they were only a few months old after all. They had too little energy and were exhausted after playing for 4 or 5 hours. Ling Feng also sat in a corner of the sofa. Yi Chensi said, "Afeng, who's here?" "Hong Tian, come and find me to be your matchmaker," Ling Feng said lightly. "Who are you trying to matchmake with?" Yi Chensi couldn't help but laugh. "Fan family, there will be a bidding meeting in a few days, and he wants me to help him hand over the plan to everyone in the Fan family." "Do you agree then?" Yi Chensi frowned slightly. "You know, in the business world, the most taboo thing is favors. Once you owe a favor, you can never repay it." "Do you want me to agree?" Ling Feng asked back. "If you think from my perspective, I would not want you to agree. After all, it's hard to repay a favor. Yi Chenxi said. I didn't agree, but that's not why. What's the reason? Yi Chenxi asked. I, Ling Feng, don't care about favors. As long as it can bring benefits, I am not afraid to repay the favor. However, there are big problems with his bid. What kind of problem could actually affect your judgment on this matter? Yi Chenxi asked. In his plan, the building was built to withstand only level 5 earthquakes. Isn't level 5 already very high? Yi Chenxi was even more confused. Just listen to me first. The project that the Fan family is bidding for is to build a 30-story building. Once the building is over 25 stories high, it needs to have an earthquake resistance level of at least 8. The building he built has an earthquake resistance rating of only level 5, which means that if there are any safety accidents after it is built, I will be responsible for it. That's why I didn't agree. That's true, but Hong Tian is also a smart man, how could he not think of this? He did think about it, but he used the huge savings from building the building as the highlight of his bid. But what he doesn't know is that just by using his bid, the Fan family will have to pay the country several or even dozens of times the amount. Chinese laws are very strict. Any violation of the law is not allowed. Once it happens, it will be severely punished by the state. Indeed, the Fan family may use this bid for your sake, but if anything goes wrong, you will have to bear the consequences. Fortunately, husband, you didn't agree, otherwise you might be held legally responsible. Of course, your husband is very smart. Nothing can stump him. Okay, stop being so narcissistic and go play with the kids. Wife, seeing your husband's outstanding performance, shouldn't you give him a reward? What reward do you want? Like, a passionate kiss. Ling Feng said as he walked towards Yi Chenxi. Ha, forget it, the guest bedroom is waving at you. Ha, do you like the guest bedroom so much? You like it, not me. I don't like it. Okay, stop talking nonsense, or you'll end up in the guest bedroom again tonight. Don't. Yi Chenxi ignored Ling Feng and played with the babies. Seeing that his efforts were fruitless, Ling Feng sat back on the sofa and played with the babies. Ling Feng said, Yi Feng, come here. After Ling Feng finished speaking, the eldest of the 4 children crawled towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng saw that the boss could actually understand what he was saying. My eyes lit up involuntarily. I didn't expect that babies have such strong receptive abilities. They could understand what he said in less than 5 months. Yi Feng crawled towards Ling Feng. He slowly crawled to Ling Feng's legs. He seemed to know that Ling Feng was his father and had no ill will towards him. Yi Feng stretched out his little head, wanting to lie on Ling Feng's legs. Ling Feng hurriedly held Yi Feng's head gently with his hands. The child was still so young and could not lie on someone else's legs, which would cause neck injuries. The other 3 children saw that Yi Feng's head was held up by Ling Feng's hand. They all pushed forward, wanting Ling Feng to hold their little heads. Ling Feng suddenly felt helpless. Kids were like this sometimes. When someone who didn't interact with them much suddenly started interacting with them, everyone wanted to play with him. This made Yi Chenxi beside him cry out in sorrow. It's obviously me who has been with them for a long time. Why are they so close to you? After a while, I'm afraid they will completely forget about me as their mother. How is that possible? People always say that children are closer to their mothers. They just rarely see me interacting with them, so they are more interested in me. Once the interest wears off, they will naturally be closer to you. Well, I hope so. Anyway, don't forget me, your old mother. No. If so, then I don't mind cleaning you out and letting them be close to me only. After saying this, Yi Chenxi glared at Ling Feng. Ling Feng was immediately ashamed and said quickly, Kids, go play with your mother first. I'm going to cook. After that, he slipped into the kitchen as if escaping. Seeing Ling Feng enter the kitchen, Yi Chenxi said, Children, come here, I will play with you. The sun sets in the west, and the fiery red sunset hangs in the sky. Ling Feng's family had finished their meal, and the 4 children had just finished drinking their milk powder and fell into a sweet dream. The couple walked hand in hand in the community. They didn't have their children with them, and this was one of the few times they spent time together as a couple. The 2 of them strolled like this, not saying anything, but it seemed like they had said everything. The 2 looked at the sunset, each with their own thoughts. At this time, an old man in black came over. Hello, are you Mr. Ling Feng? Chapter 52 Yi Chenxi's Threat. Ling Feng turned around and asked, I'm Ling Feng, who are you? Mr. Ling, I am the professional butler of the Dragon City cruise ship. I specialize in managing cruise ships. You can just call me Lu Xiangrong. Oh, hello, Butler Lu. For a moment Ling Feng even forgot that he had a cruise ship. Mr. Ling, the cruise ship has been docked for half a month now. When would you like to visit it? Lu Xiangrong said. I'll find some time. Okay, our entire cruise crew is waiting for your arrival. What else do you want? I came to you today to give you the key to the cruise ship. Lu Xiangrong said as he took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Ling Feng. It was a very retro bunch of keys with only 2 keys on it. Lu Xiangrong said, "This is the spare key of the cruise ship. When the cruise ship cannot be started, you can insert this key into the keyhole next to the rudder to start the cruise ship." After Ling Feng took the key, he nodded slightly. Lu Xiangrong said, "Sir, there's nothing else. I'll leave first." Okay, go ahead. When Lu Xiangrong heard Ling Feng tell him to leave, he left. Ling Feng couldn't help but wonder, Jingxiu Huafu's security capabilities are so strong, how could Lu Xiangrong get in? It seems that Lu Xiangrong's identity and background are not simple. Ling Feng turned around and said, "Chenxi, should we continue walking around or go home?" Yi Chenxi thought for a moment and said, "Let's go home. It's getting late." Ling Feng looked at the time. It was indeed 7:30. The sun had completely set, the moon in the sky had appeared, and the stars had climbed up the branches. So the couple walked back to the villa hand in hand. Returned to the villa. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi changed into home clothes, sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. Yi Chenxi snuggled in Ling Feng's arms, and the two of them watched TV. On the way, Yi Chenxi was greedy and wanted to eat snacks, but there were no snacks at home, so Ling Feng said, "Wife, we will buy snacks tomorrow, but I can make you a midnight snack." Yi Chenxi was suddenly very surprised. "You can also make midnight snacks?" "Of course, your husband can do everything. As long as you want to eat, I can make anything for you. My husband is so nice. I want to eat potato flour." "Okay, just watch and I'll make it for you. It will be ready for you in 15 minutes. "No, it's so boring watching TV alone. I want to do it with you," Yi Chenxi said. "Okay, then come with me." Ling Feng stood up first and walked into the kitchen. Yi Chenxi also stood up quickly and ran to catch up with Ling Feng. Ling Feng opened the refrigerator and took out a bag of vermicelli. Yi Chenxi also followed Ling Feng's example and took out a bag of vermicelli from the side, although there was no refrigerator nearby. Seeing Yi Chenxi's serious look, Ling Feng couldn't help but grin and accidentally laughed out loud. Yi Chenxi heard this laughter. Yi Chenxi stood up quickly and turned around, but this turn. Yi Chenxi's lips just kissed Ling Feng's chest. Suddenly, Ling Feng felt his body burning, and his sexy voice suddenly became hoarse. "Madam, can I understand that you are seducing me?" Ling Feng lowered his head and looked down at Yi Chenxi, while Yi Chenxi was also looking up at Ling Feng. Yi Chenxi also felt something strange coming from Ling Feng. Seeing Ling Feng looking at him, his eyes suddenly became vague. Not daring to look Ling Feng in the eye, he pushed Ling Feng away and wanted to run, but was pulled back by Ling Feng's strong arms. "Madam, you have aroused my desire. Do you still want to run away?" Yi Chenxi opened her mouth slightly, and Ling Feng was immediately aroused when he saw Yi Chenxi's open mouth. Yi Chenxi wanted to say something, but was kissed forcefully by Ling Feng. Ling Feng threw the vermicelli onto the floor. While kissing Yi Chenxi, he carried Yi Chenxi back to the master bedroom on the second floor. Their clothes were scattered all over the floor, and Ling Feng said, "Madam, the part you are most looking forward to is here." Yi Chenxi was about to say something when Ling Feng kissed her back. "I know the audience won't like the following part, so I cut it out considerately." The next day at noon, Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi finally got up. This was the first time Ling Feng had slept in since he entered high school. Ling Feng got up quickly, but Yi Chenxi got up slowly. But this is already great. Last time, Yi Chenxi had to rest for a whole day to recover, but this time he made great progress in just one morning. Ling Feng said, "Wife, what do you want to eat at noon? I'll make up for the midnight snack you didn't have last night." "I don't want to eat anything, I want to beat you to death," Yi Chenxi said angrily. "Wife, how can you murder your husband? This is illegal. Besides, is there anyone in this world who is more suitable to be your husband than me?" Ling Feng said narcissistically. "Humph, as long as I want, I can get someone to replace you at any time. You just took advantage of the babies. Otherwise, you can't catch up with me." Yi Chenxi didn't indulge Ling Feng either. Ling Feng said, "That is also my advantage. I have the advantage of having a child. No one has a bigger advantage than me." That's true, but the children don't have to have a biological father. Yi Chenxi was bullied by Ling Feng until 4 in the morning last night, and she just couldn't stand Ling Feng anymore. "Can you bear to let these children be without their biological father?" Ling Feng said, pretending to look pitiful. Yi Chenxi was helpless. "Okay, I won't argue with you anymore, go and cook, I'm hungry." "So what would you like to eat, my dear wife?" Ling Feng asked. "I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, and grilled oysters." Yi Chenxi ordered 3 dishes at once. "Madam, these are all meat dishes. How about some vegetarian dishes?" Ling Feng asked. "Sure, Xiao Ling, just cook a vegetarian dish," Yi Chenxi said. "Okay, madam," Ling Feng said and went to wash up. Yi Chenxi looked at the 4 children around him, they were still sleeping. It is very likely that he woke up in the morning, but played for a while and fell asleep again. Yi Chenxi was also helpless. Every time he was bullied by this guy until the early morning, he could not wake up in the morning. "So I couldn't pay attention to the children during this morning." Just as Yi Chenxi was cursing Ling Feng in his mind, Ling Feng's voice came from the bathroom. "Chenxi, take my phone and call the person with the note delivery and tell him to send a sea bass, 2 pounds of pork ribs, 10 oysters, and a bunch of celery to your home. The password is your birthday. Oh, and remember to call me when the food is delivered." Yi Chenxi said, "Okay, I see, it turns out that you usually ask this person to deliver food." Yes, he is the one who delivers vegetables to the Jingxiu Huafu Villa district. The vegetables are fresh and not expensive, so I let him deliver the vegetables. Chapter 53, Immersive Suffering. Oh, okay. After Yi Chenxi finished speaking, he picked up Ling Feng's phone, entered the password, opened the address book, and called delivery. After Yi Chenxi got through the call, he told the person the dishes Ling Feng mentioned, and then hung up. After Ling Feng finished washing up, he said, "Okay, we can cook when the food is delivered, but before that, please ask our princess to go and wash up." Seeing Ling Feng calling her princess, Yi Chenxi also said, "Then let the prince take this princess' hand and get out of bed." Yi Chenxi stretched out his right hand as he spoke. "Okay, your highness." Ling Feng also stretched out his right hand and held Yi Chenxi's hand, making a gentleman's gesture. Seeing Ling Feng's actions, Yi Chenxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Your highness, please get out of bed quickly." Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Okay. Yi Chenxi slowly got out of bed. "Your highness, go wash up quickly. I'll go make milk powder for the young masters and princesses." Ling Feng was laughing as he spoke, his voice intermittent. "Okay, my prince." After Yi Chenxi said this, he bent over with laughter. Ling Feng also laughed and raised his head. The huge luxurious villa was filled with the laughter of Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi. Yi Chenxi went to wash up, and Ling Feng was making milk powder for the children. Although they haven't woken up yet, they haven't been fed the human cubs for the whole morning, so they will definitely cry loudly and ask for milk powder when they wake up. So Ling Feng might as well make it now, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take care of them when cooking later. As Ling Feng expected, he had just prepared all the milk powder for the 4 children and kept them in the refrigerator at room temperature. This was something Ling Feng had asked Wan Tianxua to send over before. It was specifically used to store milk powder for the babies. Ling Feng was just about to go downstairs to get the food when the 4 children all burst into tears as if they had agreed upon it. Ling Feng couldn't help but frown. Why did the 4 children cry together every time? Was it because they were quadruplets and had telepathy? Ling Feng hurriedly picked up 2 bottles, intending to feed the eldest and the second child first, and then the third and fourth child later. He could only hold 2 bottles by himself, otherwise he really wanted to feed them all at once, but unfortunately he failed. When the third and fourth children saw that the eldest and second children already had milk powder but they had none, they cried even harder. The sound was so loud that it broke the sky and made Ling Feng's ears buzz. Ling Feng thought, "It seems that I have to prepare earplugs in the future, otherwise I will be deafened by their crying sooner or later." Yi Chenxi, who was washing in the bathroom, heard the sound and hurriedly put down the toothbrush bucket and ran out. When I saw Ling Feng feeding the children with milk powder, I immediately knew what was going on. Yi Chenxi walked over quickly, took out the milk powder for the third and fourth children from the normal temperature storage cabinet, and fed them to them. After the third and fourth children bit the pacifier, they started drinking it with a gulp-gulp sound. Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi and said, "For children are really troublesome. Feed them with formula. Feed these two, and those two cry. Feed those two, and those two cry again. It's really not right to feed any one of them. Otherwise, people would say that those who can raise 4 children are not ordinary people. Yi Chenxi said with a smile. Only now that I am in this situation myself can I feel the pain. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, you have to try everything yourself to know what it feels like. Yi Chenxi also said. After all 4 children finished drinking the milk powder, Yi Chenxi went back to wash up, and Ling Feng went downstairs to get the vegetables. Ling Feng went downstairs, opened the door, and walked into the small courtyard of the villa. He saw a cabinet for vegetables next to the courtyard door. After Ling Feng entered the code for picking up the vegetables, the cabinet door popped open. After Ling Feng took out the dishes, he closed the cabinet and entered the kitchen of the villa. Place the seafood in the sink and start cooking. An hour later, Yi Chenxi came down pushing the stroller. Seeing that Ling Feng had not yet finished cooking, she started playing with the 4 children in the living room. After a while, Ling Feng put 4 dishes and a soup on the dining table. Yi Chenxi also carried the 4 children to the children's chairs one by one. He went into the kitchen and served rice to the 2 of them. Ling Feng put the cooking pot into the sink, took off his apron, and sat down at the dining table. Yi Chenxi had already started eating, and every time he tasted a dish, stars seemed to appear in his eyes. Ling Feng said, "How is it, my little princess, do you like today's meal?" "This is perfect. Every dish is delicious and tasty. The sauce is perfectly integrated into the dish and is juicy," Yi Chenxi said as he ate the meat in big mouthfuls. Ling Feng watched Yi Chenxi eat and said with a smile, "It seems that I cooked very well this time, and it received such high praise." Yeah, eat quickly," Yi Chenxi replied to Ling Feng without even raising his eyes. Seeing that Yi Chenxi was in a hurry to eat, Ling Feng didn't say anything else and started eating as well. The time to enjoy delicious food is always short. After Ling Feng put down the bowl, Yi Chenxi immediately stood up, put away the bowls and plates and put them in the sink. Ling Feng said, "Wait, don't worry, there is still some leftover food in the lunchbox. You can heat it up and eat it in the evening." Yes, there is still so much food left. It is indeed a bit of a waste, Yi Chenxi also said. Ling Feng walked into the kitchen cupboard where bowls were placed, took out a lunchbox, and poured all the leftovers into the box. Cover the lunchbox and put it in the refrigerator. Seeing that Ling Feng had thrown away the leftovers, Yi Chenxi started washing the dishes. Ling Feng carried the 4 children to the sofa and interacted with them. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi had already woken up, and the 4 children were also awake. The 2 men carried them into the living room, turned on the TV, and played early childhood education animations for them. These animations are suitable for 3 to 4-year-olds, but it is not a bad thing to be exposed to them earlier. In fact, Ling Feng still has some concerns. After all, the children's eyes are still too young and it is easy to damage their eye development. However, this TV of theirs has been professionally tested and the damage to the eyes is almost zero. Moreover, children over 1-year-old can watch it and it will not damage the development of the eyes. This has been tested by a professional team and is also nationally certified. So Ling Feng didn't care much about this situation. Ling Feng said, "Chenxi, I have a meeting at 7 o'clock, so I should leave around 5:30. It's already 4:30. I'll go heat up the food first. Let's eat early today, okay?" "Oh, yes, you have a party later. Heat up the meal quickly and leave quickly after eating. The streets of Shanghai are too congested. The earlier you leave, the earlier you will arrive," Yi Chenxi said. "Okay, then I'll go heat up the food," Ling Feng said. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chapter 54 Top 4. Ling Feng opened the door and saw that it was Fan Shi who came. He opened the gate and said, "Brother Fan, you are here. Brother Ling, how are your preparations? The competition is about to begin," Fan Shi said with a smile. Ling Feng said, "Of course I'm ready." Ling Feng appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked. He even forgot about his task of washing Yi Chenxi's feet. But at this time, the system spoke. Ding, it is detected that the host is washing feet for Yi Chenxi, and the god-level driving skills are rewarded. When Ling Feng heard this voice, he felt relieved. It turned out that this special foot washing could also be considered as foot washing. It should be said that this method also had a bit of dirty connotation. Ling Feng took Fan Sure into the villa. When Fan Sure saw Yi Chenxi, he said, "Hello, sister-in-law." Yi Chenxi didn't understand, but still said, "Hello." Seeing Yi Chenxi's bewildered expression, Ling Feng hurriedly explained, "Chenxi, this is Fan Sure. He was the one who initiated today's party." When Ling Feng said the word party, he deliberately emphasized the tone and looked at Fan Sure. Fan Sure immediately understood and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sure Ling Feng has also told you that we have a party today, and I came here specifically to find Ling Feng." "Oh, I see. Ling Feng, brother Fan is here, why don't you hurry up and pack up? Don't keep him waiting for too long," Yi Chenxi said to Ling Feng. "Okay, I'll go right away," Ling Feng said. "Brother Fan, I'm going to change my clothes and will be right back." "Okay, don't be too formal, just dress casually." "Okay." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Fan Sure, took a look at the other person's clothes, and immediately knew what he should wear. Ling Feng took the elevator to the second floor. Fan Sure spoke first, "Sister-in-law, if I remember correctly, you should be from the Yi family." "Yes, but I have severed ties with the Yi family. I think given your father's personality, he would definitely not agree with you and brother Ling." "Why?" Yi Chenxi was puzzled. "Is his father's reputation so bad?" "I'll tell you in secret. I once heard my father say that there is a huge monster behind your Yi family. That monster may be even stronger than our Fan family." "Really? Do you know any specific information about that giant creature?" "I really don't know about this. I only got that little bit of information when I eavesdropped on the conversation between my father and the head of the Ru family." Fan Sure scratched his head embarrassedly. "It is rumored that your Fan family and the Ru family have a very close relationship. Now that I hear it, it is indeed true." Yi Chenxi pretended to change the subject casually. When Fan Sure saw Yi Chenxi's actions, he was immediately amazed. Fan Sure said, "Yes, our ancestors have always had a very close relationship with the Fan family." Yi Chenxi thought, "Yes, your ancestors have a close relationship with the Ru family, and it was the Ru family that brought you to this level. The Ru family is ranked 5th on the list of China's super families. The top 4 on the Huaxia super family rankings have always been a mystery. They have never shown up, and are only referred to as XXX on the rankings. Although he has never shown up, no one dares to compete for the top 4 positions, because the whole of China seems to be in his control. It feels like I am a chess piece and they are the chess players who can decide a person's life or death at will. It may even be the fate of a family. So, on the surface, the Ru family is the sky of China. Without them, your Fan family will be nothing but a speck of dust." But she still said, "I really envy you for having a big family to protect you. You have one too, and it's a family that's stronger than the Fan family, even stronger than the Ru family. But now it's gone after all. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore," Yi Chenxi said with a wry smile. Just as Fan Sure was about to continue bringing up the topic, the elevator door opened. Ling Feng walked out and said to the two of them, "Brother Fan, I changed my clothes, let's go." Fan Sure turned around and saw Ling Feng wearing a black sweatshirt, black pants, and a light black windbreaker. Fan Sure said, "Brother Ling, dressing like this is really a blow to other people's self-esteem." "Is there any problem?" Ling Feng asked. "No, I just mean that you've hurt the self-esteem of those men too much." "Ah, I really hadn't thought about that." "Okay, that's it, let's go first." "Okay, wife, we'll go first." Ling Feng put on a pair of custom sneakers, opened the door, and walked out. Seeing Ling Feng go out quickly, Fan Sure said hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, we're leaving first." Then he trotted all the way to catch up with Ling Feng and closed the door of the villa. Ling Feng then remembered, "What am I doing out here? I still have to drive." So he said, "Brother Fan, wait for me in the car for a while, I'll go drive." "Okay, don't worry, there's still time." Ling Feng took the villa's external elevator to the basement. "Oh, fortunately, I brought the key," Ling Feng said to himself. Ling Feng clicked the car key, and the headlights of the black Bugatti Firestar slowly unfolded. Ling Feng opened the car door, sat in the cockpit, and started the engine. He closed the car door and stepped on the accelerator. The roar of the 8.0T quad-turbocharged V16 engine resounded throughout the underground garage. Ling Feng listened to the sound and couldn't help but feel refreshed. "Finally, I can drive the fastest mass-produced car on Earth." Ling Feng pulled the handbrake and drove this beast out of the underground garage. The door of the underground garage slowly opened, and a black all-carbon fiber supercar drove out. When Fan Sure saw the car, he was also very excited. He also wanted to buy this car when it was released, but it was sold out by foreign bigwigs, and he couldn't find it anymore when he wanted to buy it later. I didn't expect that Brother Ling actually had one. He is indeed the most cunning person. Ling Feng rolled down the window and said, "Let's go. Don't keep them waiting." "Okay." Fan Sure also responded by rolling down the window. Then, Ling Feng closed the car window, stepped on the accelerator, drove out of Jingxiu Huafu, and headed towards the Oriental Professional Racing Circuit. Ling Feng had heard of this racing track before. It was considered the best racing track in Shanghai. Ling Feng thought, they are indeed a group of well-educated rich kids. They are not like some of the dandy kids who risk their lives when racing and look for abandoned bridges as jumping points. As Ling Feng was thinking this, Fan Sure followed him in his Lamborghini territory. Ling Feng took a look at Fan Sure's car and it was obvious that it had undergone extensive modifications. It might only take 4 seconds for it to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h. He really is a rich young man. He can modify his car like this and still not have it confiscated. Ling Feng thought. Chapter 55 Eastern Professional Racing Circuit. 2 supercars were driving side by side on a busy street in Shanghai. The roar of their engines echoed through the streets, causing passers-by to look back frequently. Soon, Ling Feng and Fan Sure arrived at the Oriental Professional Racing Circuit. The two parked the car in front of the racetrack. Fan Sure rolled down the window and said to the security guard, "I'm Fan Sure, I'm booking the place tonight." "Hello, Mr. Fan." The security guard saluted Fan Sure. The two drove the car into the racetrack again. After the two of them went in, Ling Feng followed Fan Sure to the preparation area of the racing track. There are several sports car maintenance personnel in the preparation area. These people are responsible for maintaining the sports cars of those who come to the racetrack to keep the cars in the best condition. Ling Feng and Fan Sure parked the cars on the cranes respectively, and 4 maintenance personnel began to conduct a full-scale inspection of the cars. The two got out of the car, and Ling Feng looked at the competition venue. There was a large circle and a track similar to the F1 competition venue. Ling Feng asked, "Brother Fan, which track are we running on today?" "Our competition is round-based. The first round is divided into 2 teams. The winning team will advance to the next round. And the losing team will also receive certain rewards. The second round is 1-on-1, and only the top 10 can advance to the next round. The first 2 rounds are all races on a ring, which is actually equivalent to a straight line. In the third round, 10 players will compete on the F1 track, and the top 3 will receive generous rewards. As for what the reward is, I won't tell you yet. You just need to know that the reward is very generous," Fan Sure said mysteriously. "Okay." Ling Feng didn't expect that their competition would have such rules. It was really eye-opening. Ding, it is detected that the host has arrived at the Oriental Professional Racing Circuit, and the super self-healing function is awarded. Ling Feng didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, how could such a competition result in loss of life? Fan Sure said, "Let's wait for them for a while, they should be here soon." "Okay. By the way, does this racing competition allow car bodies to compete against each other?" Ling Feng asked. "Of course it's not allowed. After all, this is just a friendly match. It would be bad if someone got killed. Besides, they are all educated people. How could they use such dirty means?" "Oh, that's good. Why? Are you afraid that your sister-in-law will find out when you go back?" Fan Sure looked at Ling Feng with a wicked smile. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just afraid of damaging the car," Ling Feng explained hurriedly. "Oh, I'm afraid of damaging the car. I should say it or not?" "Brother Ling, you have the qualities to be a henpecked husband." "I am a henpecked husband, and I am happy with it. Besides, that's not called henpecked husband, that's called love," Ling Feng said. Oh, love." Fan Sure deliberately dragged out the voice. "Okay, stop talking nonsense and take me to the lounge. I can't just stand here forever." "Oh, yes, I forgot. Come with me." Fan Sure hurriedly took Ling Feng to the lounge. Ling Feng glanced at the lounge and thought, this is how rich people live. This lounge is almost bigger than the playground on my campus. Fan Sure said, "Just sit anywhere, don't be restrained." Then he threw a bottle of Coke to Ling Feng. Ling Feng caught it. "You have to drive soon, so don't drink." After the game, we can go to the entertainment club owned by the Fan family and drink as much as we want. Fan sure said. There are 2 more games. Ling Feng said. Of course, oh yes, you have 4 children at home, so you don't have to go to the second game. Fan sure said. Oh, then I won't go. Ling Feng looked relaxed. There would definitely be some other people going there, and he didn't want to face complicated interpersonal relationships again. Of course, there is a prerequisite, that is, you can escape from their siege. What siege? Ling Feng, who had looked relaxed just now, suddenly stood up straight. If you perform well in this game, they will definitely not let you go and will surround you. If you can escape by then, you can leave. Fan Sure looked at Ling Feng with a look of success. Ling Feng smiled bitterly. The system's task is to take first place, so he can't be bad. By then, he won't have the confidence to escape from so many people. So Ling Feng said, then I'd better give Chen Xi a call. Ling Feng took out his cell phone and called Yi Chenxi. After some explanation, Ling Feng hung up the phone. Seeing this, Fan Sure said, so, your wife agrees that you can stay out all night? How dare you say that? If you had told me there would be a second game, I would not have come with you at all. Ling Feng said. In fact, this was not just a response to what Fan Sure said. Even if it was for the system reward, Ling Feng would come. Okay, since it's like this, just accept it calmly. Fan Sure said as he sat next to Ling Feng. Oh, Mr. Fan, you're here really early. A voice came from the door. I saw a young man about 30 years old coming in from the door. When the man saw Ling Feng, he asked, Master Fan, who is this? Fan Sure said, Wu Jian, this is Ling Feng, a guest of honor of our Fan family, whose status is equivalent to the deputy head of our Fan family. Hello, Mr. Ling. The young man named Gui Jian was obviously also frightened. Hello. Ling Feng responded indifferently. Mr. Ling, I am from the Guo family in Yuncheng. The Guo family is ranked 40th on the list. Seeing Ling Feng's high status, Wu Jian believed that the other party must know the ranking of China's super families. Among the second-generation rich, most of them introduce their family by its ranking above theirs, which is a more specific description. Ling Feng, the nominal deputy head of the Fan family. After Gui Jian shook hands with Ling Feng, he took a bottle of drink and found an empty seat to sit down. Soon, all the rich second generations who were going to participate in the racing gathered. Fan Sure introduced Ling Feng to them one by one, and Ling Feng also learned the names of these rich second generations and their family power. Fan Sure said, Huh? Where's Ru Jie? Fan Sure, are you looking for me? A voice came from the door. A young man about the same age as Fan Sure walked towards Fan Sure. Ru Jie, you are finally here. Fan Sure said excitedly. Fan Sure didn't wait for Ru Jie to ask, and said directly, this is Ling Feng, the nominal deputy head of the Fan family, and Ru Jie, the eldest young master of the Ru family. Hello. They both said at the same time. The other young masters also looked over. They all knew that Fan Sure and Ru Jie had the best relationship. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go out and prepare for the game. Fan Sure organized. Okay. Everyone said in unison. Soon, a group of young masters walked out of the lounge in a mighty procession. Everyone drove their sports cars onto the track and prepared to set off. At this time, the rules of the competition were announced on the radio. In the end, friendship comes first and competition comes second. When everyone heard this, they all prepared to start. 3, 2, 1. Go! The 2 female starters simply tore off their underwear, revealing a large area of white. Ling Feng knew this must be something Fan Sure spent money to add some fun to the game. The race started and all the cars rushed out like wild horses. Chapter 56 Crisis. Ling Feng took off directly and immediately led Fan Sure by 1.5 car lengths, coming to first place. Soon, another Bugatti Chiron followed, and the Ferrari 488 also followed temporarily. Seeing this, Ling Feng stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. After 2.17 seconds, Ling Feng's Bugatti Firestar reached 100 km per hour. The other cars could no longer keep up. Although we were only half a car length ahead of them, it was very difficult to catch up. When the car behind saw Ling Feng running so fast, it immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Ling Feng was not panicked at all and stepped on the accelerator into the fuel tank. Soon, a lap was over, Ling Feng ranked first and was far ahead. At this time, a Lamborghini followed. A young man in the ox cart made a gesture of wiping his neck to Ling Feng. Ling Feng wanted to continue speeding up to get rid of the other party, but this Lamborghini seemed to be underpowered and suddenly crashed into Ling Feng. Ling Feng quickly switched to sports mode, and his speed increased dramatically, reaching 240 km per hour. But this Lamborghini was like a dog skin plaster and accelerated to catch up. Ling Feng continued to speed up and had reached 280 km per hour. It would be very difficult for a Lamborghini to catch up with this speed. But this Lamborghini still caught up. At this time, Ling Feng noticed that there was a red button on the other car. This button was not the start button of the Daniel, but a newly added button. Ling Feng immediately understood that the other party had added a life-threatening mode to the car. Ling Feng continued to accelerate, and he noticed that the other party did not accelerate by stepping on the accelerator, but by holding down the red button. Ling Feng accelerated to 320 km per hour, but still couldn't get rid of him. Ling Feng continued to accelerate until he reached 420 km per hour. He has switched the car mode to track mode, the upper limit of which is 535 km per hour, but Ling Feng feels that he will not be able to shake off the opponent even at high speed. Moreover, 5 minutes had passed and the fuel tank was almost empty. Ling Feng predicted that at this speed, the fuel would be gone in 2 minutes at most. Ling Feng was also a little anxious at this time. The opponent was like a bottomless pit and could catch up with him no matter how fast he ran. Ling Feng picked up the intercom and shouted, "This Lamborghini is about to lose control. He wants to hit me. Hurry up and make him stop." A voice came from the intercom, "Ling Feng, you are finally going to fall into my hands today. If I kill you, the organization will give me a generous reward. Who are you?" Ling Feng cut to the chase. Even though he had god-level driving skills, at this speed he had to use most of his energy to control the vehicle, otherwise he would lose control. "My name is Han Yuchuan, and I received an order from the young palace master to assassinate you." The man over there had gone crazy. "I will give you double the amount he gives you," Ling Feng said. "You can't give it to me. If I complete this mission, I can become the young palace master's personal guard, which is the supreme glory." "Then who is your young palace master?" Seeing that bribery failed, Ling Feng asked about the person who gave the final order. "You are not worthy to know the name of our young master. Now, prepare for your death." The big bull crashed into the flying meteor with a loud bang. Ling Feng wanted to continue accelerating, but unfortunately the fuel tank was empty. Ling Feng closed his eyes and quietly waited for that moment to come. The entire body of the big bull hit the flying meteor. The car body was completely embedded in the flying fire meteor, but just as the front of the car collided with the flying fire meteor, a faint light suddenly flashed in the intense fire. The loud explosion immediately attracted the attention of others on the field. When Fancher saw two cars collide with each other, he didn't react for a moment, but suddenly, he saw the familiar flying meteor. He suddenly sped up and quickly reached the explosion point. When he saw that the frames of the two cars almost completely overlapped, his heart sank. Tears welled up in his eyes, even though he was ordered by his family to visit the nominal deputy head of the family. But once Ling Feng is injured, he will also be punished. Most of the tears at this time were out of sadness. After all, they had only been together for less than 2 days. He walked forward and looked at the black lump of iron. He really hoped that Ling Feng was still alive. But he understood that if two cars collided at high speed, it would be almost impossible for the people in the cars to survive. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the big iron block, "I'm here, come and save me." Fancher's eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped forward and took a look, and saw that a handsome man was indeed hidden in the lump of iron. Seeing that Fancher was the only one there, Ling Feng used all his strength and the ball of scrap metal was immediately shaken away. Fancher was frightened by Ling Feng's move. He didn't expect Ling Feng to have such strong power. Ling Feng slowly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. When Fancher saw that Ling Feng had no injuries on his body, he was even more shocked. Fancher asked in astonishment, You are Ling Feng? What? You don't recognize me after you were bumped into me?" Ling Feng said with a smile. "How is it possible that you are still alive? So do you want me to be alive or dead?" Ling Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Fancher should have heard what he said on the intercom, but he did not come to rescue him. It was hard for Ling Feng not to suspect that this was a trap set by Fancher. "Of course I hope you live. How could I possibly hope you die? Then why didn't you come to rescue me when I was in danger?" "I didn't find you in danger. I just felt that you and Han Yuchuan were competing for the championship position. Don't you have a walkie-talkie? Ling Feng asked doubtfully. What walkie-talkie? We never have walkie-talkies in our competitions. Now it was Fan Shi's turn to be confused. Ling Feng was shocked when he heard this answer. If that was the case, then it was not difficult to explain. Before Ling Feng set off, Han Yuchuan asked him to roll down the car window and handed him a walkie-talkie. Ling Feng thought that this walkie-talkie was used by Fan Shi and his friends for the competition, but it turned out that all of this was designed by Han Yuchuan. No wonder, then I don't blame you. Ling Feng said. After saying that, Ling Feng walked to the big bull. The bull had been hit beyond recognition. Ling Feng pulled out the remains of the bull and found that Han Yuchuan was still alive. Ling Feng threw Han Yuchuan to the ground, and Han Yuchuan immediately spurted out several mouthfuls of blood from his mouth. Ling Feng said, Han Yuchuan, you never expected that my vitality is stronger than yours. Oh, I really didn't expect that. I want to know who your young palace master is. I will give you a quick death. Ling Feng said coldly. Humph, you don't deserve to know. Han Yuchuan said disdainfully. After learning the 13 dragon subduing moves, Ling Feng became proficient in acupoints and pressed directly on the acupoints that made Han Yuchuan suffer from excruciating pain. Chapter 57 Assassination at the Netherworld Palace. Han Yuchuan was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Can you tell me now? Ling Feng asked again. Actually, I don't know the young palace master's name. I only know that his code name is you. Han Yuchuan stuttered as he said this. Since you don't know, then go die. After Ling Feng said this, he pressed his finger on Han Yuchuan's fatal point. Han Yuchuan died before he could even roar. Ling Feng looked at Fan Shi. You should be able to do this kind of thing. Of course, I promise to make him disappear without a trace. Fan Shi said. Okay, then go and deal with it. By the way, do you know which organization this Han Yuchuan comes from? Ling Feng tried to get something from Fan Shi. I don't know where he comes from, but I think that in this world, there is probably only one evil organization in China or even in the entire Blue Star that can make the second young master of the Han family join. Which organization? Ling Feng asked urgently. After all, he had been harassed by this organization several times. He felt that there would inevitably be a war between him and this organization unless the Chinese authorities could get rid of him. Fan Shi said, this organization is the Netherworld Palace. The Netherworld Palace? Ling Feng pondered deeply. It seems that he didn't provoke this force, so how did the other party come to him? Fan Shi said slowly, this force is very mysterious. It is a world-class evil organization. Once this force takes action, a force or a person will inevitably die. But most of the time it's the demise of a force, because if there's one person in this world who they can strangle alone, then that person must be extremely powerful. By the way, ask Han Yuchuan who the young master of his organization is. Have you received a killing order from the young master of their organization? Fan Shi asked. Ling Feng replied, yes, it was the young palace master who sent Han Yuchuan here. Then you are doomed. With your strength alone, facing the Nether Palace, you will be lucky if you are not sliced and studied. Really? I will definitely die? Ling Feng didn't believe it. Although he knew from listening to Fan Shi's story that the Netherworld Palace had a great background, he was a man with a system, and nothing could knock him down. It's true. Fan Shi affirmed. Ling Feng stopped answering and said, do you recognize this logo? Anyway, Ling Feng was already first in the first round, and although Fan Shi didn't finish the race, he could automatically advance to the second round, so the first round was just for fun. So Ling Feng no longer cared about time. Ling Feng took out the logo on the letter. Fan Shi took a look and said, I recognize it. This is the symbol of the Netherworld Palace, and only people above the elder level can use it. Ordinary palace members can only use purple logos. Fan Shi said. Then I'm sure that I've been targeted by the young master of the Netherworld Palace. Ling Feng said affirmatively. Is this the threatening letter you received? Fan Shi said, pointing at the sign. Yes, so this is called a threatening letter. Ling Feng said. Yes, before each mission, the Nether Palace will send a threatening letter to the target, and then carry out the mission. Before carrying out a mission, will they make threats like throwing coffee at you? Yes, they make threats twice before carrying out each mission before carrying out the assassination. You didn't experience it twice, otherwise I wouldn't have assassinated you. Fan Sure said. Congratulations, you guessed it right again. Ling Feng remained calm, but in fact he had already cursed the Netherworld Palace thousands of times in his heart. They have warned me twice, but I am still kept in the dark. Then, Ling Feng pulled out the wreckage of the big bull. Soon he found the red button. At this time, the racing maintenance personnel from the racetrack had already arrived. Ling Feng said, "Two people come over here and find out what this button does." Soon, a cart came and transported the remains of the bull back to the preparation area for further study. At this time, many young masters from wealthy families gathered around, wanting to see what was going on. Fan Sure asked, "Brother Ling, do you need me to find a professional to bring it back for research?" "Yes, sure." Ling Feng nodded. Fan Sure quickly called a group of professionals to conduct an in-depth study of the wreckage. Ling Feng couldn't help but admire that these rich young masters had innumerable resources. Ling Feng, Fan Sure, and a group of young masters returned to the lounge and announced the rankings. Ling Feng won the first place with an absolute advantage, and although Fan Sure ranked behind, he was a direct admission student. But at this time, Ling Feng was in trouble. His car had been damaged. How should he proceed with the next race? At this time, Ru Jie said to Ling Feng, "Ling Feng, there is no car to participate in the competition, right? I have another one here, but it is not as good as your Fei Wolioxing. Do you mind? If you don't mind, you can take it and drive it." Ling Feng said, "No, of course I don't mind. I'm worried about not having a car right now." "Where is your car?" Ling Feng felt a little sorry for the Fei Wolioxing at this time. After all, it was the fastest car in the watch world, and it was damaged like this, which made him feel a little sad. But Ling Feng was not too sad, because the system should give him another one. Ding, the host has a request, so the master must satisfy it. Ding, it is detected that the host has made the person who assassinated him fly, and the rewards are 1 Bugatti Fire Meteor and 1 Sound of the Night. The Sound of the Night has stopped and returned to the basement of the villa. The flying meteor is 5 kilometers away from the Oriental Professional Racing Field and is coming. Ling Feng was immediately overjoyed. The system really won't let me down. Then he said, "Don't bother. I've asked them to send the second flying fire meteor. It will be here in a moment." After Ling Feng finished speaking, everyone present opened their mouths wide. I didn't expect that Ling Feng actually owned two such amazing cars as the Fei Wolioxing. It must be that poverty limited their imagination. At this time, Ru Jie spoke up, "Since Ling Feng still has a spare car, let's wait for a while. I believe everyone does not lack this little time." Ru Jie's authority was even greater than Fan Sure's, and no one present dared to refute him. "Fan Sure, you have no objection, right?" Ru Jie looked at Fan Sure. "No." Fan Sure replied. "Thank you for your understanding. I'll take care of the second game tonight. Brother Fan, please don't compete with me." Ling Feng said. "Thank you, Mr. Ling." Everyone cheered. Before, this kind of consumption was always shared by so many people, but now one person is paying for it all, which is perfect. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he sat back on the sofa. At this moment, Ling Feng suddenly thought of something and got up and left the lounge. Chapter 58 Engine Characteristics. When Fan Sure saw Ling Feng go out, he followed him. After the two came out, Ling Feng walked to the wreckage and asked a technician, "How is it? What did you find?" Before Ling Feng went in, the technician quietly told him to come out in 10 minutes. Ling Feng thought that the other party must have discovered something. At this time Fan Sure walked to Ling Feng's side. The technician also noticed Fan Sure and said, "Hello, Mr. Fan. Okay, tell me what you found first." Fan Sure said lightly. "Follow me, both of you." The technician motioned for the two to follow him. The technicians took the two to the left side of the wreckage. Pointing to the inconspicuous red object in the wreckage, he said, "These fragments must be the remnants of the red button." "Have you verified it?" Ling Feng asked. "You know, many parts of the interior of this big bull are red, so it will be troublesome if you make a wrong judgment. Of course, we won't tell you if it's not confirmed. Did you find any fragments of the red button in the car?" "No, after holographic processing, we found that when this car collided with your car, only a few fragments of the red button remained. So Mr. Han Yuchuan must have made 2 preparations before he hit your car, but he ran out of time, so there was still a little left. So what did you discover through this little fragment? If we make a big discovery, come with me." The technician led the two men to a large processing room. The two of them saw the deformed engine at a glance. The technician said, "This is a fusion of the engines of your two cars. After the violent collision, we can no longer separate them completely. 80% of the wreckage is from the Big Bull, and the remaining 20% is from your car. We found that the exterior of the Dania's engine had been severely baked. And this Big Bull's engine has a feature that it can accelerate when heated. We don't understand how this feature was added. The reason this Big Bull can run so fast is that the button controls a set of flame heaters. This flame heater heats the engine, thereby bringing out its characteristics, so it runs so fast." At this point, Ling Feng has figured out the clue. "This is the current speculation, and we will conduct further calculations later," said the technician. "Okay, I got it. Contact me if you find anything new." Ling Feng handed the technician a business card. "Okay, I got it. I'll tell you as soon as I find anything new." "Okay, we'll go first." After Ling Feng finished speaking, he and Fan Shi returned to the lounge. On the way back, Fan Shi said, "I think the characteristics of the engine should be added by the Nether Palace. The methods of the Nether Palace are difficult to guess." "I think so too." Ling Feng felt that it was necessary to develop more in the scientific field. Otherwise, if he didn't even know the enemy's methods, how could he deal with them? At this time, Ling Feng's phone rang. Ling Feng picked up the phone and said, "I'm Ling Feng, what's wrong?" "Hello, Mr. Ling. The Bugatti Firestar you ordered has arrived at the entrance of the Oriental Professional Racing Circuit. Please sign for it." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Ling Feng hung up the phone. Said, "Brother Fan, you go back first, I'll go get the racing car." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the lounge." Fan Shi said and turned back to the lounge. Chapter 59 Delivery Ceremony. Ling Feng walked to the entrance of the racetrack and saw a container on a truck. There is the Bugatti logo on the container, which is very cool. As Ling Feng walked to the cart, a young woman in a short skirt trotted over to him. The woman said, "You must be Mr. Ling Feng." Ling Feng nodded. "Please sign this. After signing the agreement, the car will truly belong to you." The woman handed Ling Feng an agreement and a pen. Ling Feng reached out and took it, signed his name proudly, and handed it back to the woman. The woman got into the car and put down the Meteor. Soon, two more vans came over, also from Bugatti. Ling Feng knew that this was a car welcoming ceremony for him. Soon, all 12 people came down and lined up. A female leader stood beside Ling Feng and asked, "Shall we start the car welcoming ceremony for you now?" "Actually, you don't have to make such a big fuss." Ling Feng held his forehead with his hand. There was no delivery ceremony for the car that the system rewarded last time, so how come there is one this time? Ling Feng thought. "We can get a small one, but we can't have none. It's respect for you and the car." "Okay then, let's do it quickly." Ling Feng did not forget that there was a room full of people waiting for him. "Okay, I declare that the car delivery ceremony will begin now." 20 minutes later, the car delivery ceremony finally ended. Ling Feng drove away the Bugatti Firestar, and the staff at the delivery ceremony towed the container away. Ling Feng quickly drove the car to the door of the lounge. The violent engine sound immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the house. Soon, a group of people came out of the lounge. Many people were amazed. "Brother Ling Feng, you actually have another flying fire meteor. There are a total of 40 in the world, and you only have 2. You are really a hidden talent. I was just lucky and happened to grab it." Ling Feng scratched the back of his head. He couldn't tell them that this was a reward from the system and he didn't spend any money at all. He believed that these people would think he was a psychopath. "That's just your good luck." People around him flattered. "We are all rich young men, and we will all be wealthy people in the future, so it's always a good idea to accumulate more connections." Ling Feng did not reply and changed the subject. "Everyone, please get in the car quickly, and start the second round quickly, so as not to delay the rest of the trip." Yes, let's get ready quickly," Ru Jia said. When everyone saw Ru Jia speaking, they all got into their cars and prepared for the second round of competition. At this time, Fan Shi came over, handed Ling Feng a walkie-talkie, and said, "Here, in view of the mistake last time, I will give one to everyone now." Ling Feng took it and said jokingly, "Should I say it or not? This accident has left a shadow on me." "Ha, don't worry, I won't hurt you," Fan Shi also said with a smile. Soon, Fan gave everyone a walkie-talkie, and everyone got ready and arrived at the designated starting point. Then, the competition began, and as expected, Ling Feng won the first place. But unexpectedly, the second place winner in this round of competition was only half a minute behind Ling Feng in crossing the finish line. Of course, this was not as fast a race as Ling Feng's in the previous round, but the speed was definitely very fast. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh again. Rich people definitely don't spend their money carelessly. It's really amazing that they can modify an ordinary sports car into this. Chapter 60 Ru Jia's situation. Soon, everyone crossed the finish line. After 2 rounds of competition, the fuel tanks of many cars were empty, so everyone went to the gas station at the racetrack to refuel. Of course, everyone has to pay for their own refueling, because gas stations are operated by dedicated staff. Ling Feng was truly amazed. The professional racing track has all the equipment. In fact, the Oriental Professional Racing Circuit is already the second-ranked racing circuit in the country, and all its facilities are very complete. After all the cars were refueled, everyone returned to the lounge to rest for a while and replenish their energy. You know, driving a racing car at a very high speed is very difficult, and controlling the car body is extremely mentally demanding. Ling Feng took 2 pieces of chocolate and ate them, then had some dessert to fill his stomach. At this time, Ru Jia found Ling Feng. Ling Feng said, "Brother Ru, what's the matter?" "Ling Feng, come with me," Ru Jia said mysteriously, and brought Ling Feng to the rooftop on the 3rd floor. Ling Feng was puzzled. "Come and sit down first." Ru Jia motioned Ling Feng to sit on the sofa opposite her. Ling Feng sat down and asked, "Brother Ru, what's the matter? I guess you also know about the organization called Netherworld Palace," Ru Jia said to Ling Feng. Ling Feng was shocked. Could it be that Ru Jia knew that he was being hunted by the Netherworld Palace? "Don't be surprised. This is what Fan told me. Since you already know everything, why are you asking me? Do you think this is why I called you here?" "Of course not. I don't think Brother Ru would waste time on such a small matter. That's natural, so I still have a purpose." "What's your purpose? Tell me. Only by telling me can I know what to do." Ling Feng naturally knew that Ru Jia must want him to do something. "First of all, I want to tell you that I actually have an assassination order on me as well." "The Nether Palace wants to assassinate you too?" Ling Feng was shocked. "Not only that, even the Ru family behind me has been warned not to meddle in other people's business." Ru Jia's eyes were downcast. "Then the Ru family really didn't care about you?" "I don't think so. Of course, the reason I am still alive today is that one of my Ru family's senior officials is also a senior official of the Netherworld Palace, who helped mediate the situation, so I am still alive today. I think it's not a pleasant feeling to live this way, and this mediator is of no use," Ling Feng said sharply. "Indeed, this person has been demoted. He is now just an ordinary palace member and can no longer protect me. Therefore, my life is about to end." A smile uglier than crying appeared on Ru Jia's face. Ling Feng was about to speak when the system suddenly appeared. Ding! It is detected that the eldest son of the Ru family is facing the same situation as the host, triggering a hidden task. Hidden task released: share the super self-healing function, and be rewarded with a super factory level 10. The highest level is level 10. Ling Feng couldn't help but wonder, how can the super self-healing function be shared? Does the host agree to share? Reason for triggering the mission: Ru Jia is kind-hearted, in the same situation, and will definitely not reveal the host's secrets. "I agree, of course I agree. There is nothing to be stingy about. Besides, the character of Ru Jia is obvious to all. It is detected that the host agrees to share the function, the reward has been issued, and the function is being shared. 10%, 50%, 80%, 100%, sharing is successful." Chapter 61 Ambition. In an instant, a ray of white light flashed across Ru Jia's body. Fan Ru Jia was shocked. "What is this?" "Don't be afraid. This is one of my superpowers, called Super Self-Healing Ability. This is why I can survive violent collisions," Ling Feng said with a smile. "Brother Ling Feng, are you a Superman?" A hint of doubt flashed in Ru Jia's eyes. "I'm not Superman. This is an ability I acquired by chance. You can rest assured," Ling Feng said. "How did you get it?" Ru Jia became even more suspicious. "It cannot be disclosed. You just need to know that you must not tell this to anyone else. If you do, I guarantee that you will die in the next second." Ling Feng's eyes turned cold. This is what Ling Feng just learned from the system. This is also a disguised way of preventing Ru Jie from saying it out loud. Okay, I understand. Ru Jie suddenly wilted. He thought Ling Feng could save him, but it turned out that he just wanted to control his own life. Since I have given you this skill, you have to work for me. Let's make the Nether Palace fly together. Ling Feng said with a smile. After Ling Feng knew that his abilities could be shared, he came up with an ambitious plan to find more people he trusted, share his abilities, and thus form a group. Let this group fight with you and eventually wipe out the Nether Palace. But Ling Feng knew that it was very difficult to form such a group, because there were not many targets for assassination in the Nether Palace, and even fewer people with good character. Okay, I understand. Ru Jie said. Ling Feng said, do you know any other people like you? I want to meet them. There's only one person I know of. I can arrange a meeting with that person for you, but I don't know if he will come out to see you. Isn't it inconvenient to see him? Ling Feng asked. Yes, he is the eldest son of a super family. It is said that he has certain connections with the top 3 families, but he has been put on the must-kill list and has no way out. He could die at any time, so he would hardly reveal his whereabouts. I was able to track his whereabouts because I had a good relationship with him before. Can't the top 3 families protect him? Ling Feng asked. The top 3 families is a nickname for the top 3 families in the ranking list, while 4th to 6th are called the lower 3 families. It's not that they can't protect it, but they don't want to have anything to do with the Nether Palace. They all know how terrifying the Nether Palace is. If they want to protect him, any family can do it, but they don't want to cause trouble with the Netherworld Palace during their seclusion. That would do more harm than good. Okay, I understand. Then please help me make an appointment with him first. If possible, let him pick a time, and then you can tell me. Yeah, I see. Okay, go down first and finish today's game. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he walked down from the rooftop, leaving Ru Jie alone in the desolate wind. Ru Jie looked in the direction where Ling Feng left, and felt as if she was looking at a mosaic, unable to see the person's true appearance at all. After standing alone for a while, Fancher figured out many problems and he looked up at the sky. He thought, forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. At least now I don't have to worry about being stabbed to death by the assassins from the Nether Palace. Next, it depends on what Ling Feng does. Ru Jie turned around, walked down the rooftop and returned to the lounge. At the same time, in Wanhe province within China, a middle-aged man bowed and said, Master, Ru Jie has caught up with Ling Feng. Okay, go down, said another white-haired old man, with his back turned so that his true face could not be seen clearly. After saying this, the middle-aged man stood up and left the hall. The family owes him, the old man said sadly. At the Oriental Professional Racing Circuit, Ling Feng and the contestants arrived at the venue for the 3rd round of competition. There were more than 50 contestants in the first round, and now there are only 10 left. There is no doubt that these 10 drivers are all outstanding. Ling Feng looked at the winding road ahead without any panic. He had god-level driving skills and could easily handle the mere racetrack. Soon, the competition began, and after seeing the white flowers, the beasts rushed out. Ling Feng was ranked first, but suddenly, a LaFerrari rushed out and overtook Ling Feng. Ling Feng immediately accelerated and caught up with the LaFerrari. Ling Feng saw the person in the driver's seat opposite him, and the person on the other side also saw Ling Feng, and the two looked at each other. The person on the opposite side glanced at Ling Feng with disdain, continued to accelerate, and overtook him again. Ling Feng quickly caught up and thought to himself, how much modification has this car over there undergone to be able to run so fast? There was a bend ahead. Ling Feng chose the latest braking point, pulled the handbrake, and drifted past it thrillingly. Rafa was left behind by Ling Feng. Rafa roared in dissatisfaction in his car, FCK. Why? He is faster than me and his cornering skills are so proficient. He is definitely a top driver. Ling Feng saw Rafa through the rearview mirror. He continued to speed up and quickly took the first place. Rafa was a little slower than Ling Feng and came in second. Ling Feng looked at Fei Hua Liuxing's tires, which were covered with a layer of unknown objects. Ling Feng sighed, no wonder we have to change tires so often, they have to be changed every time we run a race. In fact, it's not the tire's fault, but Ling Feng's fault for driving the car at 450 miles per hour. At this speed, any type of tire would melt. Ling Feng took out the intercom, staff, come and help me change the tire. Soon a cart came and pulled Ling Feng's flying fire meteor back to the maintenance room. There were no tires here, so they had to ask Bugatti to send them over. Ling Feng stood on the track and accepted the first place prize, 1 million Chinese yuan. Ding, the host has completed the task and will be rewarded with 70% of the shares of White Goose Company. Ding, get Charm Value Enhancement Potion X1. I have taken 2 bottles of Charm Enhancing Potion, 5 bottles of Mental Strength Enhancing Potion, and 1 bottle of Physical Fitness Enhancing Potion. Ling Feng even forgot that he still had several bottles of enhancement potions that he hadn't used. 70% of the shares of White Goose Company. It seems that I really control one of the world's top 50 companies. Ling Feng thought. But I still have to keep working hard and strive to get a company that's among the top 10 in the world, only then will I feel at ease. Ling Feng said secretly. Fortunately, Ling Feng said this in his heart, otherwise he would definitely be beaten to death. This is too pretentious. Ling Feng took a photo with Fan Sure holding the card and a Patek Philippe watch. Then, a group of people walked back to the lounge. Soon, after everyone packed up their things, one beast after another roared up from the ground. Then they left the racetrack in an orderly manner. Ling Feng's car had also had its tires replaced. After paying the tire replacement fee and the tire fee, Ling Feng followed the flow of traffic. Chapter 62 Entertainment Club. Soon, supercars appeared in an orderly manner on the downtown streets of Shanghai. At this time, Shanghai was in the nightlife stage, and although it was dark, crowds of people still came one after another. The appearance of supercars attracted people on both sides of the street to look back frequently and attracted a lot of attention. But these rich young men were not at all surprised, for the simple reason that they had seen such scenes many times and were no longer surprised. Ling Feng followed the flow of traffic, passing through the busy streets, and finally, the vehicles in front slowed down. Ling Feng realized, this is the place. Soon, all the cars passed the toll cards and parked in the parking lot. Ling Feng turned off the engine, got out of the car, and locked it, all in one go. As soon as Ling Feng got off the car, he saw Fan Sure standing in front of him waiting at him. Ling Feng walked over and saw that many young masters had already arrived here. Fan Sure smiled and said, "Everyone is here, come in quickly." So, the group of people walked into the entertainment venue in Fan Sure's home. Ling Feng looked at the decoration inside and was greatly impressed. It is worthy of being an entertainment venue under the Fan family. It is so luxurious. The store is magnificent, with marble floors that are scrubbed spotlessly clean. Ling Feng noticed that there was a small fountain in the hall, and the spring water gushed out continuously to humidify the hall. Fan Sure said, "Everyone follow me, we'll be there soon, and I promise you won't leave until you're drunk." Mr. Fan is very generous. Everyone flattered him. "It's not that I'm generous, it's young Master Ling who is paying today," Fan Sure said. Everyone looked at Ling Feng and said, "Young Master Ling is very generous." "You're welcome. Eat well and have fun. I'll pay," Ling Feng naturally said. A group of people entered a hall noisily. Fan Sure said, "Everyone please find a seat. I have already ordered the dishes and they will be served soon. After you finish eating, you can find your favorite activities and then we can disperse." Everyone just listened and didn't reply. Ling Feng thought, doesn't that mean I can go back after I finish my meal? Just as he was thinking this, Fan Sure and Ru Jie both walked towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng thought to himself, "Oh no, I can't leave now." The two men sat on both sides of Ling Feng, and soon, Ling Feng received invitations from many people. Most of them are like, "I have an entertainment venue at home, why don't you come and have a look? I have an auction at home recently, why don't you come and have a look?" And so on. Ling Feng naturally declined tactfully. At this moment, Fan Sure suddenly leaned over and said, "How about it, Brother Ling, do you still want to leave?" "Why would I leave? Was this arranged by you?" Ling Feng said with gritted teeth. No, this was not arranged by me. There is no need for me to lose face and let them do this," Fan Sure said solemnly. "It's better not being you who arranged this, or I won't forgive you." Ling Feng stared at Fan Sure. Hey, don't be so fierce. These are all connections. There are so many people who want them but can't get them," Fan Sure suddenly said. "Then don't forget that I am a married man. How can I compare with young masters like you?" Ling Feng said. "You deserve a beating for what you said. Believe it or not, I will pick up the microphone and repeat what you just said to them. Although each of them has probably played with many women, there are probably few who really want to get married. Most of them do not want to be bound by marriage. If you dare, I believe you won't see the sun tomorrow. After Ling Feng said this, he got up and went to the dessert area. When Fan Shi saw Ling Feng leaving, he didn't follow him and turned to chat with other friends. Ling Feng went to the dessert area to get some desserts. During this process, Ling Feng exchanged business cards with many people. Time passed, and soon everyone was full of food and drink, so everyone started to have fun. Ling Feng noticed that many people went swimming, had foot massages, and went to the hotel upstairs. Ling Feng naturally knew what this meant. I thought to myself, it looks like these people's happy times have just begun. Ling Feng looked around for a long time but didn't find anything suitable for him, so he walked into the bar and started drinking alone. At 12:30, Ling Feng had no idea how many bottles of wine he had drunk, and the bar was already piled high with wine glasses. Ling Feng has god-level self-healing abilities. Ordinary alcohol cannot threaten his body and will quickly dissolve when entering his stomach. In short, even if Ling Feng drives on the road now, even if the traffic police asks him to blow his alcohol content, he will not be at risk of drunk driving. Ling Feng felt that the time was almost up, so he stood up and settled the bill for his table. He had to pay it himself whether it was early or late. Ling Feng stood up, walked out of the bar, and saw scattered rich young men who were already drunk and unconscious. Ling Feng walked out of the club, feeling the night wind. The wind blew on his face, and Ling Feng felt a slight chill, which also made him more sober. He got in the car, started the engine, and the roar of the V16 engine was extremely loud. Ling Feng drove away. At 12 o'clock, the Shanghai market was still bustling. This city that never sleeps is always prosperous. Ling Feng looked at all this, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Ling Feng drove the car slowly into the underground garage of his home. After parking the car, Ling Feng got out, locked the car, and took the elevator upstairs. He came to the first floor. Yi Chenxi and the others must be asleep by now. If he went up, he would definitely disturb the mother and daughter's sleep. So let us sleep on one floor. Ling Feng came to the second bedroom on the first floor. There were sheets and quilts inside. Ling Feng took off his clothes and lay down in the quilt. He fell asleep quickly. He gained a lot that day. First, the assassination in the Nether Palace, and then the situation in the Ru realm, all made him realize that it was time to quickly build a powerful force. The next morning, Ling Feng clicked the sign-in button as soon as he got up. Ding, sign-in successful, reward 68% of Walmart Group shares, the contract has been placed in the bedside table. Ling Feng was shocked. Walmart is the world's #1 group, and it actually let the system reward itself like this. It's just that this time they have 2% less shares, which just barely reaches absolute control. But it's reasonable, after all, they are the world's #1 group. Ling Feng quickly started to wash up, as he still had to cook for Yi Chenxi. Ling Feng quickly went up to the kitchen on the second floor. The facilities on the second floor were also very complete, but the first floor felt more like a villa, so Ling Feng liked to go down to the first floor to cook. Suddenly, Ling Feng saw a beautiful figure standing in the kitchen. It was Yi Chenxi. Ling Feng said, "Chenxi, why did you come into the kitchen?" "Ah Feng, you're back." Yi Chenxi turned around and said in surprise. Just when Ling Feng wanted to speak, his cell phone vibrated. Ling Feng took out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 63, Inviting Ji Xingyu. Ling Feng picked up the phone and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Ji Xingyu. I heard Ru Jie tell me about you. Do you have superpowers?" Ji Xingyu said frankly. "Yes, following me can guarantee that you will not die." Ling Feng guessed that he was the person that Ru Jie mentioned to him. "How can I trust you? After all, my life is in danger now. If you are from the Nether Palace, I will die. Whether you believe me or not, I can't prove it. It all depends on your personal choice." Ling Feng said directly without explanation. Ji Xingyu was silent for a while, and Ling Feng quickly went downstairs, entered the study and closed the door. At this time, Ji Xingyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Forget it, we're all going to die anyway, so I'll just trust you this time." "Then let's find a place to meet so I can explain it to you." "Forget it, let's just talk on the phone. I'll die if I take one step out now. But I have to meet you to share this ability." Now it was Ling Feng's turn to be troubled. He had to meet Ji Xingyu to share his abilities, but Ji Xingyu couldn't go out. What should he do? "Explain it to me first, and I'll plan on sharing abilities." Ling Feng immediately understood that this person was still on guard against him. But it's normal. Having superpowers is too abnormal. If Ji Xingyu really believes it, I should reconsider whether to accept Ji Xingyu. Soon, Ling Feng explained everything to Ji Xingyu, but he did not reveal anything about the system. The system was his biggest trump card and he could not tell anyone. Well, now you understand it clearly enough, let's find a place to meet? Ling Feng said. Ji Xingyu thought for a while and replied, okay, let's meet at room 2091 on the 20th floor of Kyoto National Evening Breeze Hotel at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to hide your whereabouts and don't let anyone notice. We must hide our whereabouts, otherwise we will both die. Ji Xingyu emphasized. Okay, I understand. Ling Feng said. Soon, the two hung up the phone. Ling Feng thought to himself, I didn't expect that he would be in Kyoto. It looks like I have to go to Kyoto today. Ling Feng glanced at the time. It was not yet 10 o'clock and the two of them had spent an hour on the phone. Ling Feng called Hao Zhou and said, Hao Zhou, please arrange a private plane for me to pick me up at Shanghai Airport at 4 p.m. I'm going to Kyoto. Okay, Chairman. I'll make sure you'll be there on time. Hao Zhou said respectfully. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Ling Feng hung up the phone and went to the kitchen on the second floor. Hao Zhou, who was in Kyoto, was confused. Why did the chairman suddenly think of coming to Kyoto? Was he going to conduct a surprise inspection? But he shouldn't call me for a surprise inspection. Forget it, since you don't understand it, don't think about it, just let it be. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Ling Feng went to the second floor and saw Yi Chenxi feeding milk powder to 4 children. Ling Feng went over to help, and Yi Chenxi asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the group? It's okay, it's just that a good friend called me and asked me to go to Kyoto. Ling Feng said. How long will it take? Try to be early, so I plan to leave from Shanghai at 4 p.m. Is that okay? Of course, do you want me to pack some clothes? No need, I have already arranged everything in Kyoto. Good. Yi Chenxi looked at Ling Feng. She always felt that this man had some big secrets. This was what her sixth sense told her. However, as long as Ling Feng was a good husband, she would not care. After all, everyone had their own secrets and she had no right to interfere. Ling Feng thought, I'll complete 2 tasks on my way to Kyoto this time. As for the Hanhai Transportation Group, its headquarters is in Hainan Province. I'll talk about it next time. Time flies, and soon it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hao Zhou called and told Ling Feng that the private jet was ready. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi immediately set off with the 4 children. The driver drove the family to Shanghai International Airport in a nanny car. The family got off the car at Shanghai International Airport and quickly entered the airport. The Shanghai International Airport is very large, and it took the family nearly 40 minutes to reach the private jet boarding area. You know, you don't need to check in luggage when you take a private plane. The whole family can travel very quickly without any luggage, which shows that Shanghai Airport is very large. Someone made a comparison, saying that the Shanghai International Airport is bigger than the cherry blossom country. Ling Feng agreed very much when he took a plane from here for the first time. When they arrived at the boarding gate, the family quickly boarded the plane, and were accompanied by a flight attendant throughout the entire process. After the 6 people were seated, the plane took off. 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Kyoto International Airport. The family got off the plane and walked quickly to the airport gate. Ling Feng and his family came out of the airport entrance, and Hao Zhou, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet them. Chairman, I hope the journey is smooth. Smooth, take us to our residence and we'll settle down first. Okay. After Hao Zhou finished speaking, Ling Feng and his family got into the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Ghost that Hao Zhou was driving. Hao Zhou got into the driver's seat, started the car and took them to the Wanfeng Hotel that Ling Feng had told him about yesterday. Ling Feng specifically asked Hao Zhou to arrange it here, otherwise it would alert the enemy no matter what. When they arrived at the entrance of Wanfeng Hotel, Ling Feng said, Hao Zhou, go back first. I will call you if there is anything. Okay, Chairman. Goodbye, Chairman. Goodbye, Madam. After saying that, Hao Zhou turned around, got into the car, and left. Yi Chenxi said, Often, let's go and check in for accommodation first. Okay. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he took Yi Chenxi's hand and pushed the stroller into the hotel to check in. Only then did Ling Feng notice that this national hotel was indeed unique. The interior decoration is very luxurious, but there are countless soldiers patrolling inside all the time. Ling Feng took another look outside the door and found that it was also heavily guarded, with a sentry tower every 100 meters. There were even 2 heavy tanks at the door, and there were many military drones conducting surveillance in the air. Only then did Ling Feng realize the horror of this hotel. No wonder Ji Xingyu said that he would die immediately here. Not even a fly can fly in here. No matter how powerful the Nether Palace is, it is impossible for them to fight against the world's most powerful country for one person. Ling Feng knew that this hotel probably represented the face of China. If someone died here, China would definitely use the most powerful means. Ling Feng handed his ID card to the front desk, who said, "Sir, this is your room card. Room 2092 on the 20th floor. I wish you a pleasant stay." Ling Feng asked, "Excuse me, how much does it cost per day here?" "Sir, our accommodation for rooms on the 20th floor and above is 200,000 per day," said the receptionist. "It's so expensive. How much would it cost to live here for a long time?" It seems that Ji Xingyu is still related to the above 3 families. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pay the expensive rent without working. P.S. Happy New Year everyone, I wish you good health, all the best, and continued success. Chapter 64 First Time. Ling Feng took Yi Chensi and the 4 babies to the 20th floor without thinking much. Just after Ling Feng left, a middle-aged man walked out of the room behind the front desk. The middle-aged man said to himself, "Why is he here? Can I serve him well now?" The receptionist took off her work clothes, revealing a stunning beauty wearing a black cheongsam and black stockings standing in front of the man. It should be possible. This is an order personally issued by the Chinese commander-in-chief. Wherever Ling Feng goes, he must be received in the best possible way. "If you don't entertain well, you will face the disaster of being kicked out," said the beauty. "Well, try your best," said the middle-aged man. After he said that, he hugged the beauty and put his hands on her buttocks, which were plump and round. "It's time for us to fulfill our duties as husband and wife," said the middle-aged man. "Oh, that's annoying," the woman said coquettishly. The 2 of them quickly walked into the secret room. Ling Feng's family successfully entered their room. The decoration is extremely luxurious, just like a palace. Ling Feng put the 4 babies on the sofa first, then hugged Yi Chensi, and Yi Chensi sat on Ling Feng's lap. Ling Feng said, "Wife, I may be busy these 2 days, so..." Ling Feng's meaning is self-evident. When Yi Chensi heard this, she immediately wanted to push Ling Feng away and stand up, but Ling Feng didn't give her a chance and picked her up. Yi Chensi lay in front of Ling Feng's strong and broad chest, feeling Ling Feng's heartbeat. Yi Chensi whispered, I just happened to have a relative over today." Ling Feng said, "What?" Ling Feng now has a feeling that it's like I took off my pants and then you told me you are a man. But after a moment of surprise, Ling Feng slowly said, "It's okay, let's talk about it next time." Yi Chensi whispered, "Husband, do you want me to help you?" "Is it okay?" Ling Feng asked. "I can give it a try." Yi Chensi's voice now became louder, as if he was convincing himself in his heart. "Come on." Ling Feng put Yi Chensi on the ground and sat on the big bed himself. Yi Chensi slowly knelt down, untied Ling Feng's belt, and took off Ling Feng's pants. Ling Feng threw his pants aside, looked at Yi Chensi, and said, "Don't be in a hurry, take your time, this is your first time." "Yeah." Yi Chensi nodded. Half an hour later, Yi Chensi went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Ling Feng was wearing the hotel's bathrobe, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery outside. To be honest, this was Yi Chensi's first time and his oral skills were not very good, so Ling Feng only relaxed a little. Soon, Yi Chensi walked out of the bathroom, went behind Ling Feng and hugged Ling Feng. At the same time, she said, "Hubby, after my period is over, I promise to make you happy once. I will do whatever you ask me to do." When Ling Feng heard this, he immediately turned around and looked at Yi Chensi. "Promise." "I promise." Yi Chensi raised 3 fingers. "Okay, let's go change our clothes now, and then we can go shopping and have dinner." "Okay, I want to eat something delicious." Yi Chensi immediately jumped up and down and went to the changing room. The movement was so big that the bathrobe on her body could not cover anything, and her private parts were immediately exposed. Ling Feng's eyes widened as he watched this, and the desire that he had just suppressed was ignited again like a piece of firewood. Ling Feng looked at his lower body, smiled helplessly, and walked towards the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Yi Chensi was still putting on makeup, while Ling Feng had already come out of the bathroom. Ling Feng wiped his hair, looked at Yi Chenxi and said, "Wife, you don't have to wear makeup. You are very beautiful without makeup." "Humph, I don't believe it. You men are always lying." "I'm telling the truth." Ling Feng was helpless. Okay, you are telling the truth, but can you change your clothes first? You have to go out soon. It's already 5:30. Hurry up. Yi Chenxi urged. "Okay, my dear wife, I'll change right away." Ling Feng quickly went to the men's changing room. The clothes in the dressing room were all put in by Haozhou yesterday. As for Yi Chenxi's clothes, they were specially made by Haozhou from a designer within the group. Then the designer puts the finished clothes in. Ling Feng picked up a set of casual clothes and walked to the women's changing room and went in. Seeing Ling Feng coming in, Yi Chenxi said, "What are you doing here again? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Aren't you coming here to change?" Ling Feng put his casual clothes on the sofa. "Don't you have a changing room? Why do you come and change here?" Ling Feng did not respond and directly took off his bathrobe. Yi Chenxi did not have time to look back for a while. In an instant, Yi Chenxi saw Ling Feng's whole body. "What are you doing?" Yi Chenxi turned his head quickly. "Why are you still shy after you've already done it? It's not like you haven't seen it before." Ling Feng said. "I have seen it before, but this is too sudden." Yi Chenxi said. "Oh, I can't do this anymore. My wife is angry." Yi Chenxi didn't respond for a while. Ling Feng's perfect waistline and 8-pack abs appeared in her mind, as well as. Upon hearing this, Yi Chenxi came back to her senses immediately. When she heard Ling Feng would not do this again, she said anxiously, "No, I will want more in the future." He turned his head back and only then began to carefully admire every piece of Ling Feng's perfect skin. There was only a hint of a smile on Ling Feng's face. He had already anticipated that Yi Chenxi would not be willing to let him go to the men's changing room. Yi Chenxi also noticed Ling Feng's smile, and immediately puffed up his lips like a little bean bun. "You have planned this, right? Humph, the reward I promised you before is no longer valid. Don't, my wife." Ling Feng immediately walked to Yi Chenxi's side. "Okay, get dressed. I'm going to go out and see the babies." Yi Chenxi stood up, walked out of the dressing room and went to the living room. Seeing Yi Chenxi leave the changing room, Ling Feng quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Ling Feng said, "Feed them first, otherwise it will be troublesome if they want to drink milk again when you go out for a walk." "Good idea, let's rush." Yi Chenxi quickly took out the milk powder he brought with him. Although he didn't take much, Yi Chenxi still brought things like sanitary napkins and milk powder. Ling Feng also went over to help, and soon, the 4 children finished drinking the milk. The 4 children seemed to know that their parents were going out shopping, and they fell asleep after drinking milk. Ling Feng said, "Wife, why don't we leave them at the hotel and go out and spend some time alone together?" "That seems to be okay. The babies just finished their milk and they probably won't drink anymore. Besides, they're all asleep and won't cry. So let's leave them in the hotel. The security measures here are strong anyway." "That's settled then." Ling Feng stood up immediately. Then, the two of them quietly left the room. Chapter 65. Time flies. When they got outside, Ling Feng drove the Bentley that the Junling group had left for them and headed straight for the busiest snack street in Kyoto. On the way, Yi Chenxi looked at the bustling streets outside, revealing a hint of nostalgia. Ling Feng said, "What's wrong? Did you think of the Yi family?" "I can't say that I was thinking of the Yi family. I was just thinking of the scenes of my life in Kyoto before." "If you want to go back to the Yi family, you can go back. Although I have not been accepted by your father yet, he must miss his daughter as well." "Forget it. Even if I go back, he won't put down his pride to face me. What's more, my grandfather is involved. There's no way I can go back." Hearing this, Ling Feng's eyes became sore. Yi Chenxi really ignored the opposition of the whole world for herself and her 4 children. At the same time, Ling Feng also secretly made up his mind that within 5 years, he must become so powerful that the Yi family would have to look up to him. But that's all a matter for the future. If I want Chenxi to go back to the Yi family now, I still have to contact Rujia. Ling Feng thought. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It's all in the past. Yi Chenxi pretended to be relieved. Yes, it's all over. So, wife, where do you want to eat? Let's go to Yuxiang International Restaurant. It has 5 Michelin stars and is the best meal I've ever had. It's just a little expensive. As he spoke, Yi Chenxi's voice gradually became less firm. Although Ling Feng has shown sufficient strength, those groups are fixed assets after all, and she actually doesn't know how much liquid capital Ling Feng has. Okay, let's go eat there. Don't worry about your husband having no money. After all, he is the chairman of several large groups. If he has no money to eat, he will be laughed at. Okay, I believe my husband. Just trust me. Let's go and have dinner. Ling Feng said. Soon, the Bentley parked in the underground parking lot of Yuxiang International Restaurant. They got out of the car and walked into Yuxiang International Restaurant hand in hand. As soon as the two entered, they were warmly received. After all, they all saw that the two men came in a Bentley, so how could they be without money? Soon, the two of them sat in a private room with the waiter's warm hospitality. Mr. and Madam, what would you like to eat? Where's the menu? Ling Feng asked. Here you go. The waiter handed the menu to Ling Feng. However, Ling Feng directly handed the menu to Yi Chenxi. Wife, take a look at what you want to eat, and order whatever you want, as long as it doesn't waste anything. This gentleman is right. Try to order small amounts and multiple times. I will serve you two until the meal is finished. Don't worry about the trouble. Okay, I understand. Yi Chenxi said. She had eaten here before and knew that this place was different from other restaurants. In this restaurant, if you wasted too much, you would be blacklisted and would never be able to eat here again. This, and this. Give me 2 of each. Yi Chenxi quickly named a few dishes. Okay, ma'am, the waiter asked after entering the information. Is there anything else I can help you with? That's all for now. If it's not enough, order more. Okay, I'll ask the kitchen to serve the food quickly. After the waiter finished speaking, he went out and asked the kitchen to serve the food quickly. At this time, Ling Feng asked, Wife, would you like a drink? I'll ask them to mix it. I want to drink the Encounter milkshake. Yi Chenxi replied quickly. Okay, I'll go out now and ask them to adjust it. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he went out and asked the waiter to prepare drinks. Just after Ling Feng left, Yi Chenxi thought, should I go back and take a look? Although Yi Tianxin had already sent me a message. Yi Chenxi was actually very hesitant in her heart. It had been almost a year since she left the Yi family, and she really wanted to see her family. But if Ling Feng goes back, will he feel uncomfortable? Yi Chenxi looked at the date and saw that he spent last year's Chinese New Year at his best friend's house. This year I am no longer alone, but a person with a husband and children. She couldn't help but sigh. Time flies so fast, it's already mid-October. While she was still struggling over whether or not to go back to the Yi family, Ling Feng had quietly returned to the private room. This private room is very small and can only seat 4 people, so Yi Chenxi also noticed Ling Feng. Ling Feng met Yi Chenxi's gaze and said, Wife, are you thinking about the Yi family? Yeah. Seeing that his thoughts were exposed, Yi Chenxi faced it calmly. I told you that as long as you want to go back, I will definitely support you with all my strength, so you don't need to worry about my thoughts, just follow your heart. Ling Feng sometimes feels helpless. It is not a good thing for his wife to be too carefree. After all, you are just my wife, not my slave. The two of us complement each other, not one of us is the master and the other is just the slave. Ling Feng explained this principle to Yi Chenxi again. I know, your reason is only part of the reason. It's more because I can't get over it. You know, I was ignored by the people in my clan before. If I want to go back now, I'm afraid they won't be treated well. Yi Chenxi explained. You don't need to worry about this. I will handle this matter. If everything goes well, I will go back to the Yi family with you. Ling Feng had no choice but to reveal his thoughts. Really? Yi Chenxi was very surprised. Really, I will contact Rujia and the top executives of the 4 major groups and discuss it with your father. In fact, Ling Feng now nominally has 5 major groups, but the people from the Walmart group have not come yet, so Ling Feng didn't say anything for the time being, and decided to give Yi Chenxi a surprise later. Okay, then I will have the confidence to go back. I believe my husband can handle this problem. Yi Chenxi said with her cherry lips opened. Your husband is so awesome, do you want to reward him? Ling Feng said with a pout. Seeing this, Yi Chenxi leaned forward and touched Ling Feng's lips with her own. Ling Feng held Yi Chenxi's little head in his hands and gave her a passionate kiss, their tongues lingering in their mouths. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. "Gentlemen, would it be convenient for you to serve the dishes?" asked the person outside. When the two heard the voice, they immediately separated and sat back in their seats. "It's convenient, come in," Ling Feng said. The waiter opened the door and walked in with 2 steaks. Putting the steak on the table, the waiter introduced, "This is the most popular appetizer in our restaurant, deep sea caviar. This caviar is extremely rare, with only about 100 grams in a ton of caviar. And it can't be stored for a long time. After being cooked by our chefs, it tastes delicious and melts in your mouth. Please have a taste," the waiter said and went out, closing the door. The two picked up the spoons and took a bite. It was just as the waiter had described, melting in the mouth. Chapter 66: Yi Chenxi's Best Friend. Soon, the waiter brought in 2 steaks, 2 servings of pasta and a Yuxiang milkshake. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi finished their meal quickly, but they still felt not full, so they ordered a dessert and a vegetable salad. The two of them flew the disc again. After finishing their meal, both of them leaned back in their chairs, touched their stomachs, and said in unison, "I'm so full." Ling Feng said, "Wife, is there anything else you want to eat?" No, I've eaten enough," Yi Chenxi said quickly. "Okay, shall we leave now?" Ling Feng asked again. "Let's go, we're all full," Yi Chenxi said as he stood up. "Let's go." Ling Feng stood up and helped Yi Chenxi carry the bag. Yi Chenxi took Ling Feng's arm and walked out of the private room. Ling Feng walked to the front desk and asked, "Hello, how much is our table?" "Hello, your total consumption is 100,000 yuan. How do you pay?" asked the receptionist. "Swipe the card." Ling Feng took out the card with 100 million yuan in it, but now there was only 95 million left. "Yes, sir." The receptionist took the card and swiped it skillfully. "Sir, just enter the password." The receptionist handed Ling Feng the POS machine. Ling Feng entered the password and the card was swiped successfully with a ding. "Okay, sir, here is your card and receipt." The receptionist handed over the card and receipt. As the two walked out, all the waiters in the hall said in unison, "Goodbye, VIP." Ling Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a service here. "Hubby, let's go," Yi Chenxi said, as if asserting her sovereignty. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng quickened his pace and quickly walked out of the restaurant with Yi Chenxi. After coming out, Ling Feng said, "The world is really big. I was just a frog in a well before." "Husband, haven't you ever been to a high-end restaurant?" Yi Chenxi always thought that Ling Feng was the young master of a certain family. "No." Ling Feng told the truth. "Well, actually high-end clubs generally provide this kind of service," Yi Chenxi said. "No wonder." Ling Feng suddenly remembered the club he and Ru Jia had gone to at Fan Shi's house. "Honey, where are we going next? We finally have some time together as a couple, and I don't want to go back now," Yi Chenxi said. "Where do you want to go?" Ling Feng asked Yi Chenxi. "I want to go to a cocktail club, which I used to go to often. It's a small business owned by my best friend's family," Yi Chenxi said. "Then let's go there. Send me the location." "I don't know where it is," Ling Feng said. "Okay." Yi Chenxi quickly took out his cell phone and sent Ling Feng a location. "Yuting Club? What a good name," Ling Feng said. "This club was founded by my best friend and it was named after her," Yi Chenxi explained. "So that's how it is. I thought your best friend should be there now," Ling Feng said with a smile. "You guessed it right. I couldn't hide it from you," Yi Chenxi said. "Anyone can see your poor acting skills," Ling Feng said bluntly. "Then can't you just pretend for a bit and give me some emotional value?" Yi Chenxi pretended to be dissatisfied. "Ah. This is my first time as a husband after all. I don't know." Ling Feng was in a panic. Yi Chenxi laughed, "You really thought I was angry? Yi Chenxi, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Ling Feng said as he pinched Yi Chenxi's ticklish spots with both hands. "Ha ha 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 ha, stop pinching it, it's itchy," Yi Chenxi said with a smile. "Let you tease your husband," Ling Feng said and took his hand back. "Okay, let's stop doing this and get in the car. It's getting late," Ling Feng said. After saying that, they both got in the car. Soon, Ling Feng followed the navigation and arrived at Yuding Club. The two got out of the car, and Yi Chenxi jogged all the way to the entrance of the club without waiting for Ling Feng to catch up. Ling Feng hurriedly said, "Don't run, be careful not to fall." He soon caught up with Yi Chenxi, and Yi Chenxi took Ling Feng's hand, and the two walked into the club. "Hi. Welcome back, Chenxi." A lady with golden hair opened her arms to Yi Chenxi. Yi Chenxi quickly let go of Ling Feng's hand, took 2 steps forward, and hugged the woman tightly. Yi Chenxi said with a slightly tearful voice, "Yuding, I'm back." Ling Feng knew at a glance that this was the good friend Yi Chenxi mentioned. Looking at the two of them hugging each other, he found a place to sit down. 5 minutes later, the two men let go. Yi Chenxi led Yu Ting to Ling Feng's side. Ling Feng stood up hurriedly. This was his wife's best friend and he had to treat her more important than his wife's father. Otherwise, he didn't know when she would be persuaded to leave. Yi Chenxi introduced, "Husband, this is Lu Yuding, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and also my best friend. Yuding, this is my cheap husband, Ling Feng, the chairman of the 4 groups, a first-generation rich man." I didn't expect that the guy who could get a woman pregnant in a bar would be a first-generation rich man. Lu Yuding said disdainfully. Ling Feng scratched his head, not knowing what to say, and hurriedly looked at Yi Chenxi. But Yi Chenxi seemed not to notice his gaze and ignored him. Instead, she took Lu Yuding's arm and went to find an empty bartender room in the front. Ling Feng was left alone, feeling desolate in the wind. Seeing that Lu Yuding's attitude towards him was not good, Ling Feng knew that he had to use his money ability again. Ling Feng walked out of the club and called Hao Zhou. 2 seconds later, the call was connected. "Hao Zhou, do you know what gift to give to your wife and best friend?" Ling Feng asked directly. "This." "Boss, please don't embarrass me." "How would I know?" "But I gave my wife's best friend a Vacheron Constantine women's watch worth 1 million yuan. The Junling Group had already developed by then, and we were embarrassed to sell it at such a low price." "Then which price range do you think is more appropriate?" Ling Feng asked directly. "How many groups do you have?" Hao Zhou asked cautiously. 5. Ling Feng did not buy from the 4 stores that Yi Chenxi reported. After all, there was also a Walmart. It would be even more difficult to deal with if Lu Yuding found out about it. "And one of them is Walmart, and the other 3 are almost the same size as yours," Ling Feng added. "You." Hao Zhou was suddenly panicked. It turned out that his boss owned so many groups and also Walmart. "So what price is appropriate?" Ling Feng asked again. "I think, with your net worth, you should just buy a Richard Miller worth around 50 million. "So what channels do you have?" "There is a channel, but you have to wait a little while." Hao Zhou said quickly. "Then I'll transfer the money to you as quickly as possible." Ling Feng said quickly. "Okay." Ling Feng hung up the phone and immediately transferred 60 million to Hao Zhou. Ding, you triggered the hidden buff. P.S. The setting of this book is that ability is the most important, which is to pave the way for the future. Chapter 67 Consumer Rebate. Congratulations on successfully spending 50 million yuan and unlocking the consumption rebate module. Ding, spending 60 million yuan will trigger a 10-fold rebate, a reward of 600 million yuan. Ling Feng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that buying a gift for Lu Yuding could unlock a new module. "So, if I calculate it this way, I have made 540 million by buying this watch. It's so much, and it has to be the system." Ding, the host has been detected praising the system, triggering a consumption crit, rewarding 1 billion yuan. Alipay has received 1 billion yuan. Ling Feng felt relieved when he heard the voice. He didn't expect that praising the system could actually trigger a critical hit. "Then system, if I praise you, will I get a rebate critical hit?" Ling Feng asked in his heart. "No, there is only one critical hit opportunity for each rebate, and the critical hit cooldown lasts for 1 week, but the money from the critical hit is different." "I see." Ling Feng had originally planned to exploit a bug and directly become the richest man worth 1 trillion, but it seems that is impossible. Ling Feng walked back into the club, waiting for Hao Zhou to call back. After waiting for a while, Hao Zhou called back as expected. "Chairman, I have already made an appointment with them. I can send it to you now. Please tell me the seat." Hao Zhou said quickly. He could probably imagine how embarrassing Ling Feng's current situation was. "Okay, I'm at the Yuding Club, you should know that." Ling Feng didn't believe that Hao Zhou had never been to such a club. Okay, Chairman. It will be delivered to you in about 15 minutes. Please be patient. Okay, let them send it over as soon as possible. Ling Feng said and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ling Feng did not go in to find Yi Chenxi, but sat in the lobby waiting for the professionals to deliver the watch. After Ling Feng waited for 5 minutes, Yi Chenxi came out of the private room to find Ling Feng. Honey, my best friend said something rude. Don't blame her, that's just her personality. Now come back with me. Yi Chenxi said tactfully. I'm not angry. Ling Feng looked confused. Then why are you still sitting here? Why don't you go in? Ling Feng then realized that the little girl had misunderstood what he meant. Silly boy, how could I be mad at your best friend? I just bought her a small gift and was waiting for it to be delivered. Ling Feng gently scratched the tip of Yi Chenxi's nose. Yi Chenxi turned around quickly. Why did you buy her a gift? It's unnecessary. She is your best friend after all. I think she should have a higher status in your heart than Yi Tianxin. Ling Feng seemed to see through everything. I must have a good relationship with her, otherwise what if you say bad things about me to her? Ling Feng continued. Humph, why would I say anything bad about you? You don't trust me. Yi Chenxi pretended to be pitiful. I believe you, but are you sure you didn't say bad things about me to Lu Yuding just now? Ling Feng asked with a smile. This. Yi Chenxi was at a loss. Okay, I won't blame you. You should go back quickly, otherwise your best friend will scold me again. Ling Feng said. Okay, then come here quickly. Yi Chenxi did not forget to remind him as he stood up. Okay, I'll be there as soon as the gift is delivered. Ling Feng said softly. Seeing that Ling Feng did not lie, Yi Chenxi quickly ran back to the private room. When Ling Feng looked at Yi Chenxi, a smile appeared on his face. Richard Miller did not disappoint him and soon delivered the watch worth 60 million. Ling Feng noticed that there was actually another box. Ling Feng asked, What is this? Didn't I just buy one? Sir, this was bought by Mr. Hao for your wife. It's worth 100 million yuan, the man said. What? 100 million? Are you sure? Ling Feng confirmed. I'm absolutely sure. The store manager told me this in person. The man said affirmatively. Okay, I understand. You guys go first. Ling Feng said. I didn't expect that Haozhou would be willing to spend such a huge amount of money to buy a watch for Chenxi. Ling Feng said to himself after those people left. Ling Feng took the 2 watch boxes and walked into the treasure chest where Yi Chenxi was. Seeing Ling Feng coming in, Yi Chenxi glared at Lu Yuding frantically, and Lu Yuding impatiently gave Yi Chenxi a look that said I know. In fact, Lu Yuding said in her heart, I didn't expect that this little girl is actually a husband slave. Ling Feng, I admit that what I said before was a bit harsh. Now let's get to know each other again. Lu Yuding said, stretching out his hand. Hello, Ling Feng. Ling Feng also stretched out his right hand, gently grasped Lu Yuding's right hand and then let go. This action also improved Ling Feng's favorability in Lu Yuding's heart. I didn't look carefully just now, but now it seems that Chenxi's cheap husband is quite handsome. Lu Yuding was infatuated with him. Lu Yuding, it's our first meeting, so I'll give you a small gift. Ling Feng handed one of the 2 watch boxes to Lu Yuding. Lu Yuding took it and opened it, her eyes lit up. I didn't expect it to be the one I wanted the most. Soon, she returned to normal. Ling Feng, this is a bit too expensive, I can't accept it. After saying that, she was about to hand the watch box back to Ling Feng. Don't worry, it's not expensive. This is the gift you deserve. Ling Feng said calmly. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he walked to Yi Chenxi and handed another watch box to Yi Chenxi. Chenxi, I'll give you a small gift too. Yi Chenxi took it, and the expression on his face was similar to Lu Yuding's at that time. Ling Feng, this is too expensive. With Yi Chenxi's keen eyesight, he could naturally tell the price of the watch at a glance. It's okay, this is actually a wedding gift from Haozhou to us. Ling Feng lied, otherwise Yi Chenxi would definitely not accept it. Even if it's a gift from Haozhou, it's too expensive. I can't accept it. Take it. You can't ask me to give it back. Okay, I'll take it. We must say thank you to Haozhou when we have time. Okay, I understand. Ling Feng said. Okay, sit down first and stop showing off your affection. Lu Yuding on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, Lingfeng, please sit down first. Yi Chenxi also said. Yeah. Lingfeng immediately sat next to Yi Chenxi. Lingfeng, which groups do you have? Lu Yuding had naturally heard of Haozhou, and immediately suspected that the large groups that Lingfeng had might be extremely strong. Fengshua Group, Tianyun Group, Junling Group, Hanhai Transportation Group, and Walmart Group. Lingfeng directly revealed all his cards. Lu Yuding was stunned when he heard this, but then he reacted. Didn't Chenxi say that you only have 4 groups? There were indeed 4 before, and we just acquired the Walmart Group a few days ago. I haven't had the chance to tell Chenxi yet. Lingfeng said naturally and frankly. Chapter 68 Manner. Yi Chenxi was stunned for a moment, and Lu Yuding also looked at Yi Chenxi. Yi Chenxi reacted instantly. Lingfeng, are you telling the truth? Is it the Walmart I know? Yes, that company. I can show you the electronic contract. Lingfeng said. When the system awarded the award, it directly sent an electronic contract to Lingfeng. There was even a paper contract, but it was inconvenient to carry. Yi Chenxi was stunned. As far as she knew, Walmart alone was worth 10 times the size of the Yi family. And she remembered that Walmart was previously owned by a large American family, but it was unexpectedly acquired by Lingfeng. When Yi Chenxi heard Lingfeng wanted to show her the electronic contract, she quickly waved her hand and said, no need. Although contracts are not confidential, try to keep them to as few people as possible. Aren't you sure? Lingfeng knew that Yi Chenxi would definitely not watch it, but he really wanted to watch Lu Yuding. No need, you just need to tell us. Yi Chenxi said. Okay. Lingfeng put the phone he had just taken out back into his trouser pocket. Then, the 3 of them sat down and chatted about some things. In fact, Yi Chenxi and Lu Yuding were chatting most of the time, and Lingfeng was just a silent listener. Time flies. Lingfeng raised his arm and looked at the time. It was already 10:30. Yi Chenxi seemed to remember that it was getting late and glanced at the watch on his arm. Hey, it's already 10:30. Lingfeng also responded hastily. Yes, it's already 10:30, Chenxi, why don't we go first? I'm afraid the babies will cry if they can't find us when they get up. Indeed, let's go first, Yuding. We will probably stay in Kyoto for a few more days. I will find time to come back. Yi Chenxi said. Okay, see you another day. After Lu Yuding said this, he gave Yi Chenxi a big hug. Yuding, we're leaving first. Yi Chenxi stood up, put on his windbreaker, and greeted Lu Yuding. Okay, bye. Lu Yuding also stood up and waved. Lingfeng and Yi Chenxi quickly left the club. After getting in the car, Yi Chenxi asked, Husband, did you really acquire Walmart Group again? Of course, why would I lie to you? Lingfeng said with a smile, thinking, this girl still doesn't believe me, but she refuses to read the contract. That's right, there's no benefit in lying to me. Yi Chenxi seemed to have figured it out. Hold on tight, we're leaving. Lingfeng started the car, drove out of the parking lot and headed towards the hotel. Lingfeng, since you already own the Walmart Group and the other 4 groups, your strength has long been stronger than that of my Yi family. Why do you still want to find Ru Jie? Yi Chenxi was puzzled. Of course, it's because I'm afraid that your father won't recognize me as the chairman of the group whose words are not true. I haven't appeared on TV on behalf of the group yet. You are afraid of this. Don't worry, my father knows you very well, believe it or not. Yi Chenxi said to Lingfeng. Oh? Are you so sure? Lingfeng showed a slight smile on his face. Of course, you don't know who my father is. Except for Walmart, he knows the other 4 groups very well. Yi Chenxi said confidently. But apart from Walmart, the other 4 groups are not strong enough to deter others. I can't bring people from the Walmart Group to your house. Lingfeng said with a smile. That's right, what should I do? Yi Chenxi scratched his head. Don't think about it. Don't worry. When that day comes, I will naturally bring you into the Yi family in a grand manner. Lingfeng said. Okay, I just don't want my father to know that you have a relationship with Ru Jie. Yi Chenxi said in a low voice. Why? Is it possible that your Yi family and Ru family have a bad relationship? Lingfeng asked. That's not the case. It's just that the relationship between the power behind our Yi family and the Ru family is not very good. I actually had a pretty good relationship with the new generation of the Ru family before, but later on my father didn't allow us to interact with each other anymore. Why? I don't know. My father told me at the time that the Ru family has done something they shouldn't have done and will be retaliated against. Later, I learned from Yu Ting that Ru Jia was being hunted. I thought it must be a punishment. Yi Chenxi said slowly. Ling Feng frowned. What I shouldn't do is actually related to Ru Jia's pursuit? Do you know anything else? Ling Feng asked impatiently. He wanted to figure out what the relationship was between the two. That's all I know. Yuding told me this. She may know more. Yi Chenxi said. Lu Yuding? It seems I have to find time to ask her alone later. Ling Feng thought. Soon, the Bentley stopped in the underground parking lot of Wanfeng Hotel. After getting off the car, the two quickly returned to the room. The lights downstairs were still on and there were countless patrol soldiers. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi turned on the light and immediately saw 4 children waving their arms and feet in the stroller. As soon as the box was opened, the 4 children started crying in unison, as if they knew their parents had returned, and began asking for food. Ling Feng and Yi Chenxi quickly took out the milk powder and prepared it for the 4 children. After eating, the 4 children became full of energy again. After seeing that they were full, Ling Feng carried the 4 children to the sofa and let them play to their heart's content. The sofa here is also very wide, about 1.5 meters, just like a small bed. Ling Feng turned on the TV for them and went to change his clothes. After changing her clothes, Yi Chenxi came out and walked to the babies, picked up her phone, and took a picture of them. The 4 babies in the photo are watching TV seriously with their eyes, without any unnecessary movements. Yi Chenxi thought, maybe this can be a memory when I grow up. Ling Feng quickly changed his clothes and came out, watching Yi Chenxi sitting next to the babies, watching TV together. Ling Feng enjoyed this kind of time very much. Wasn't it for this moment that he worked hard to make money? Ling Feng sat down next to Yi Chenxi and asked, Is there anything else you want? I can ask the front desk. No more, go wash up quickly, it's getting late, and the children should go to bed. Yi Chenxi said softly. Okay, I'll take a shower. Ling Feng said and went to take a shower. Yi Chenxi looked at Ling Feng, and with her woman's sixth sense she knew that Ling Feng must be hiding a huge secret. 11:30. Ling Feng successfully coaxed the 4 children to sleep, and Yi Chenxi also finished washing up. The two walked into the bedroom and laid down on the big bed together. Looking at the white ceiling, both of them felt relaxed. Go to bed, it's getting late. Ling Feng reminded. Okay, let's go to bed. Ling Feng turned off the lights, hugged Yi Chenxi, and fell into a beautiful dream. At this time, in the southern part of China, on a small island, in a huge manor. Young master, do you want to activate the shadow to assassinate Ling Feng? The man in black said while half kneeling. Start. According to the information I received, Ling Feng and that person should meet in the next 2 days. Try to kill them together. The young palace master said grimly. Okay. The man in black said and left.